Good morning from Denmark, from the spires and cobblestone streets of Copenhagen to the Baltic breeze of Lolland. The stage is set for the biggest day in European karting. Just 90 minutes south from the capital lies the Rødby Karting Ring, 1,245 meters of pure, unfiltered racing theatre. It spires from 11 corners around there. It's a beautiful venue. Year of opening 1972. It was moved from that original place, 500 meters from there, over to the very circuit we are racing at right now, where so far this weekend we have seen Scott Marsh set the fastest time over the course of the day. That was set in qualifying heat A versus E with a 50.169, as time qualifying was mixed conditions with wet conditions out there. The track itself though, 200 meters down the start-finish straight, then 135 meters down the infield straight. It's around 8 meters wide, 3 meters of elevation change with some very highly cambered corners out there, and that very appropriately brings me over to those turns. There are 11 of them in total, 7 to the right, 4 to the left. That does include 5 hairpins out there. Each and every one of those corners provide its own challenges, but many of them provide overtaking opportunities. We have seen them in towards turns 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 9, 10 and 11, meaning basically you can overtake everywhere around this circuit. Top speed as well. Drivers will be reaching that in towards turn number 1, around about 122 kilometers an hour, averaging around 90 over the lap. It is a fast, demanding circuit with challenging sections for the drivers to negotiate this weekend. Myself, Anthony Jordan and Nicole Sutherland in the box. We are ready to go racing, and Nicole, this weekend we are going to crown not 1, not 2, but 3 champions this weekend.
We absolutely are. And let's not forget, in our Academy Seniors as well, this is a first year for that concept. So the driver that makes themselves the champion in that will be the first that we've ever had. That will go down in the history books. And as for our other classes then, this is a championship where if you can crown yourself as that number 1 in the senior or in the junior, you absolutely put yourself in that Hall of Fame. But first, we will be racing with our Academy Seniors, their first qualifying heats of this weekend. 13 laps, and it looks like it's going to be 13 laps of rain, as we now see that rain falling once more again today. We've had mixed weather conditions so far this weekend, but so far this morning, we just can't escape from that water out there.
No, we certainly can't. And it is toying with us a little bit, because you can see on those shots some blue sky up in there as well. But there, fully focused and ready to go to work, is Riccardo Ferrari of Italy, who once again finds himself on the front row of a grid. We caught up with him after time qualifying, with his last lap put it on pole position.
Riccardo, great lap out there for you. It's pole out of all of the drivers. How did you feel when you were driving around the circuit?
Yeah, I'm feeling very confident with the chassis. Everything was good, especially my position on track. I was able to find a bit of slipstream, especially in the last lap, and I'm really happy to have the pole position for the first heats tomorrow.
And it's quite an interesting circuit. Does it compare to any of those that you've raced on in Italy? What do you think of it as a track?
Yeah, there are a lot of opportunity to overtake because there are a lot of hairpins, but also fast corner. It's a really technical circuit, and I love it.
And final round of the championship for you, Riccardo, going into this weekend as P4 in the championship, what's the mindset?
Yeah, the mindset is try to do my best, and after see the result.
Great to hear from you, and well done on a qualifying pole.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Well, good to chat there to Riccardo Ferrari. Looking forward to seeing what he can do today in the wet conditions. Of course, our final winner from Portimao, which cast your mind back to that one, that wasn't favourable conditions there either. When we went to the likes of Italy, to the Viterbo circuit, it was the Frenchman Jules Avril who took the final win there. So 2 different final winners out of the 2 rounds that we have had. However, neither of those 2 drivers stand at the top of the standings. That honour goes to Japan's Yasuki Sato. His consistency over the course of the 2025 season has put him at the sharp end, and qualifying for him also not too bad. He starts this on the inside of row number 3, rounding out the top 5, but you could see there the rain really starting to fall a little bit here. It's not as heavy as what it was earlier on. I know that car was caught out in it on my walk to the commentary box. It's quite a significant walk. from the hospitality tent. But yes, it was very heavy rain earlier on. That has soaked the circuit. And now, obviously, with the light rain that keeps coming down over the course of it, yes, it's just going to be a torrid day today. But like I say, there is breaks in the cloud. There is sunshine creeping through. There is blue sky up there. It's just going to be an on and off day, which means we're going to have those dramas with drivers thinking about, right, do we go slicks? Do we keep it wet? Is it going to rain? Is it going to stay dry? We don't know. So it's going to be a frantic day of racing. There is a look at the rain radar. Well, that gives you an indication of, well, it's just rain, Anthony. What are you talking about? But no, then you see those patchy clouds that are all going to come over. There'll be breaks in that rain. But, yeah, so far today, that rain really starting to come down, and brollies will be put to good use. There is Donna. That is Harrison Whitcomb's mother watching on the banking on the other side of the circuit. There's no PA system over there, so she won't have heard that. So when she watches this one back, she will see that, and probably I might get some Welsh cakes. Right, here we go then. Drivers get the whistle blown, and they will head out onto the circuit. Let's take you through the full starting lineup then for the first race of the weekend in their last round of the 2025 season. It is Italy's Riccardo Ferrari and Turkey's Etis Barinci on row number 1. Otto Sakala of Finland and Nicholas Vine of Denmark go from row number 2. Yazuki Sato, championship leader, and Wojciech Woda of Poland go from row number 3. Row 4 will see Neil Russell and Ava Dorinson, who was fastest in one of the morning warm-ups earlier on this weekend, finds herself on the 4th row of the grid. Gianna Pascal and Simas Pachuska go from row number 5. They will have second in the championship, Jules Avril and Vasilis Manovis on row number 6. Amador Martinez and Nick Skulak go from row number 7. They will have the UK's Harrison Whitcomb and Australia's Annabelle Kennedy on row number 8. The middle half of the field will see Indonesia's Kimi Ray and Argentina's Simon Barbarella.
Row number 10 includes Mia Ula with Arthur Huang, and from 11 we have Siri Konsiri with Rodion Gojanov. 12 will be at Bastian Ottensummer with Georgi Samalashvili of Georgia, and from 13 we have Joachim Askeland with Andrei Adekin. 14 looks like Damien Bays versus Evil Perez, and on 15 we have Mirka Patru with Augustine Stepluveda. Your penultimate row of your grid, on row number 16 we have Philip Lenk alongside Jotam Rasenberg. And rounding out your field for the first Academy Senior qualifying heat of this weekend, we have Hungary's Donai Namalachvili with Daniel Gardella.
Well, packed grid of drivers, 34 entering this weekend, and my goodness, look at the deluge that is coming down here at the Rødby circuit. And I've got to say, this morning when we first arrived here, looked like it was going to be a nice day. There was blue sky, the sun was out. I even had my sunglasses on, believe it or not. Yeah, now it's a very different picture. There, live view from race control. Chris Lambret in there, joined by Joanna Falcao, Sam Fisher. They're going to be keeping an eye on all of the cameras out there. They're joined by fellow members from the FIA, keeping a close eye on all of the proceedings this weekend, because it is a big, important weekend, this one, Nicole. Obviously, championships are at stake. The championship fights in all 3 classes are close. These races in these raining conditions are going to be so vital. Now, one thing that we always say as commentators when it comes to the Academy Trophy is that it's very difficult because they're all in identical karts. They're all in identical suits. The only thing that's really different is the number in the helmet. Now the rain is pouring, makes it just that little bit harder to see those numbers. So do bear with us over the course of this one, but we will see what happens. But at the moment, Riccardo Ferrari will have the job to do as they head into the tram lines. Are we racing? We're going round again. And yeah, I think they're 2 spread out. Look at the spray, and that's not even full race pace right there.
Absolutely not. That midfield section that includes the likes of Kimi Ray, Simon Barbarella, all in around about that midpoint, really are going to have to deal with some serious spray, especially at that race start when heading through turns 1, 2 and 3. As in the back of the field, it looks like we've already lost one of the drivers going straight on at turn 3. Maybe a bit of a mechanical problem going out on there, but one of the drivers then has actually picked up the kart straight away on the exit of the track. So obviously some sort of technical problem going on out there.
Well, that's Simon Barbarella of Argentina who's off the track there at turn number 3. You can't see that at home. We are looking at that outside the commentary box window. Yeah, and that could be mechanical in nature, flooded engine, anything like that, quite literally with the water. They'll have covers over the airbox, like Pasquale Luppi has a cover over his head there on the gantry. He is out there bracing the conditions while we stay warm and cozy in the commentary box. We will not rub that in at all over the course of this weekend. We certainly will. Right, here we go then with a second attempt at the racing here. Marshall's doing a brilliant job out there as well. They don't have cover. They've been fantastic over the course of this weekend, keeping an eye on all the drivers. Look at that sight. Are we going right? It's going to be hard to see them tram lines. Are we racing? Lights are out. We are racing down towards turn number 1. It's Riccardo Ferrari in the inside line, but watch the standing water through T1, round the outside. Can Atis Barinci try and take the lead away? He can't. There's a spinner off in the background, and there's no stopping that one when it gets onto the grass. We'll try and figure out who that is right at the start. It's the 426. It is indeed David Orenson, who was faster in one of the warm-up sessions this weekend, is now out of the first race, and already there's drama because I can hear an exhaust off, and there's also 2 carts off at turn number 2 as well.
Barinci now being overtaken for that second position, but it is Riccardo Ferrari that leads the way. Wojciech Voda is the driver who has swapped out that second for changing for Turkey. So Ates now under a bit of pressure. I think he's actually lost 2 or 3 positions now within this opening lap. I can hear out the commentary box window then, Anthony, someone's got technical drama and exhaust coming off.
Yes, that's Damien Baez, I believe, who's got the exhaust that's coming off that you can hear. And I've got to say, I do like the sound of that. Annabelle Kennedy is another driver who's unfortunately out of this race, the same as Bastian Ottenshammer at the end of the opening lap. But across the line they go. It is Riccardo Ferrari who still leads the way ahead of Wojciech Voda. Nicholas Vine is there in 3rd place out of Yuzuki Sato. Harrison Whittingham is bringing the Welsh weather with him. He's also bringing the Welsh craft with him as well, because he's up 10 places and into the top 5.
Whittingham then is absolutely familiar with these kind of conditions back in the UK. Drivers in Great Britain do a lot over the winter where it's similar conditions, and of course we always have quite adverse weather when we're at home, so I think Harrison is driving around there feeling quite comfortable, feeling a bit at home, I'd actually say. Opening laps of this one though, I'd say a lot of these drivers are getting a bit of deja vu, because this is very similar to what we had when we were out at Portugal, those really heavy rain moments and the drivers having to deal with that. Yuzuki Sato was one of those at Portugal that did a good job to manage that wet weather, did a good job to keep the kart bolted to the circuit, where in conditions like these, where you've got those varied lines that you can take, being demonstrated there by Riccardo and Yuzuki. Riccardo taking that tighter line, Yuzuki decided to take the wider line and try and get the run off the corner. You know, difficult decisions to be made by the drivers, but both Riccardo and Yuzuki did a good job at Portugal, and so far this weekend doing a good job of demonstrating the same thing here in Denmark.
Indeed. Right now they're holding firm in those gaps here. Riccardo Ferrari may be from Italy, but he's no shy away from racing in these sort of conditions. And right now he is holding firm at the front here with the fastest lap of the race as well, 106.824. You saw that graphic very briefly up on your screen. He's holding the gap to 1 second from Wojciech Voda, who stays there at the moment. Nicholas Vane still in a good, strong spot, but everyone really holding that firm gap here, Nicole. I think everyone's just trying to think, well, to finish first you have to finish, and I could just see out of the commentary box window there, Gianna Pascal trying to go for the moves in the background. She's currently in 14th place. She tried to gain it. She just lost one to Sweden's driver, Mila Lehr, who gets through into P14. Out of the final corner, into the start-finish line. Nicholas Vine there, looking like it's closing in on Wojciech Voda. 5 for second here, Nicole. Could be on.
Absolutely could be. You just mentioned a name then, Anthony Mia Uller, the driver that pulled it when we were in Portugal in those similar conditions. Hasn't had the start so far this weekend that he would have wanted. He's here under the guidance of Alex Dalberg, but just hasn't looked like he's got that edge that he had in the previous 2 rounds. Currently finds himself just inside the top 15, having to fend off Gianna Pascal, like we just said. So then, the battle for P2 is on. Wojciech Voda versus Nicholas Vine heading through that 3rd sector. Both drivers deciding actually to take a very similar line through turn number 7. Really important that these drivers get the karts rotated before they're back on the power in these wet conditions. They don't want to experience too much wheel spin that's then going to force the kart to slide around, make you vulnerable to losing pace and losing position to the drivers behind. But these two edging ever closer, different line once more. Nicholas Vine clipping that curb to get the kart moved round that final corner. I'd say by eye he is catching up, and on the timing screen, the pace between them then is that Nicholas Vine is faster than Wojciech Woda, sat there in second.
Yeah, indeed, and watching the racing lines there as well, you can see them taking that wide entry line into the corner, very standard in karting, of course, off the actual main racing line. You want to be on that dirty part of the track. That's usually where a lot of the grip is. You don't want to be on that slippery part of the track where all the rubber from previous sessions has gone down. You may see them change from corner to corner, but that does show the practice that they've had over the course of this circuit. You'll see them watching here in towards 7 miles away from the apex. You'll see them turn in. The sort of characteristics of a kart in these sort of conditions is it goes in, you pull full lock on, it'll understeer a little bit, then it grabs, you flick the back end round, you get on the power, and then out the corner you go, versus in a slick tyre condition where you would turn and it would just point and go in that direction. So slightly different characteristics than what they used to, but they're dealing with it quite well. There's another technique of going nice and slow, hooking that inside wheel on the inside curve to help drag it through. That is what Nicholas Vine is trying to do there, but unfortunately you just don't quite get the exit speed that you want, and Wojciech Woda maintains that second place for now.
Yeah, and although curbs can help you to hook around the corner, if you're not strong enough on the front end, if you're not strong enough on that wheel and you don't hold the curb, you'll hit it, bounce off, and then lose pace, lose time to the driver ahead. You can also be clever with your driving style in the wet, like Nicholas Vine is. You can watch he's just using his body to try and float around that weight transfer in the kart, shift the weight over the front end and get more run out of the corner. He's using it very well, and there he goes, demonstrates it, clips that curb, and now finds himself changing position for Wojciech Woda because of that work put in, because of the varied lines, clipping and holding the curbs, and using that centre of gravity to really get that kart going around the circuit.
Yeah, indeed. Beautiful overtake there, and like you say, utilising that inside curb, and Nicholas Vine, despite the fact that he's 2.3 seconds off Riccardo Ferrari in the lead of this one, he still might have the chance of pushing through. Right, so let's have a look at drivers further back, because they're just creeping into shot. Harrison Whittingham in P4, 11 places gained right now. He's got past Yuzuki Sato, current championship leader, who is there in P5. But he's the one who will keep a close eye on. However, the biggest mover out there is Mirko Marko Petru, currently up 15 places right now, and is there in P14. That graphic, a big gain there for him, and he's come right from the back of the field. You've got Rosenberg as well, Sepulveda, they're up 13 and 10 places as well. Otto Sakala of Finland, unfortunately, has not had the race in this one. Unfortunately dropped down to 21st place. That is a loss of 18 place in this one, but he is still fighting in this race. As well, Nicole, the sun is starting to creep out from behind the clouds, and I'm seeing some blue sky appearing over the circuit. So just as quickly as it was raining, to which it still is, the sun is now starting to appear. I
think we could be in for an interesting day here, Anthony, because from what I saw yesterday during practice and then in those qualifying sessions, this track dries unbelievably quick, especially with the wind out there. I think in the background of the stream you can see those wind turbines really are going round. It's a windy area of Denmark, so it clears the water out quickly, and with this number of karts that are going to clear it off the racing line, I think we could be in for a dry circuit if the conditions stay like this for the time being. Rain radar then says it is dispersing a little bit out there, as Wojciech Woda then decides to go fastest on the circuit, takes that quickest lap away from Riccardo Ferrari, whose gap now is being eaten into by Nicholas Vine.
Yeah, it's come down considerably now. It's well over 2 seconds. It's down to 1.3 now. He's just taken another 4/10 out of Riccardo Ferrari's lead in the space of this one lap alone. And, well, Nicholas Vine of Denmark is probably one driver who knows this circuit like the back of his hand. Remember, the Rødby circuit here is Denmark's only FIA homologated circuit. It is the one and only track that can host an event like this. And he will, of course, I can imagine, had lots of laps around here in previous times he's been here. And I think he's utilising that now. The gap holding that at 1.3. But Riccardo Ferrari doing what he can right now. Other drivers, Muller up the 10 places now. He's into the top 10. ninth place there. Vinci from the front row of the grid, despite his best efforts of trying to get to the race lead right at the start. And unfortunately, has dropped down to P10 on this one. But everyone just pushing through nicely throughout this field. But still a relatively calm race in this one. There have been retirements, of course. Simon Pachuca, unfortunately, out. David Donaldson at the start. Annabelle Kennedy, Somerville Barella, Bastian Ottenthamer, and Damien Baez. They were all having drama right at the beginning. But for the rest of the field, still 28 runners out there, Nicole. That is good going in conditions like this.
Absolutely is, but let's not forget in karting, when we have those wet conditions, you do see the drivers start to spread out quite a lot. They don't follow each other as closely as we do in dry racing, so that is maybe why you're seeing a bit more of a calmer race and why we have actually got all of our runners going round currently with those 28s, other than those early lap retirements. The good stuff then by our seniors for their first qualifying heat. Big hitters, Mia Ola continuing to try and make up places. He's up by 10 to break into the top 10. Then also got Mika Matru Patru, 16 place gain within this race. So I'd say maybe some good wet track knowledge for Mircea out there in 13th.
Indeed. Eyes on the mid-pack here as they're all scrambling for position. This is Mia in that ninth place battle. It's got Martinez just ahead. Neil Russell's just there as well. Barinci just behind. Everyone trying to fight for position in this one. But Kimi Ray, he's just there behind as well. He's looking to see if he can try and capitalize on this one. But let's see what happens. Eyes back on the leaders though here, Nicole. Gap is down to 0.6 of a second here. And for Nicholas Vine, this will be a real confidence boost here with the gaps that he's managed to close in. And look at that. That does not look like 0.6 of a second to me right now. That looks a lot less than that. But time is running out here, Nicole. We're on lap number 12, 13. Last lap board will be out to the drivers at the end of this lap. If they see it. But yeah, it's going to be a feisty one all the way to the end, I am sure.
Absolutely is, because Vine did go purple in that sector 2 previously. I'd say that is where he took out that big chunk from Italy's Riccardo Ferrari. On the timing screens, it says that the gap's gone back up to 0.6, now drops down once more to 3. So Nicholas Vine absolutely on the charge there in that second position. When he comes around this time, he will see that last lap board as he takes a different line on the entry to turn 7 once more, clipping those curbs to try and get the car hooked round. We'll head out of turn number 11. What is the gap now as they're rewarded that not actually last lap just yet then. So they will continue to go round 0.4 of a second. The gap is back up to, so Riccardo doing a good job to try and recover, but it looks like he's just got the entry to turn number 3. A little bit tricky there with sliding around on that front end. Nicholas Vine still hunting down, but you know, you don't want to push too hard, trip over yourself and make a big mistake that's then going to force him maybe into the side of Riccardo or off the circuit. So being steady and finding that balance of pushing but also not over driving is really important for Nicholas here.
It certainly is. Through turn 8 they go, carrying that speed. You can see the closing distance under braking here. Now remember, Nicholas Vine had that overtake at turn number 7. That's where he feels a little bit more confident. Watch him here again, hooks that inside curb a little bit. He'll do the same here like he's been doing in previous races. Yet again, hooking that one, trying to carry the speed. Riccardo Ferrari doing the same. However, he missed that curb, so he was on that slippery part of the track. Last lap board goes out now. We go on to lap 13, and this is going to be the last lap that Nicholas Vine could do something here. It's right in the spray there, right in the toe. He might wait once again for turn at number 7. That's where he felt comfortable earlier on in this race. You can see how he's going to take the wide line here, try and hook it back through some of the corners as they climb back up. It's a slight gradient here up in towards turn number 5. Back down the hill they go. This is where it starts to heat up through 6, in towards turn 7. Looks to the inside, hooks the inside curb. Is it going to work for him? Yes, it will. Riccardo Ferrari has got nothing to do there. He's going to try and get the switch over as they go side by side. Now watch out for the cutback here. He'll turn it in early. He'll get on the power sooner. They're wheel to wheel on the exit, but it is Vine who has the inside line, but that might scupper his exit once again for them out of turn number 11. It looks good though for Nicholas Vine out of the final corner. From that second row of the grid, he will come to the line. Denmark wins in Denmark. It is Nicholas Vine. Across the line, he wins the first Academy Senior race of the weekend ahead of Riccardo Ferrari. Wojciech Woda finishes in third place ahead of Harrison Whittingham. Yuzuki Sato does take P5 ahead of Jules Avril. Neil Russell crosses the line 18.5 seconds further down from the race leader. We have to wait quite a while for Mir Alera to cross from Sweden. He does so now as the big group behind closes in. Barinci from Martinez, Kimi Ray from Skulak, Huang from Pascal, Samarashvili from Adakin, Yurianov from Lenk, Sepulveda and Askland, who round out the next runners there on your screen. But there, Nicholas Vine, Riccardo Ferrari and Wojciech Woda, 1, 2, 3 in a pretty calm and controlled race there for the top runners.
Yeah, other than those first lap dramas where we saw some retirements, everybody else managed to keep it on the circuit quite well. We had some big hitters within the race as well. The likes of Harrison Whitcomb, who went up 11 places. Mio Euler matched that to finish in 8th within an 11th place game. And Philip Lenk up by 13 as well. So good opportunities for these drivers out here on a circuit that has many, many overtaking positions.
Yeah, certainly so. Amazing what you can do when you actually use a wet tyre. Drivers then at the end of this one, they will head back to Parc Fermé. That is their job done for now. We will see the academies back out later on today for their second heat and last heat of the day. That'll be out on track hopefully at around 2:25 local time. But that is then. Right now, we'll be having a look at some of the highlights from that race as there. Nicholas Vine comes in. Job well done. Solid, controlled drive. Great sportsmanship there. Riccardo Ferrari congratulating him. Nice little scrap right at the end there and showcasing that Nicholas Vine could certainly put something into play here this weekend. The championship is close, and Nicholas Vine is 9th in the points. He is he's 49 points away from Yuzuki Sato. There is 75 points available over the course of this weekend. However, that is a tough gap to close. With everyone else, Sato, Martinez, Riccardo Ferrari, of course, is 4th in the points, but Barinci, Wojciech Woda, Mio Alera as well. They're all ahead in those points. It's going to be a difficult gap to close down over the course of this weekend. Let's have a look at the highlights. Well, initially, great start. The spray immense, but the field not afraid of some rain as they went to battle through turn number 1. Riccardo Ferrari hitting that standing water on the inside, but the wet tyres doing their job and holding him firm on the front of that grid. You saw drivers, unfortunately, in the background there getting caught out in the gravel traps, and we did lose a fair few drivers at the start of that one. Damien Baez, Bastian Ottenshammer, Simon Bulbarella, Annabelle Kennedy and Ava Dorrington all struggling right at the start of that race.
Yeah, absolutely was. All drivers just fell off the circuit then, everybody going side by side, and it made things difficult. Harrison Whitcomb was one of your drivers that took no time to make up positions. I think he deployed some of that wet track knowledge experienced back in the UK to really pluck off some places. We had retirements towards that midsection of the race. Crucially, this was a moment that Riccardo Ferrari found himself being traded for that race win with Nicholas Vine. Vine then demonstrating a nice little overtake in towards turn at number 7, clipped that curb to get the kart rotated round and pulled off some nice moves. Wojciech Woda was one of the drivers as well that he overtakes, so actually had to put in 3 moves to get himself into the race lead. Further back down, Woda didn't have to battle out too much, and this was it then. This was when Nicholas Vine finally bit the bullet, took out that 1.3 second gap that Riccardo Ferrari had gained himself in the previous part of the race, and ended up as your race leader. Good stuff then by the driver, who is, I think, using some of that home track knowledge here in Denmark.
Yeah, certainly would agree with you on that one. To the checkered flag went to Nicholas Vine, clear at the end by 0.6 of a second ahead of Riccardo Ferrari. And like we say, Wojciech Woda rounding out that top 3. Well, there you can see, Nicole, there are blue skies above us at the moment. The sun is trying to break through. Amazingly, though, it is still raining. It's one of those fabulous phenomenons that we like to see in the UK. The sun's shining, yet it is still raining. Denmark also gets that as well. Right, next race coming up very, very soon. OK Junior qualifying heat B versus F. And that man there, Guillaume Bruno of Belgium for Parallel Motorsport. Great run in qualifying. He became the 2nd fastest driver overall. Here's what he had to say after TQ.
Graham, it's pole for you in group and it was a last-minute lap as well. Can you tell us, did you expect to be the fastest driver in your group?
J'étais dans le meilleur groupe et du coup je me suis dit que j'essayais d'aller faire un petit top 10 ou un truc là et je m'attendais pas à faire la pole position et voilà.
And this is the last round of the European Championship. Can you tell us about the progress throughout the year to make you as fast as you are here at the last race?
Comme c'était la dernière course, au moins on essaie de s'améliorer pour l'année prochaine et pour l'année prochaine essayer d'aller chercher un top 3, voilà.
And we need to wait to see what times are put in by the next group. But what are you thinking about the racing? Do you think you can stay at the front end of the field?
J'aimais bien, c'était bien, le châssis tout était bien et après le reste, je peux pas dire, tout était parfait.
Well, good to chat there to Guillaume Bruno, who finds himself back on that front spot after his results yesterday. 3rd place in his first race, and then an unfortunate DNF in that second has put him still in a tricky spot here, Nicole, but we suspect he might be one to certainly keep an eye on. There, once again, is your rain radar. It is still raining by a small amount, so we're right on the edge of it, but you can see the blue sky that is going to be coming over the circle, which means we're going to get one of those fabled situations, Nicole, a drying track, wind going out there, the sun shining down on the track, meaning we're going to get that transition from a wet to dry circuit. Who will be the first group that will transition over to those slick tyres?
I don't think you can quite see it on the stream, but I'd absolutely say out there it's still quite heavy there, Anthony. If you look at the puddles,
it is still raining. Yeah.
The rain is still going down, so I don't know if we're going to be in for a drying track just yet, but it is slowing. It's nowhere near as heavy as it was earlier on and this morning. Like you can see there, brollies are still out. Everybody trying to protect themselves from that water, but I'd like to see one of those moments where is it going to dry, is it going to stay wet? I think that's a stage in the weekend that makes it very interesting, not only for us, but for the drivers and for the mechanics as well. Really, really difficult to make that call, especially at a final round where every point is going to matter. And being in the position where you're having to adjust the setup last minute because you're not sure if it's going to be wet or dry is great stuff.
That's a shot there, isn't it? The great work from the amazing marshalling teams here at the Rødby circuit in Denmark. Of course, they are all volunteers here over the weekend. They do it because they love the sports. They love to just be there to help and assist and keep the racing nice and safe. And despite the fact that it's raining, they're all out there, hopefully enjoying the racing that they have got this weekend. Of course, for everyone else who's out there, the mechanics, of course, they're having to deal with the rain, the officials who are out there, there's spectators here at the circuit as well. And of course, if you are local to the Rødby circuit, do come on down. It's an open event. You can join us. There's plenty of things to do here at the circuit, one including watching the fabulous racing here over the course of this weekend. And hopefully that blue sky does stay out for us in that meantime. Right, we are moments away from the start of this race. Now, it was due to start at 10:55. I believe we are a little bit behind on that one with the morning, but we are still hopefully going to be getting this one started. There is the race cafe. That's halfway down. Now, this is really helpful for us because this is the halfway point from the commentary box to doing the interviews. So if you get hungry, you stop off, grab a hot dog, then make your way down the rest of the way. And by the time you've got there, you're all good. There, Pasquale Lupoli going through his, well, probably at this moment, sodden notes. They're probably very wet now out there. And yeah, he'll have to be very careful. But FIA race director this weekend, joined by the likes of Gonzalo Planta out there as the deputy. no Nigel Edwards this weekend, which is a big shame. He's off in the PFI, of course, because if you're unaware, it is the Kart Masters Grand Prix this weekend, but we don't worry about that because we're going to be focusing on this weekend with FIA Karting, and I'm sure my good friend Henry Badetta said something very similar at his event in this one as well. Right, engines are fired up. Drivers make their way out onto the circuit. It is OK Junior qualifying heat B versus F. Let's take you through the full starting lineup. It is Pierre Bonneau and Dean Hugendorn, current championship leader. In the case, he's on that front row of the grid after his results yesterday, a second and a third. Can he capitalise in the wet conditions today? Leonardo Gorski and Santiago Diaz de la Vega are on row number 2. They'll be joined by second in the championship, Noah Baglin and Mariano Lopez, who had a bit of drama in his first race but came back strong in race number 2 with a P6. Benjamin Magnac and Julian Fresnelli go from row number 4. They'll have Juan Garciase and Alex Malota on row number 5. They'll be joined by Felipe Sanchez and Gilles Herman on row 6. Row 7 sees Maxim Bobajov and Victor Stelmach, who will round out the first half of the field.
Row number 8, we have Bergon Petrotti alongside Giacomo Giusto, and from row number 9, we have Luke Tau with Zavre Dudkovsky. From 10 includes Asher Osteen with Tony Cacciaferro, and from row number 11, we have Magnus Morch with Oliveri Sini. 12 will be Lucas Bonholm, who's recently just joined the Energy Course team alongside Gregor Callas. And from row number 13, we have Wendy Bow with Evan Purcell. 14, your penultimate row of your grid is Ludovico Mazzola versus Marcel Kazapla. And on the 15th row, after not setting that qualifying time but making some good places up in the heats, we have Michael McGoy.
I caught up with Michael McGoy this morning and said to him, Michael, what happened in qualifying? You were so quick here last weekend. He'd be like, oh, I crashed. I'd be like, oh, well, okay, then fair enough. We were very open about it. He said he actually crashed into another driver. Yeah, I won't mention that one. Well, I just did. But, you know, he said he's had a tough one, but his pace is good. He's made his way through the field. His results yesterday were actually quite staggering how he was getting through the field. And that's the same story for some of the Ricky Flynn drivers you're going to see. Turner Brown, one of them. He's a driver who didn't have a great qualifying, the same as Evan Purcell. They both had dramas, but the pace is there. They know their package is quick. They will be fighting through the field over the course of this one for the Ricky Flynn Motorsport outfit. I can happily say, as a member of the British population, it is brightening up out there. And right now, the drivers really will be focusing here with all these wet tyres on the track. It really does clear the track super quick. It's the idea of the wet tyre. It disperses the water. It clears that standing water out on track, puts the rubber down, and gives the grip to the drivers. But it does have one downside, is the spray. But into the tram lines, are we racing? Lights are not out. We are going around again.
Drivers then just having to back off, of course, in this spray with the false starts. They don't want to bunch up too much. They don't want to find themselves going into the back of the driver ahead there. We can see it on the screen. This is just a school of karts in the same area, so they need to try and find themselves in good position again so you don't see that domino effect, because it's easily done when you've got that low visibility created by the spray. Keep an eye then, like we said, on some names further back in the field in this race, Evan Purcell and Michael McGoy being two of those. Asher Osteen as well, he had a P10 yesterday in one of the heats, so made up some good places there from 19th. And on a circuit like this, where there are ample overtaking opportunities, it can be done. We'll see a replay then, and there you can just see how difficult it is for these drivers to get in position in these conditions.
It's tricky enough in the dry and clear conditions. You add a load of spray and a wet circuit, yes, it makes it dramatically different. Rain now is borderline, it's borderline stopped now out there. There's one or two spits of water still in the air. The sun is going to break through. That brings a new challenge for the drivers, and that is a shiny circuit, of course, when the sun beams down on a wet road. But it's the worst thing. You get the reflection up into the visor, so hopefully they won't have to deal too much with that. Right, into the tram line. Second time. Are we racing? Lights are out. We are down in towards turn number 1. It's a good start for the front row. It's a better start there for Leonardo Gorski. From the second row goes through, but drama in the background. They go wide onto the grass. Amazing kart control there, Nicole. They hold on to the island and they stay in the lead of this race, but crucially, it is Leonardo Gorski who leads the way at the start of this race.
All drivers doing a good job to stay on the tarmac then, because at that point in the circuit, like you just saw, there's parts that fall away in the grass, drivers getting caught out and lucky to be able to get back onto the circuit. I can see Noah Bagling trying to fight for position there in that front end section. Hasn't been able to make any moves stick just yet, as we've got the two Paralins out there really trying to fight it out. That does include Priam Bruno, so having to fend off, is that Juan Gaciarce that is up at the front end of your field? Dean Hugendorn has lost position. Baglin, though, and Hugendorn pushing their way through to get into second and third so far. Baglin looking like he was going to have a look down at turn number 10, but hasn't been able to get anything done just yet, as we've now got big drama out of turn 7. That's one of the drivers there, parked now, the 285.
Xavier Dukowski, yeah, Kowski Motorsport. He had one attempt to get it started. He tried and unfortunately did not succeed, and he is out of this race. Eyes on this one, yes, indeed. Hugendorn pushing through. He's up there into second place now. He is still fighting for that championship. At this moment, he leads the intermediate classification ahead of Baglin. There is Xavier Dukowski's kart that has been dragged off the circuit. But yes, Hugendorn right now just needs to make sure he does one thing and one thing only, and that is keep Baglin behind him over the course of this weekend. And so far, he has done just that. With the rest of the field now in a good spot. You were mentioning Juan Gaciarce. You are correct, it is him there in third place, but he is having to deal with Baglin. That is all over his case, and looks to the inside. Little bit of contact there between the two, but no real drama. Now goes full send on that inside curb. Baglin gets through and up into third place.
Almost a bit of a moment then for those two drivers heading out of that final sector, but like you said, Anthony, Baglin has made the move stick into P3, and the next driver is his Prema teammate and his championship rival, who he will be trying to chase up to. Gaciarce then up by 5 positions early on in the stages of this race, and now thinking about Julian Frasnelli right there behind him. Take that back, because Frasnelli has moved the move stick out of turn 4. Frasnelli now finds himself traded to be in 4th place. Gaciarce now thinking about Priam Bruno, who's lost 5 places in the opening couple of laps of this one. Started, of course, on pole, but hasn't been able to put it together in these early stages. Busier race then for our juniors compared to what we just saw from our academy seniors. Everybody really trying to trade for position, and is that now Lopez trying to have a look at the front end of the field as well? Don't think it actually is, as we've got one of the Fusions overtaking now into the final sector. The Paralins once more find themselves together out of turn number 11. Priam Bruno then trying to have a look. And that is actually Victor Stalmack that made the move stick. Paralin tries to get it done at turn number 1, but backs out of it with the rubber that's put down there. Anthony, I think rubber and water, you know, famously do not mix, and that's making it really difficult for these drivers in that first sector. So much of that grip would have been laid down in the warmer conditions we saw yesterday.
Yeah, certainly so, and we will start to see those warmer conditions very soon, as the sun very quickly breaking out. Unfortunately, under investigation. Wendy, unfortunately, we'll be seeing that one. That will be not too well received. There's all down the inside there. That's a nice change. Hugendorn getting through. Baglin getting through past Gorski as well. Noah Baglin up into second place. It's the two Premas, 1-2 here. Now, both of them are in their separate groups. It's the first time they have raced against each other this weekend. Now Frasnelli gets through past Leonardo Gorski. He steps up into third place as he pushes his way down. You can see how considerably the spray has diminished now at this point. The track really trying to get a dry line out there, but we are a long way off that. But we will keep a close eye on that lead fight, because now Hugendorn will have that pressure of Baglin behind him.
Well, the Williams driver out there in the front then yesterday had a second and a third. Currently, he's on the charge to maybe get a race win in here so far this weekend. But his teammate of Baglin, the Ferrari driver behind, is faster. That previous lap, it was a 10th of a second. As we've got drama out there then, that was one of the drivers that was at the front just a moment ago. That is Gorski that finds himself in trouble on the exit of turn 3. Gets the kart going again, but is going to slip down the order then. And Leonardo Gorski, who had a 6th and a 3rd yesterday in heats, now finds himself in a spot of bother. More dramas going further back in the field. That includes Victor Stelmach, who's been traded for position with Alex Malotta. This is for 4th place, but Stelmach looks like he was going to have a look down at turn number 10, see if he did manage to pull that off. Battle, though, on between Malotta and Stelmach once more, and Malotta has got back past these two, really trading for position, and this is bringing Priam Bruno back into the fight as well after he lost a number of positions in those first 3 laps.
He certainly did, but again, this is what wet conditions can do to a field. They can really shake things up, and they can bring things close together. And speaking of things getting close together, Baglin has just set the fastest lap of the race and has closed the gap down now to 0.7 of a second between the two of them. There they are on your screen. Baglin wanting to get in front here, and doing so would take the lead of the intermediate classifications. They are 135 and 132 points to their names apiece. As down the inside, nice little lunge there for Priam Bruno on Victor Stelmach. Gets through and back up inside the top 5.
We said before the race started then about Michael McGoy's progression throughout the heats. What can he achieve from the back end of the grid after crashing in qualifying? Well, in this one so far, it's a 14-place gain from the driver for Koskis, currently sat in P15, chasing down Gilles Herman. Herman, one of the drivers that has made a last-minute season change for teams, has jumped over to the factory Tony Kart team, previously with VDK, and is actually looking a bit stronger there on the OTK machinery. This weekend, he's currently sat P15, fending off Michael McGoy, who has actually now made that position stick. So it's a 15-place gain now for Michael McGoy. This is that replay then for Leonardo Gorski out of turn 3.
You know what?
Just looks self-inflicted.
A little bit, but how lucky is he to keep that power and keep that engine on? These are clutchless karts, of course, and if you spin, you will stall the engine. That was just a case of a lot of power, and the last driver I remember doing that at a certain Nordic circuit was Kenzo Craigie at Kristianstad. He spun out of one of the chicanes, gave it a boot full of power, and away he went again. But yeah, that was a very close moment there for Leonardo Gorski, who finds himself still holding on to the top 10. Eyes on this one here. The Fusion's moving up. Victor Stelmach still looking comfortable. Asher Osteen as well on the charge. A 10-place gain puts him in 9th place right now as Hugendorn retaliates to Baglin and sets the fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, I would say Hugendorn has probably been aware that his teammate is hunting him down. They are going out of turn at number 5. Has tried to turn up the dial, I would say. Hugendorn knows that Noah is right there, and although they're teammates, they're also rivals for this championship fight. They both want it. They've both had podiums so far in finals throughout the year. But this is the moment that it absolutely counts. Hugendorn out of turn at number 9 and gets it absolutely right. Both drivers looking like they're taking a similar line through turn 10. What do they do through 11? Pretty much the same thing, close to that white line at turn number 11. They'll head down towards the start-finish gantry once more. 0.6 of a second the gap is currently, and it is now reduced by 0.5 tenth by Baglin. So it is edging closer and closer despite Hugendorn putting in that purple lap.
Indeed, they're just going to fight against each other this weekend. It is literally a championship fight between these two very drivers. Barely any point, about less than 20 points going into this round, which means that every single point scoring opportunity, be it the qualifying heats, be it the super heats, be it that very important final, plus that fastest lap of the race in the final, could make the difference between one of these drivers being champion or not in the FIA Karting European Series. But eyes on this one, still Hugendorn doing what he can, but you've got to understand the pressure that is going through both of these drivers right now.
Yeah, absolutely is, but both of them doing a good job so far this weekend to just hold it together. They've both got very similar resources around them, both part of Formula One junior teams. They're both with the Premier Camp here this weekend, so they're being given the same opportunity, I would say. Last lap board has been given to Dean Hugendorn out there in the front, who's once more opened up that gap again. 0.7 splits up him and Noah, the 205 from the 202, and dying stages. I would say Noah is running out of time here then, Anthony.
Yeah, indeed, but you know what? I think a smart drive here would be settling for 2nd place. You don't need to push too hard, potentially fall off the road, anything like that. They are still at the hip in terms of intermediate classification points. You know, if Hugendorn can keep hold of that lead in those points, he will still gain more points and will extend that championship lead at the end of this weekend. Baglin needs to find himself ahead in those points, but this will be the only race they do together this weekend in these qualifying heats phase. And right now between the two of them, it's Hugendorn who has set the gauntlet between the two of them. Out of the final corner, it is the Netherlands and Dean Hugendorn to the line. He maintains his lead in the intermediate classification and continues to hold at the front in the championship until, I'm sure, the very, very last point scoring opportunity this weekend. It's a championship fight to the end, and Dean Hugendorn finds himself on the top, ahead of Baglin and Frasnelli in third place. Malota finishing in P4 ahead of Priam Bruno. Stalmack from Magnac. Then it is Luke Tal from Asher Osteen and Leonardo Gorski who rounds out the top 10. Biggest mover in the top 10 is Asher Osteen. Biggest mover overall, you'll have to look to Michael McGoy, the Koski Motorsport driver. 17 places gained in 12th place.
I just think that highlights again then, Anthony, the number of overtaking opportunities that exist around this circuit. So McGoy rounds out your top 12. Good stuff there by him. 17 places gained, big hitter within the race. But crucially, Hugendorn, the driver that had that second and that third yesterday, has set the standard so far this morning for our juniors. A 1.2 second gap from his teammate there in second place. And the remainder of your field after Michael McGoy, who we just mentioned, includes Juan Garfiate, Lucas Bonholm, Gian Herman, Mariano Lopez, Felipe Sanchez, Maxim Bobrashov, Olivier Ricini and Giacomo Giusto as your top 20. We then had Evan Purcell, Wenyubo, Ludovico Mazzolo, Gregor Callas, Magnus Morch, Marcel Cazapla and Tony Cacciafero as your remaining finishers. And of course, we had two DNFs within that race. Egon Podrotti was one of those, and Zavre Didkovsky as well. There he is then on your screen. Hugendorn there. Steady stuff. Good stuff by the driver who is going to be fighting hard this weekend to try and crown himself a European champion.
So he is the Williams junior driver, certainly delivering this weekend. Look at this. We've got a Williams versus Ferrari championship fight this weekend. That is going to be a fabulous one with Hugendorn and Baglin. One to watch, I'm sure. Let's have a look at the highlights from this one. Well, look at the start here from Leonardo Gorski. Right at the beginning of it, pulls out to the inside ahead of Brian Bruno. Looks to the inside move, hooks onto that inside curb and just drags himself around while the driver's stuck on the outside. Were very, very close to being eliminated right at the start.
Yeah, I think that could have been Mariano Lopez, who started right at the front on that third row. He was the driver that got themselves caught out on that mud on the exit of turn number 1, found himself tumbling down the order. Battles going on then early on. This is when Hugendorn lit things up and overtook the Paralins to jump up the field. Baglin did a good job to follow his lead and capitalise off of that as well. Priam Bruno, after losing that race lead and dropping backwards, had to pluck off some positions. And momentarily, it was the two Paralins of Bruno and Juan Garfiate that were battling it out. Baglin did not let off the entire race, as did Dean Hugendorn either. It was around turn number 10 that he got the kart hooked, clipped it in on the curb and made that move into P3 before finishing in second. Julian Frasnelli was also a driver that was not letting off. It was a 5-place gain for Frasnelli, and Alex Malota replicated very similar moves just behind him as well. Leonardo Gorski looked strong in the early stages, but got it absolutely wrong twice within that race. It was around that second sector, didn't quite get it hooked in on the curb, and then later on actually fell apart around turn number 3. He was overtaken by Julian Frasnelli very cleanly in that early stage. Tried to return the favour, and this is when it went absolutely wrong for Gorski. 360 moment, and very lucky to be able to keep his foot in, keep that rev high, to not stall and actually to manage finishing off the race and not actually finishing too far down the order considering a moment like that.
Yeah, indeed. Out of the final corner though, Dean Hugendorn will remain victorious here at the circuit of Rødby, and he will continue that championship fight all the way to the end of the weekend. Seniors coming up next, qualifying heat B versus F, the same groups, but this time the senior category. And I've got to say, Nicole, a bit of drama in this next one. We're missing quite a few drivers from this grid, 4 to be in fact, but we'll come back to that in a few moments. Jensen Minette there on your screen, second fastest driver in time qualifying. Really good job in his rookie year in the senior category. Here's what the Canadian had to say.
Jensen, fastest in group and faster than the group before. Great lap out there for you. Can you tell us about what it really takes to get this circuit correct?
I mean, I'm really at a loss for words, to be honest. Last week, did qualified pole. This week, I wasn't expecting it. I was coming in with high hopes, but I didn't realize I would do this well. So I'm very grateful. I mean, mixed conditions on the track. I saw the session before, wet, dry, had to kind of decide the lines and where you wanted to brake. But yeah, just put in my best lap, and thankfully it paid off.
And you just said you didn't expect to be this fast. Why do you actually think that you are? What is it that you've done that others out there on the track didn't?
I think, honestly, in Canada, low grip conditions, honestly, at the tracks, I just wasn't expecting it, to be honest. Like, I wasn't very quick tomorrow. Wasn't very quick yesterday. But yeah, honestly, as you can see, I'm speechless. I'm at a loss for words.
Well, Jensen, congratulations. Great result so far.
Thank you very much.
Don't worry, Jensen, I'm looking forward to yesterday as well. Let's see what happens in this race. Sun really starting to shine now. But yes, I got to address the elephant in the room on this one. 4 drivers missing, and I was just scouring through my notes in here. I can't see anything that would say that these drivers would be taken out of the weekend for judicial purposes. They're still here. They're still racing. They're just not on this grid. Now, is this a case of they have missed the grid? Is this a choice of a lot of drivers waited for the last second? What are they going to choose? We are not far away from that turning point of the track going to a dry line, and maybe we see some slick tyres out there, of course, because this track does dry rapidly out there. And there you can see not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 karts missing, one of them being Sebastian Pavan, who's due to start in the 4th row of the grid.
Well, Pavan missing then for Energy, and his teammate of Androtis, who's supposed to be starting 23rd, not there either. So is it the case as the team maybe got something slightly wrong? Need to try and find out. I think actually they have missed the gate from what I'm being told in my ears then, Anthony. And that's drama.
Well, it is, and that is, of course, the case of what are we doing? Are we going slicks? Are we going wets? Everyone will have made that choice.
The rain has stopped.
The rain has stopped. The sun is beaming down on the circuit now. Honestly, I think at the end of this race, maybe even the next race, we're going to see a dry line out on circuit, and we could see some slicks breaking into it. Right now, though, impossible. The track is soaking wet. But, yeah, this is certainly going to be a drama. And that makes me wonder, why would it be for slick tyres if that was the case? Because the circuit is very, very wet right now. But you can see from the rain radar, there is no more rain in the sky anywhere near us.
Well, I'm looking forward to this then. We said it earlier on. That makes for interesting racing. Drivers having to manage that tyre, manage the decisions out there. We also had other big moments yesterday then, Anthony, within our championship fight between Kostoya and Anagnostiadis. Anagnostiadis had a DNF in the first heat and then a disqualification as well. So that is going to absolutely throw some turbulence around as we go into the remainder of the heats for James. Watch what he tries to do from that 15th spot.
Well, I briefly caught up with him and his dad this morning before the morning warm-ups. One thing that they said to me straight away was enjoy your commentary box outside of the rain. But then secondly, you know, they're just looking into this one with a smile on their face. It's their first real drama-filled weekend, their first real DNFs over the course of the season. James consistently has been on point. That's why he finds himself up at the sharp end of the championship. And, you know, a real shame to come into this one with 2, well, devastating results for him. Like you say, a DNF and a DSQ, putting him right back in the order. There is a look at your intermediate classification at the moment. It is Roman Kamyat who leads the way. He's had 2 wins out of 2, the only driver to have 2 wins out there. So he does lead the points ahead of Ivanikov Martinez. Sala, Turney and Drummond. Now Filippo Sala is in this race on the front row of the grid. He joins Jenson Burnett on that front row. Jenson Burnett at this moment sits 8th in the points. But as they head out, let's fire through that full starting lineup. And as it is Jenson Burnett and Filippo Sala on the front row of the grid. Ivanikov there in second in the points, starts on the second row of the grid ahead of Gino Rocchio in P4. Emilio Covisto and Davide Battaro round out the top 6 on row number 3. Row 4 won't see Sebastiano Pavan. It'll be Toby Gale all on his own. Marcus Juncher and Marco Gars making it all Danish, row number 5. Zhao Zijun and Efim Dudanov go from row number 6. Clovis Nugrade and Mats Van Ruin will round out the first half of the field on row number 7.
Row number 8 includes James Anagnosiadis of Australia with Daniel Kelleher of Ireland, and then from 9 we have Alexander Chartier with Quara Fearhand. 10 will house Radek Vavra with Francois Cardel, and from row number 11 we will not have Joseph Smith, but we will have Sun Yabi. 12 will look like Paul Androtis, but he's missing, with Louis Cochet. And then from row number 13, we have Maria Neto, who made up some really good progress yesterday with a 14th place and an 11th place gain. She'll be starting alongside Hugo Marti on that 13th row. And then your final row of the grid, after big dramas in qualifying, we have Jason Bralick with Jagrat Detroiter.
Indeed, so with 4 drivers missing from the grid, that means a lot of drivers at the back will have a good chance here to gain a fair few positions here, so we will keep a close eye on their progression. I've got to say, Nicole, that sun now beaming through our commentary box window certainly warmed it up in here. Air temperature slowly creeping up as well. Honestly, I do feel like this track could be dry a lot sooner than I'm seeing dry patches
line. Look at turn
on
1.
the start-finish line. Yeah, indeed, the next race could be slick tyres here, and this is drama for these drivers right now. Of course, they only get a handful of sets of wet tyres to use. This session here right now could wreck these tyres, but the Max's wet tyres are actually very good in conditions like this. They don't chew themselves apart, unlike some other kart tyres. If you go out there on a completely dry circuit or a drying circuit on a wet tyre, it could be a slick by the end of that race, but that's down to the core, and trust me, you don't want one of those tyres on board. Right then, into the tram lines. Are we racing? 4 missing drivers. Lights are up. We are racing down in towards turn number 1. It is a good start for the field there, but keep a close eye as all. Filippo Sala goes down to 3rd. He's going to try and take the outside line, try to get the switch over here, but he's got an MP kart and is inside there of Emilio Covisto. He's denied that chance of getting through. But crucially, you can see there the Birol of holding on. If Radikov is holding on to the second place spot there, but it's all going well. Not for James Anagnosiadis. Well, no, it's not Anagnosiadis, but out of the race and spinning straight off the circuit there is a Ricky Flynn and a Paralin.
Anagnosiadis, Anthony, is in 5th. He has jumped right up the order. No, make that 4th. So the driver that needs a good race within this one started 15th, now finds himself in the top 4. We saw one of the Ricky Flynns there found themselves on the grass. Very good job to keep that rev high, not get spinning around on that wet grass, and managed to rejoin the circuit. But we have lost the 172 out there now, will not be able to rejoin. That is Quara Fearhand that finds himself out of this race.
Indeed. Well, we'll focus on the rest of it as we go side by side across the line now in towards turn number 1. You can see the MP Motorsport machine trying to gain the positions on the Kart Republic, but it is Daniel Kelleher who holds off Emilio Covisto as they stay 6th and 7th. And I've got to say, for Daniel Kelleher, 10th place gain is on the charge here right now as he sits there in P6. Like you said, with Anagnosiadis, an 11th place gain puts him in 4th place. And this is a much better start to his day from the results he had earlier on. But he is not alone there. He has got the ASD Monster K factory team driver of Gino Rocchio currently there in P5 as they will try and push themselves forwards. As, yes, we have lost a couple of drivers in this one. Marcus Juncher, Kere Fehan, as you were talking out. The other 2 drivers was Sonia B and Hugo Marti, unfortunately, who had that drama right at the beginning of the race as well.
Burnett then still leading the way. Driver from Canada, he said in his driver interview, as we've got drama out there, is that mechanical problems for one of the MPs.
It certainly
down the order.
It's Emilio Covisto, unfortunately, who's had the drama, and his kart grinds to a halt, unfortunately, right in front of the entire pack of karts, all behind him. They did amazing work to try and avoid that, but he really slowed down the second half of the field there. And Amelie Koivisto, despite the good start in this race, is out.
Is out of this race, but we'll go back to focusing on our front two, Burnett and Ivanikov. Burnett then said at home in Canada he's used to those low grip conditions and doing a good job so far to keep hold of things, but Ivanikov is breathing down his neck there in second because he has gone purple on that previous lap, and you can see Ivanikov looking controlled but looking like he's really pushing that Birrell round the circuit. Through turn 9 they go, that banked corner. Still Ivanikov just taking small chunks out of Burnett now, and the gap between the two drops down to 0.2 of a second, so he's absolutely knocking on the door now to try and go for that race lead. As we've now got Zhao under investigation for potentially breaking formation at the start of this race. And Agnostiadis hasn't managed to catch up onto the back of Sala just yet. He's not on that bank bumper, but he is knocking on the door there for that third place.
He certainly is, and usually at this point I would say, oh, you know, he doesn't need to overtake, he could stay there, it's good for him. After the 2 results he's had at the start of the season, he does need to get this overtake turn. He needs to gain as many places as he can. He needs maximum points on this second half to try and really push him up the order. At this moment, he is well down in the points and not going to be a person who's going to make it into the Super Heats, let alone a final. And he's going to lose out on a smattering of points there if that is the case. But he's going to try his hardest, I'm sure, in the second half of the day. Really looking forward to see what Agnostiadis can do. But Kelleher's now up into 5th place. He's going to be closing in on this as well. As we hold on to the lead here, Jensen Burnett this time around is looking a lot stronger after his 4th and 2nd. Yesterday, he is still looking for that first qualifying heat win. And you see that there, Nicole. They are cooling the tyres down. They're going off the racing line here because it is drying a lot faster than I think they realised.
Absolutely is, and I was actually looking at some of the graphs of that tyre temperature and how it fluctuates around this circuit. It's really surprising the way that the temperature drops and then peaks again around the track. As we've now got drama out there for one of the KRs, that's the 116B, that's Daniel Kelleher's kart. That is Kelleher, the driver who had got right up the order earlier on with an 11th place gain, has now had a problem out there. I don't know if he's crashed or if it's a technical problem, but Kelleher will not continue to go round within this heat. Going back then to that tyre focus, the temperature around this circuit completely different to what we saw at the turbo. It really peaks and then drops again, and like you just saw from Burnett, doing a good job to try and manage that and cool down the rubber that will start to get chewed in now because we have got that dry line forming, and Vladimir Ivanikov has caught on to that fast thinking as well and thought, that's what he's doing, that's what I need to do.
It kind of looks like he's trying to break the slipstream a little bit. This isn't Formula racing, this is karting. There is a little bit of turbulent air, but trust me, it's not that much. And that is all down to literally they're trying to cool those tyres down on the start-finish straight. That is all that is, and still a very important one. Did get reports it was a self-inflicted moment for Daniel Kelleher, unfortunately, that sees him out of this race. For Lipo Sala, though, and James Anagnostiadis, the fight for 3rd is on. Sala has just set the fastest lap of the race. He is trying to break away from Anagnostiadis, but there is 6/7 of a second between the two of them. You can see there the stats from Anagnostiadis, where he started, where he's currently. That 11th place gain, a brilliant, brilliant start to his day after the torrid day yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely is. We've got Ferrari versus Mercedes then for this P3. Like you said, James, completely different day so far than what we saw yesterday. His sister, Ava, the driver who is sporting the Tag Heuer livery this year in F1 Academy, has joined us here in Denmark to cheer her brother on for this final round of the European Championship. Currently then today, it's bringing him some good luck because completely different from what we saw yesterday after that DNF and the DSQ. But the pace between him and the driver in front is that James is faster in Sector 2. He has put in that purple in Sector 2. Dropped a bit of time through Sector number 1. Maybe that is because of the dry line forming, maybe not cooling down that tyre too much. But James still hunting down, and we're only halfway within this race, so there is plenty of time.
It was very kind of James to bring his sister along to a cold, wet, muddy karting paddock in Denmark.
She used to race in karting,
yeah, of course, she's used to it, but instead of a glitz and glamour paddock of an F1 paddock indeed. But, you know, that's very nice of him. But right, he's doing a good job right now. So is Ivanikov. Every time he goes into that final corner, Ivanikov looks like he's going to stick his nose down the inside, but he always struggles on the exit there. Again, that's that tighter inside line. This is where the track really does develop in terms of where is the faster racing line to go. Of course, with the dry line starting to form out there, these drivers need to think, right, do I take that normal outside racing line still and hold on to it, or do I take this one here? It's a very difficult time for these drivers, and this is where you start to see those really big movers through the field, and we are seeing that right now. Radek Vavra into the top 10 is in 9th place on a 10-place gain. Maria Neto and Hugo Marti are both on 11-place gains. Louis Cochet is on an 8th-place gain. Bralek and Troja are on a 9th-place gain right now. So again, seriously, some big movers through the field in these conditions, promote some very close racing. The track now in its drying phase is halted by the looks of it a little bit here, because the wet tyres aren't being fully utilised right now. There's not standing water out there. The wet tyres are still doing something, but they're not dispersing any water right now. But it's the worst type of conditions for a wet tyre. It's just damp, and that's what makes it a bit tricky, and that's why you're seeing them a little bit slow, and now the pace is a little bit slower than what it was when it was a deluge earlier on. So showcasing that, yeah, these wet tyres not in their optimal operating window right now. Ivanikov, though, is not worried about that at all, because he's just at the fastest lap of the race, and once again piles on that pressure to Bennett in the lead.
It's not to be underestimated, though, how difficult it is for these drivers when you've got that mix of wet and dry line, because you can obviously be a bit braver on the drier line, go in later on the brake, carry more speed, but then you could hit the next corner where there is a wet line still down, and you have to still focus on getting the kart rotated before you put that power down. So getting that mix of being brave but also being smart is really important for these drivers. A really difficult thing for them to do, especially with the sun out there, Anthony, beaming down on the track. The visibility to try and suss out, you know, which bit's dry, which bit is still got that wet road on it. You know, difficult for these drivers. But Burnett and Ivanikov both doing the best two jobs out there currently. Ivanikov holding on to that purple lap for now, but Burnett has decided to turn up the volume a little bit, because has gone purple through sector number 1. Sector number 2 time belongs to Zhao Zhijun, who has broken almost into the top 5. Zhao on a 5-place charge now to try and catch up to Gino Rocchio there in 5th. The battle then between these two at the front, it's not on just yet. They are still trading a bit of paint as they head out of the second sector. And towards turn number 8, both still deciding to clip that curb, make the track shorter, but also manage to get the kart rotated through that faster section. Banked corner off at turn number 9, a really difficult one as well for these drivers to manage, as Ivanikov still just looks like he's edging closer, especially through that final sector, Anthony.
He certainly does, and we will keep a guys close eye on this progression as we are nearing the end of this race. We go on to lap number 11 now of 13, as Filippo Sala in 3rd place has broken away from Anagnostianos. He has halted his attack, and I think now will settle for 4th place. Of course, I think for Anagnostianos, he's really hoping that he has a dry race later on, because you have to think about his tyres. The only positive he's got from that, he had a DNF on the opening lap in the first race. He was DSQ'd, which was also a DNF on the opening lap in his second race. He has got tyres that have only done, effectively, 2 laps than the rest of the field that have done 2 full races yesterday in dry conditions. But of course, if it stays wet, well, they're all on the same fresh, wet tyres still, so it doesn't really put him back in the bull court. But we'll see what he can do here, as there is Filippo Sala holding firm in 3rd place from the rest of the field behind. Gino Rocchio, not saying much about him, he's holding firm in P5, ahead of the brilliant run from Zhao Zhijun for Prema Racing. He is there in P6 right now on a 5-place gain ahead of Davide Vitaro. Toby Gale as well, he's having a very calm race in this one. The driver from Thailand for the Birla Racing team. In his first weekend back, I've got to say, has delivered some fantastic racing so far this morning. Had a tough day yesterday, but he's put that behind him and now is feeling a lot more confident today in these wet conditions. Certainly a driver who can handle both wet and dry conditions quite significantly. But eyes on this one, Burnett still holding firm, the Canadian looking for his first qualifying heat of the weekend.
Yeah, absolutely is. Jensen then didn't expect to maybe have the pace that he has had so far. Said in his qualifying interview, it's speechless actually about that result in quali, but he's holding himself together within the racing aspect of things, has demonstrated some good composure under the pressure of Vladimir Ivanikov. As drivers further back in the field find themselves under a bit of pressure, that's Radek Vavra being pushed round by Neto, who's still on the charge with the 14th place gain. Neto now looking down the inside and trying to pull something off. Does look like she has managed to get that done. So Maria, actually one of your biggest movers throughout the entire weekend so far. It was a 14th place gain in Heat 1, 11th place gain Heat 2. And on the charge now to better that Heat 1 result currently. Final lap of things though, still led by Jensen Burnett, who's absolutely not letting off despite being on the final stages, because he's put in that purple lap on the previous one. Leading from the Birol driver Ivanikov, still clipping those curbs, still fighting with that kart to try and get the OTK chassis babied home. Through turn at number 10 he will go. Good stuff by the Canadian driver for the Forza livery. Looks like this one for Jensen is going to be in the bag.
Certainly will be. Out of the final corner once again, trying to cool those tyres down. It is Jensen Burnett with his first win of the weekend. He will step up to second in the points with 132. It is Ivanikov there in second place with his fourth win, his third win, and now a second. He puts himself in the lead of the points with 135. Filippo Sala third, steps up to third in the points as well, 129. Anagnostiadis with that P4 will put him on the board now, and he will need to continue that trend for the rest of the day to hopefully make sure he gets into those superheats. But his championship fight at the moment is looking very, very tough.
It's looking tough, but I don't think it's mathematically impossible. For now though, your attention and your focus has absolutely got to be on the Forza then driver, then Jensen Burnett. Stellar stuff from him, adds to his tally of points to get himself into second in that intermediate classification. Remainder of your drivers outside the top 5 then include Zhao Zhijun, Davide Bataro, Toby Gale, Francois Cordel and Maria Neto, who betters her first heat result with a 14th place gain to get a 15th place gain in that race and rounds out your top 10. Radek Vavra, Clovis Nougarade, Marco Gast, Hugo Marti and Mattis van Rooyen are your top 15, and then Louis Cochet, Jensen Bralic, Efren Durinov, Sonia B and Jagrat de Troija are your remaining finishers. And we did have a number of retirements within the race then, including Daniel Kelleher, Amelie Koivisto, Marcus Junscher and Quara Fairhand. And of course, drama before the race even started with Sebastiano Pavan, Alexander Chartier and Paul Androtis not even getting through onto the grid. There they go then, that is the brightly liveried Forza kart of Jensen Burnett being wheeled in. Good stuff by the driver of Canada.
Indeed, very strong start to the day, but like I say, a lot more racing to go as Burnett steps into second in those points and still looks like a very competitive driver going into today. Here's a look at the highlights. Well, sun beaming down on the drivers there at the start of that race. Spray still an issue for the start, but that soon cleared up as the drivers on those wet tyres cleared a lot of that standing water away from the circuit. Vladimir Ivanikov right at the start of that one looking to hook it down the inside at T1, not able to get it done. The question is, how on earth did James Anagnostiadis get up into P5 at the start of that one? Well, I can see it right there. He pulled what has been dubbed by my friend Henry the Slim Shady, round the outside of many of them, and getting up through the order. There was the drama right at the start, unfortunately, for the two drivers, Sonia B and I believe it was Hugo Marti went off the track with. They were thankfully both able to get restarted. They remained in the race, as at the front, the rest of the field seemingly breaking away. There was the attempt to get it restarted, and that wasn't a restart there, so that was actually the 112 machine of, oh no, that is, I think Armando was talking about, so is that maybe had a second attempt to get it restarted there at the start of that race. Eyes on the rest of the field, and seemingly a very good getaway. There was Daniel Kelleher. No idea what happened, but reports stating that unfortunately just fell off the road. Yeah,
self-inflicted maybe in these conditions, pushing a bit too hard, finds himself out of the race, but was on a charge before that happened. He was matching Anagnostiadis' gain of 11 positions. But of course, like you said, Anthony fell off the road. The driver that didn't fall off of anything though, Jensen Burnett, the entire race well managed, well held, smart racing by him as well to get onto that cooler wet line as well, cool down that Maxxis tyre, preserve it as much as possible because we don't know if he's going to need to deploy those later on. But now as we head into our OK Junior qualifying Heat C versus E, we can see in the background of the screen that dry line round the circuit, especially round sector number 2, is forming. The first driver that is going to have to deal with this is Sebastian Eskandari Minardi, who we saw yesterday pole it in qualifying. Sebastian, great lap out there for you, and it was a last-minute pole as well. Track conditions looked difficult with the rain. Can you tell us about what it was like?
Yeah, it was a last-minute call to go to the wet. The track was drying rapidly, but I mean, on that last lap, I just put everything I could into it, and I just kept going.
And the circuit out there then, what's it like in the wet conditions? What does it mean to be quick? What have you got to really focus on?
You just have to focus on your lines and keeping them good. And when it's drying, you just have to know where to go when it's drying and to be aware of the changing conditions. And I think I did quite a good job at that then.
And I think we need to highlight as well, this is a first FIA pole for you. That's a great achievement. And what does it feel like to be able to say that?
I'm pleasured to actually be able to say that now. I've always been wishing to say it. And based on the warm-up this morning, I didn't think it would happen. But the team and I did a great job, and I'm really happy.
Well, congratulations, Sebastian. It's pole and group.
Thank you.
Pole and group and third overall at the end of timed qualifying, and a great job from him. Reports from the pre-grid, everyone wet tyres. No one has gone for slicks on a track that is very quickly drying. But again, understandable. I would say it's probably around 70-30 in terms of wet and dry out there. It is more wet than it is dry. However, it is drying rather rapidly. But this field all choosing the wet tyres to head out onto the circuit with. And let's see how they will line up for this one. We see Sebastian Eskandari and Eli Christian on row number 1. Drew Waltz and Bosco Arias going from row number 2. Iskender Silvacari and Emiliano Hernandez go from row 3. They'll have Christian Alexander Rust and Alexander Lazarus on row 4. Alexander Lazarus, a DNF and a DSQ, exactly the same as Anagnostiadis. He needs a good result today. Devon Waltz and Valerio Villapiana go from row number 5. They'll have Andrea Manni and Will Green on row 6, with Jesse Phillips and Mark Potapenko rounding out the first half of the field.
Row number 8 is an all-Spanish lineup with Daniel Oliver and Angelina Simmons, and then from row number 9 we have Dan Alleman, who had a P7 and a DNF yesterday alongside Marcel Jebot. From 10 we have Roland Nagy with Nathan Kappen. From row number 11, Bruno Blanco and Antoine Venant are sat. 12, Emilia Wiszomirska versus Amir Saburov, and from 13 we have Martin Bertolacini with Turner Brown, who had a P3 all the way from 26th yesterday, but then had a disqualification. Final row of your grid includes Mel Kermilel and William Kim. That is the 27th and 28th spots for this starting lineup.
Indeed, really tough one in qualifying for Turner Brown, and yeah, like you say, yesterday that first race, brilliant from him. Second race, question mark on it, but yeah, like you say, today, another very important day.
Well, watched the qualifying session and he just wasn't managing to string a lap together, rolled over and then found himself bumping into one of the Birrells round turn 10, and that just caused things to fall apart from then on for Turner. So has some work to be put in for the time being. And all of these drivers have got a unique challenge now. They've all got to put in some work with the karts, with the tyres, because that dry line, Anthony, is absolutely forming. There you can see it around the bank's corner of turn number 9, especially on the outside bit of road. There's several shades of tarmac out there. We've got a dry line forming for this race, but luckily all these drivers are in the same boat, if you like. They're all on those wet tyres, so all having to deal with the exact same thing. Yeah, indeed. It'll be crucial to see what happens later on today as well. In that next race, it will be the seniors. Will they go for those slick tyres right into the tram line? Sun is shining here once more in Denmark as we get ready to go racing, and I don't think we're going racing now. It's a false start as they go round again. Well, they go round again, and once more clear some of that water. Gets a bit more time to get the track drying up. Yeah, indeed. Pasquale looking not happy with the start of that race. Sends them around again. There's a look at the intermediate classifications at the moment in the juniors. It is Hugendorn and Baglen currently first and second in the points. First and second in the championship as well. And at those points at the moment, I don't think anyone else is really in that championship fight at the moment. Kalesia is third in the championship points. It's on 165. He is relatively close enough for it, but we'll have to see what he can do. It's a big gap he's got to close in. Now, Kalesia not in this race, and so far this weekend, Kalesia's actually had some pretty difficult races in his results. He'll be seeing him out later on today. Henry Domain currently fourth in the championship standings as well with 146. Ilo Christian currently fifth with 125. Christian on the front row this one, a win and a P2 earlier on. Could certainly be a contender in that intermediate classification as he currently sits 10th. A win here would, I think, shoot him straight up to the top of the board. But we'll have to wait and see what happens as they get themselves primed and ready to go once again for this one. Track drying. Let's see what happens into the tram lines. It is Sebastian Eskandari. It's Eli Christian on the front row. That does not look like a good start at all. And once again, they go round again. Another lap where they will help dry the circuit here, Nicole. First part of your field was ready to go then, had their feet in at that final corner, but the remainder of the field just was not lined up like we saw earlier on. We've had a number of false starts so far this weekend, and I think maybe just shows the nature of that final corner and the long straight. Drivers thinking that they can, get the power down much earlier than they actually can. And like we can see there, Pasquale Lubli, our race director, just not happy with the speed out of turn number 11 and down that first part of the straight. If you're watching this and you're thinking, well, how are we getting the false start? Well, there you can see Gonzalo Planta just saying to the drivers, slow it down. What are you doing? There's a line on the circuit for a reason, and I'll go over those lines. You have two lines. You have a red line on the circuit. You can see that right in the background there, denoted by those two cones. That line is the no overtaking line, effectively. You should be in 2x2 rolling start formation by or past that line. No overtaking is permitted. From now, they are under yellow flag conditions, so they cannot overtake. They should have the pace nice and slow, which they do now. There is a second line. That is the yellow line. That is the acceleration line. That is somewhere in around the third row of the grid, or the sixth row of the grid. It's very late down the start-finish straight. And all these drivers here will still have to wait in a straight line all the way until that line. But as you see, they've accelerated again now. There's the yellow line. That's what they should have waited till, but they've gone now. And it's a good start because it's clean and tidy at the entire grid there, as already you're seeing that first group breaking away from the rest. But crucially, it is Sebastian Eskandari who holds on to the lead of this one, as we are going to start to see an almighty challenge for drivers here to try and find any grip they can with these wet tyres on a drying circuit here in Denmark. How sideways could you get there into the braking zone? That was beautiful control from Christian Alexander Rust, who is flying his way through for Norway, and that's a big send down the inside from the Kart Republic. That, I think, is Devon Waltz trying to push his way through. A bit feisty there, but he got it done. So Fakarini now being overtaken through that turn 9, but gets it back, and that opens up the gap from Christian, who has been shuffled down the order slightly in the early stages of this race. Started on that front row alongside Tony Kart, teammate of Eskandari, but now finds himself a bit further down there in fourth. Sulfakari then up by 2 positions in the early stages. Yesterday had some good results with a 6th after finding himself getting caught out at turn number 9, but also had a 2nd on the board as well. Drivers heading towards that 2nd sector. Christian making the move on Sulfakari, and I think that just shows the grip leveled, varied on that dry and then wet line is coming into play. And now you've got one of the DPKs doing the exact same thing as Sulfakari, just getting caught out by the misleading levels of grip that's out there. Through they go then. Walt's doing a good job to fend off Christian, but Christian looking like he's strong. And the Tony karts around this circuit, from what we've seen so far, Anthony, have been really, really good so far. Actually, I'd say all the satellite teams as well, all the drivers on that OTK product have really managed to put in some good work during qualifying heats.
Yeah, indeed. Whether you're on an Esprit chassis, a Lando Norris chassis like we see here going wheel to wheel, you know, it doesn't matter, especially if you're on a factory Tony kart as well, or the Ward Racing also on the green Tony kart chassis also. But they have just been delivering really good results over the course of this weekend as Bosco Arias gets past his hand Sulfakari, and Sulfakari fighting back as well. They're just behind Will Green trying to close in. Now, he is not the highest ranked Kart Republic out there. That is Drew Waltz, who is up there in 2nd place. Devon Waltz trying to follow through as well. It's very handy for us that both D. Waltz are in the same group on this one, so we'll try and not get confused too much on this one, but it is Drew leading Devon between the 2 brothers out there 2nd and 4th on circuit as they get themselves squared away out of the final corner and back onto the start-finish line. Sebastian Eskandari's lead here, Nicole, is astronomical right now as Christian gets back up to 2nd and tries to close in.
Well, Christian then having to think about both Waltz brothers behind him, as well as Sulfakari and Will Green as well, because Green got his elbows out versus Arias previously and made the move stick, and now Arias is really struggling down there in 8th position, has lost place to Valerio Villapiana, and under pressure by Rost, Lazarus and maybe Phillips as well shortly. Through they go once more, and that is Bosco Arias on your screen, who just doesn't look like he maybe knows where to put that kart in the early stages of this race. Through they go then, Iskender just leading the way from Waltz there behind, so has traded for that 4th place. Drew and Devon doing a good job out there, but it is Drew that is the leading Waltz. Good result yesterday with a P4, but then had a 17th after being given a penalty. Will Green, also another driver that had a bit of a turbulent day yesterday. He had a P6, then he had a DNF, and now maybe in a bit of trouble here because he's now under investigation for potentially causing a collision. Question marks around maybe if that was because of that overtake with Bosco Arias. This is the moment then, so this is with Arias. Green looks down the inside and just does tap that side pod of the Ricky Flynn, so question marks around whether or not that was maybe a bit too aggressive from the Williams junior driver.
Well, from that angle, we can't see a lot there, but you know, it's always good to be like half a kart length ahead or alongside to go for a move on that one. But of course, the stewards will deal with that one, as I'm sure they're going to have to deal with this as well, because that is Turner Brown out of the race, and he is joined there by the 213 Ward Racing driver of Dan Aleman. The 2 big names in this grid are out at the exit of turn number 7.
Well, both drivers have had DNFs and both are big hitters. This is the moment then. So watch them out of turn 7.
He's just driven over the back of him.
Over the back of him. Aleman just catches Turner absolutely out. Turner puts his thumb up to the driver to say, you know, what was that kind of thing? So, you know, you can probably indicate that was Aleman's doing. As we've got battles going on then in the front order, Sulfakari's just been muscled out by Waltz through turn number 9, and Illy Christian has lost the position once more to Waltz, so they have traded for that 2nd position, and all that this is doing then, Anthony, is letting that gap that Eskandari has given himself of 3.2 seconds expand and expand. Christian now being overtaken once more by not 1, not 2, but 3 karts, because Sulfakari, Waltz and Will Green get past Tony Kart driver back by Alpine, and now we've got a whole battle going on for this P2. It's led by Waltz then, That is Devon Waltz now.
It's Devon and Drew now, so yeah, we're
That's
going
to get confusing.
Yeah, it
So
certainly is.
It is Devon from Drew. Then we have Iskender, Will Green, Ili Christian. And then on the back of Christian now, Valerio Villapiana has jumped into the fight. Iskender goes to the inside of Waltz. Green follows through as well. So it just shows this grip level that is really, really changing. You're not going to lose one position, boys. You might lose two. You might even lose three, like we just saw from Christian. Green now having a look down the inside, overshoots the corner, and now that brings Waltz back into things.
Yeah, it certainly does. Just showcased the massive understeer there through the corner, just showcasing that it is so tricky still in parts of this circuit. But look at the track. It's completely dry in the third sector here. All these drivers on wet tyres. These tyres will be screamingly overheating. 3 wide on the exit as down the inside goes the Forza Racing, the Fusion Racing machine of Christian Alexander Rust, who is fighting to get through the field here. But this is incredible racing, albeit it's 4th place out on circuit. Once more contact between the two. Iskender Solfakari trying to get back down the inside there, goes absolutely wheel to wheel there. And Rust, as soon as he gains those positions, loses out in a handful more.
Well, they were friends out at Campos at the start of our year, but Iskender and Ili did give each other that racing room just then. Arias then, after losing those positions earlier on, has arrived back into this fight. Actually, Rust is looking a bit stronger now, having to fend off Will Green, who has lost a couple of positions now in the late stages of this race. Intermediate classification points then. Your race leader, clear by 3.6 seconds, is also your race leader of those points. More battles going on then towards turn number 1. Iskender looking hungry down the inside of Waltz, but doesn't manage to make it stick. Has to back out of things. There just wasn't that room for Iskender to try and pull anything off. Still, these battles on the back of your field still going on, because Andrea Mani is now in the fight as well.
Yeah, and Jesse Phillips is certainly wanting to get involved in this one. It's just at the fastest lap of the race. Down the inside, Iskender Solfakari gets the move done. Moves ahead of Drew Waltz and steps up into 4th place. Bosco Arias, who now leads the train of cars behind, also trying to close in on this one. Rus still there as well, right behind him from Green. Manny from Christian. Phillips there in 11th place. Alexander Lazarus might want to get involved in this one as Bosco Arias sends it to the inside. Won't have the optimal line there in towards turn number 11. Backs out of it and stays behind. And, well, the race very quickly coming to conclusion. Last lap board is out, Nicole, and right now it is still Sebastian Eskandari, who we've not said much about on the last lap of the race, just went purple, 57.859. The driver for Ward Racing is looking mighty quick.
Well, there he is then on your screens, 4 seconds clear from Waltz there in second. Purple laps put in then by the driver, who's not having to trip over anybody else like the remainder of the field are, like Valerio Villapiana, Zulfikari, Waltz, Rost and Arias. Just have all those drivers trying to fight out for position, and then obviously not managing to put in those quick times compared to your race leader, who's in his clean air. Heading round towards the final sector now goes Eskandari, and a good job done, I would say, by the Tony Kart factory driver. Heads out of the final corner. Again, these drivers trying to cool down those tyres on that wet line, and sees the checkered flag as your race winner with a 4.2 second race win ahead of Devon Waltz, ahead of Valerio Villapiana.
And that for Sebastian Eskandari is his third win of the weekend. Maximum points so far for the Australian, and like you say, when you interviewed him, he said, you know, I can't believe I'm up at the sharp end. Well, not only that, in qualifying, you're leading the points by quite some way and are looking at 25 championship points if you can continue this trend up to the end of the day, with just 2 more heats to go for the likes of Groups C versus E. They'll be out later on today, of course. With Waltz there, Devon Waltz finishing in P2 ahead of Valerio Villapiana. Good to see Villapiana back up at that sharp end. He had a great weekend here previously, and now showcasing the good speed today despite a DNF in his first race of the weekend for the Italian. Rest of the results there on your screen. Sofakari finishing in P4 ahead of Drew Waltz, Christian Alexander Rust from Bosco Arias, Jesse Phillips from Will Green, Andrea Mani from Ili Christian, Roland Nagy from Alexander Lazarus, Bertolacini from Vinot, Sebu, Oliver and Vishamieska, who round out the top 18. 19th place downwards is Amir Sabarov from Emiliano Hernandez, Angelina Simmons from Nathan Kappin, Melka Milel from William Kim, Dan Aleman from Turner Brown, Mark Kolopenko and Bruno Blanco. All of those drivers, unfortunately, retirement by the end of that race, and the biggest one of those, Aleman and Turner Brown, unfortunately, colliding, which does see Aleman under investigation and heading to the officials at the end of this one. For that young man there, though, Sebastian Eskandari of Australia. They may be asleep at home, but don't worry, they'll watch this back and we'll see that young man dominating the racing here in Denmark.
Absolutely has, like we said, 3 from 3 so far this weekend. Didn't expect it, but let's see how he pulled it off. He finally managed to get going with the race start then after 2 false starts. In turn number 1 they went, and Eskandari then from the absolute word go got to that inside line and led from his teammate of Ili Christian. Christian did fall down the order early on, and this is when Waltz managed to get himself into a good position through turn number 3. Iskender Sulfakari made a good go of it as well, and there was almost a big moment for Bosco Arias on the exit of turn number 3 towards 4, where he clipped that puddle on the outside. Iskender had a busy race, and it did actually end up with the driver being put under investigation. He was having to fight with Tony Kurtz. He was having to fight with the DPKs early on as well. Drew and Devon Waltz both having good races, and that was Drew trying to fight for position on the 3rd lap. Drivers favouring overtakes in that second sector, busy second sector of the circuit, and still Iskender, for me, within that race was probably one of the busiest drivers. Really was having to put in some good work, as was Will Green, who also is maybe being looked at for this moment with Ricky Flynn's Bosco Arias.
Indeed. Well, for the 2 Waltz brothers in this one, they had a real good chance there of breaking away from the rest of the field. However, as it always is with brothers, the competitive nature between the 2 of them unfortunately kept that battle on as dramas unfolded in the background. Turner Brown and Dan Aleman out of the race, and the disbelief, I think, on Turner Brown, who was seemingly just doing his race, and then all of a sudden finds a car mounting his rear bumper and unfortunately eliminating both of them. Iskender Sulfakari certainly was not afraid to get his elbows out in that one, having to fight back through the field after he was going up and down. Green back down the inside, Christian getting through as well. Look, not 1, not 2, not 3, 4 places lost there for Iskender Sulfakari, to which he had to close back up in the last 3 laps of the race.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a bitty mid-pack section. Piano got involved as well, and then it actually allowed gaps to open up for Jesse Phillips. Phillips, who didn't have the qualifying he would have wanted, but has made good progress so far within the races. Finished 7th in one of those yesterday, finishes 8th then within this qualifying heat. Will Green continued to make moves stick, got past Ili Christian as well. Again, Christian really did end up further down the order. Completely different performance for Ili compared to his teammates of Sebastian, who of course crossed that checkered line as your race winner.
Indeed. There you can see the nation's flags here at the Rødby circuit, which does showcase the wind levels quite nicely. There's a crosswind over that start-finish straight as qualifying heat C versus E will be next out on circuit for the senior class. And there is your pole sitter for this race. Christian Costoya, 3rd overall in TQ. Here's what the Spaniard had to say.
Christian, it's polling group, and you've come into this weekend as the championship leader. You've carried on with the great pace we've seen from you all year. Can you tell us about what the pressure feels like this weekend?
Yeah, I think it's a bit more pressure compared to the other race, but I think we are managing very well. And this qualify we do very well, trying to not make mistakes in the first laps when it was a bit more wet, and then pushing the last laps the much as I can.
And it was raining earlier on, but everybody within your group actually went out for quali on slick tyres. How did the track progress as the session went on?
he progressed very well, also very quickly. This track, when it gets wet, it dries very early, so I think it was good for us, better in the slicks, and yeah, it goes well.
And we've seen around this circuit, you can overtake almost everywhere. What are you expecting to see? What are you expecting from the racing later on?
I think just try to make a very good pace for us, manage the tires also, and try to focus on the front and try to not make mistakes. This is more important in this weekend.
Great to hear from you then, Christian, Pole and Group.
Thank you.
Well, it was a tough start for Christian Costoya into this weekend. An unfortunate disqualification saw him out of that first race. There, though, on your screen, a change of sides for Christian Costoya, and I can tell you exactly the reason why. The whole field this time is on slick tyres. The first race of the day where the entire field are all on slicks after the rain that came down earlier on will make it interesting. And of course, for Christian Costoya, what is the one thing that he has seen? The dry line is on the outside of going in towards turn number 1. It cuts through. Everyone else on the inside will be on a wet line going into T1. He did not want to be there, which is why he has switched sides of the grid. So let's go over that grid. It is Christian Costoya and Jacopo Martinez on the front row of the grid. Joe Turney and Zach Drummond on row 2. Peter Stiller and Tom Pradier go from row number 3. Row 4 will see Jacob Mikulev and Dean Pedersen. Good results for both of those drivers yesterday, but can they better them today? Jakub Kamenek as well. Also good results. Will be starting alongside Klarica Wolczyk on row number 5. Stylianos Kolovos and Marcus Shilkunas on row number 6. They'll have Austin Gale and Oliver Kinmark on the first half of the field.
Part 2 of your field. On row number 8, we have Edgar Clementson alongside Zhang Hojie. From 9 is Vanessa Schilkenator with Boris Leisen. And from row number 10, we have Sebastian Mins with Meryl Perez. 11 includes Roland Coquelin with Senna Munar. And from 12, we have Matis Zumer with Sarah Matsoy. Row number 13, we have Poland's Franciszek Kagelski alongside Fausto Nardo of Argentina. And then from row number 14, the final row of the grid, we have Leo Nilsson alongside Nawin Natipaton.
Well, packed grid of drivers in this one, and of course drivers to note in this. We've only had one race winner in this grid so far in the form of Zach Drummond, who starts this on the second row of the grid. Drivers who are yet to take a qualifying heat win: Joe Turney, Jacopo Martinez, Christian Costoya, Peter Stiller, Tom Pradier, Jacob Mikulev and Dean Pedersen. Everyone else basically has not taken a qualifying heat win here right now, so there could be a first, or there could be a second for Drummond ahead of this one. Crucially, I'm going to keep an eye on that rain radar. You can still see there are spots around, but we've got the clean air for the time being. However, the weather that is currently going over Germany right now could be heading across the coast and could hit us later on in the day. Like I say, the weather is on and off this weekend, and it's heavy pockets of rain as well that are around in the area. You can see those red bits on the rain radar there, showcasing that it's not just rain, it's a very heavy rain. Right then, here we go. Well, it's a very shaky front grid. Oh, we're definitely going around on this one. Yeah, that's not a good start at all, and I can imagine, yeah, we're going to see a reaction like that from Pasquale Lupoli saying, what is this? But again, I can understand the reason why they've done that. Might be a bit of mutiny from the drivers on the officials on this one to force a go around again to get one thing done: temperature in tyres. Yeah,
I would agree with you then, Anthony. Could be intentional from our drivers, and this is a replay. Yeah, look at that. There was not even an attempt to try and get that going, I would say, by the drivers, just trying to get a bit more temperature into that Maxis. Try and get the best out of it so that the drivers can head into turn 1, 2 and 3, that flat part of the lap, with as much pace as they can, especially on the front end of the field, because Costoya is going to want to try and pull away within this one. A disqualification and a P3 really needs a good one, and he's up against big hitters around him. Jacopo Martinez, who's had 2 P2s, so has Joe Turney, and Drummond has had a heat win as well. So we've got some big names at the front end of this field. Don't count out Thomas Pradier as well, who's had some good results. Had a bit of drama in one of the races yesterday, but has been inside the top 3, so I'm sure he can achieve a similar thing.
Certainly so. Right, here we go. This looks a lot better. Into the tram lines. Are we racing? Lights go out. We are racing down towards turn number 1. It's a good start for the outside row, but Martinez says absolutely yes to the inside line. Goes through sideways, goes Peter Stiller, but he gets through and holds onto it. Drummond goes into the back.
Costoya.
And that is Christian Costoya off the road. He rejoins, but there's more drama further on. One of the Koskis going off the track as well in the early stages. That might be Oliver Kinmark, who's had the early dramas as well. But crucially, that is a very dramatic start during this race.
I think we've lost one of the Birrells as well. That could have been now in Nati Patton at the back of the field, parked on the grass. And at the front end, it has been a busy one so far. And like you said, Anthony, your championship leader, the driver that's already had his disqualification, Costoya, fallen right to the midfield section. I think lucky that the other drivers around him got busy within that first sector, managed to rejoin the road, not too far back. But it is Martinez that absolutely got the jump on the front as Zach Drummond now goes down the inside at turn number 2, moves into P5 ahead of Peter Stiller. And where is Christian Costoya then? 16 position lost. Costoya now sits in 17th. As we've got a change between Turney and Martinez, Joe Turney makes himself your new race leader.
Indeed, and this is going to be a vital one for him. He's not in the championship fight, unfortunately, in the 2025 FIA Karting season, but he is certainly going to want to be a driver to shake things up a little bit at the end of this season and come away, hopefully, with a podium. But Joe Turney now, who takes the lead of this race, takes the lead of the intermediate classifications down the inside. Thomas Brunier sends it on Jacopo Martinez, demotes him down to 3rd. Martinez, though, will try to retaliate, but maybe not on this one. Oh, look at the speed difference through T1. That's what we're talking about here. The OTK versus the Kart Republic package this weekend. That OTK looked considerably faster through turn 1.
Yeah, absolutely does. And what Turney is demonstrating right now is helping him in that intermediate classification. Has overtaken Ivanikov for the current lead on the points. And of course, we've got more heats to go for these drivers. There's a lot more work for them to all put in. Drivers that are putting in work currently are one of those from Fusion. Zach Drummond trying to have a look. We've also now had an overtake now for that P3. Kamenek has got it done on Martinez, then changes for position. Good stuff, actually, I would say, from Kamenek within this heat so far. We haven't seen him maybe this far up in the order this year. Switch a replay of the race start then. Costoya found himself getting pinched out at this point. So he drops back to around about 4th, tries to hang it around the outside. Drummond moves. I don't know if they clash, but it is with the Scottish driver that he just gets pushed out to that grass and lucky to keep it going.
Drummond goes onto the back of Joe Turney's kart. That unsettles him. It puts him wide. Unfortunately, wide also at the same time was Costoya, who was on the outside, which unfortunately pushed him off the circuit. So I definitely would think that would fall under a racing incident at the start. You know, a lot of karts into the same part of the track.
It's not intentional by Drummond.
I don't think there was any intent on that one, no, indeed. But certainly a very interesting moment that I'm sure will get looked at and squared away indeed. Eyes on this one though. Turney has not broken away. Thomas Brunier on that Tony kart machinery, looking rapid. We saw the speed difference between Brunier and Martinez through turn 1. Is it going to be a similar story in towards turn 1 this time around between Turney and Brunier? We'll have to find out. There though is Christian Costoya, all the way in 12th place. He's got Dean Pedersen for company just behind, who is under attack himself from Sebastian Mins, who's also had a change over the course of this season. Started this season with CRG, now rocking the Victory Lane outfit as Brunier is all over Joe Turney's rear bumper.
Yeah, all over the bumper then, but Kamenek is all over the bumper of Pradier then towards turn number 8. Here they go then, these three, and there he goes. Kamenek now making the move on Pradier and gets it done. It looked like Pradier was catching up to Joe. Now it's the Fusion driver that I think is going to be the next one to try and have a look, as we've now got a change for P3 as well, because Martinez has now overtaken Pradier, who's now looking like he's going to be overtaken by Drummond as well. Drummond slots back in, jumps back onto that racing line, thinks against it at turn number 1. We'll try and get the run down towards 2 and 3 though, back on the bumper as there's some pushing and shoving into turn number 3 by Pradier. And that makes Drummond actually vulnerable, loses out now to Shil Kunis. Shil Kunis, your fastest driver on the circuit, who's joined the Tony Kart team for the remainder of the season. He's jumped into the highest bits of the order for the first time this weekend. He's got past the Fusion driver for Scotland, and this is actually getting a bit bunched up now for your front two packs. Turney from Kamenak from Martinez, and then Pradir from Shilkunas from Drummond. On the inside, we've got a change once more. Drummond tries to make something stick, doesn't get it done, swaps back and actually pulls it off then through turn to number 11. So there's now Shilkunas dropping back down. No, it's not, it's Pradir dropping down now to 6th.
Yeah, indeed. Shilkunas up to 4th place. He was that initial overtake, and of course for Marka Shilkunas and Vanessa Shilkaneta as well. Both of them formerly with the BDK team. Of course, they would have been running on the Kart Republic chassis, and I've got to say, what a weekend to choose to switch over to the Tony Kart and the OTK product, the circuit where it's absolutely rapid. Certainly seems to be helping him out now. Kostoya, fastest lap of the race, pushing back through the field right now, still holding there in 12th place, but eyes on this. Jakub Kamenek right now, all over the rear bumper of Joe Turney. Kamenek at the moment not taken a win. He's had a 3rd and a 6th. But right now he's looking for a race lead, and he's got it down the inside at turn number 11. And Jakub Kamenek takes the lead for the first time this weekend in a qualifying heat capacity. And Joe Turney, who has also been eluded a qualifying heat win, is now back into 2nd place, which is where he's finished in every single race so far this weekend.
I don't know if Joe maybe expected that, but he changes and Kamenek gets it completely wrong on the exit of the corner, almost falls off the road, and he's going to lose 2 or 3 positions. No, make it 4, because now he's losing position to his teammate of Drummond as well. So Turney makes that overtake. It was clean, did not touch him. Kamenek, I think, didn't expect it to happen, got unsettled, found himself on the grass, and of course, the knock-on effect of having that dirt on his tyres is creating all of this for Jakub, because now he's dropped 5 or 6 positions. The next driver that he's going to be vulnerable to is Mikalev and Gale there as well. Look at this, now he is going to be overtaken into turn number 1, gets aggressive, tries to push the driver out. That just did not go well to the driver who just managed to get into the race lead.
It shows how quickly it can go wrong for a driver. It shows how dramatic karting can be, and now Kostoya gets through as well on the scene. Kostoya has closed back in. Klara Kowalczyk there as well, trying to fight through the field. Zhang Jose also inside that top 10. But Kostoya certainly pushing through as Shilkunas here. There in 3rd place, is ahead of Drummond still, as he's up on a 9th place gain right now. Martinez there in 2nd, has done a brilliant job to fight back to that one, as he was a driver who dropped down to about 5th place earlier on, but he is doing a sterling job. Kostoya has got Gale for company. I've got to say, for Austin Gale, it's a superb driver to be stuck behind right now. Kostoya, who's going to be fighting back to the front of this field. But time very quickly running out, Nicole. We're on to lap number 10 of this race, 9 completed, and yeah, we're slowly running out of time here.
We are slowly running out of time, but Kowalczyk then looking hungry into turn 3. Klara has had 2 top 10 finishes so far this weekend. Looking like she could be on the charge to do that again as she overtakes to get herself into 8th. So overtakes now Gale, as we've still got drama out there. That's still Kamenek not managing to sort himself out after losing that position, as we've got a change for the race lead. Now we've got Martinez challenging Turney. Turney tries to grab it back. Is Martinez going to hold on to it? Looks like he does. Gets it done, then holds on to it through 11. Loses some pace though, and Turney actually stands, gets past him like he stood still going out the exit of turn number 11.
I love that. One hand on the steering wheel, looking backwards and overtaking someone for the race lead. That's a Joe Turney thing to do in a nutshell. But,
adjusting the carb as well.
Yeah, indeed. But having a look around as well, just see what's happening. He's not going to hold it though, back down the inside. This is what we mean about this Rodby circuit. It opens up for frantic racing. You get one done here, you get another one done there, and all in the meanwhile, you've got now a group of 4 fighting for the race lead. Turney again has to go defensive. That will release Martinez at the front, that surely had the tyre pressures go for the second half of this race. He really struggled in that first half. Martinez now from Turney, Drummond there in 3rd, Shilkunas there in P4, and has brought Thomas Pradir back into play. You've got 2 KRs, a lone Fusion, 2 Tony Karts, all fighting inside that top 5.
All fighting indeed. Drivers then still trying to make those adjustments. You saw Turney heading down the straight, adjusting that carb, trying to maximise things, still trying to push up to Martinez there for that race lead. It just looks like then he's just dropping away from the back bumper of Jacopo now. Drummond has managed to pick things back up after a bit of early on drama and pings things back up to make the overtake for P2, catches Turney out, who now loses 2 more positions to Shilkunis and Pradier, and actually signals to Drummond, not happy with that at all. Tries to pick up a position, clips the curb and doesn't manage to get it going. Now he's going to be vulnerable to teammate of Mikalev as well.
Yeah, I don't think Turney would have liked that one too much. I mean, albeit for an overtake, you've got to keep it on the straight and narrow there. And Turney throwing up his hands in frustration there at Zach Drummond, who doesn't think anything of it. Looks behind him, sees Shilkunis say, right, don't worry about me, you go. However, I think Shilkunis with his teammate Pradier behind him might think otherwise on this final lap, and will go for a move. It might be down here if we can get a nose down the inside. No, Drummond holds a much tighter line there, denies the 2 Tony Karts through. He'll go defensive here. Pradier to the outside. He'll try and get the switch over on his teammate. The 2 Tony Karts go side by side. Shilkunis on the inside, Pradier on the outside, Turney on the inside, gets through and splits the 2 Tony Karts apart.
This is so busy that, Anthony, you don't even know where to look. Drivers chopping and changing all the time. Martinez then out in the front. Great jog by Jacopo to get that race lead late on. He was patient throughout the entire race. Looks like he's going to meet this checker flag then as your race winner. 1.9 seconds, 1.7 seconds actually clear from the remainder of your field. Drummond then finishes in P2, replicates results achieved yesterday with a win and a P4. So in the sharp end of the field, your driver is who's fighting for a top 3 within the championship. Shilkunis rounds out your top 3. A good job by Marcus, I would say, in deploying some good Tony Kart pace this weekend after that last minute change over to the green livery. We've then got Pradier and Turney then that finish in the top 5. Turney, I would say, is not going to be happy with some of the decisions of the drivers around him in that race. He had to fight quite hard, I would say, in the late stages. You've then got Kowalczyk, who finishes in P6 ahead of Christian Kostoya, Mikalev, Austin Gale, and then Zhang Hujie as your remaining top 10. Martinez then, job well done. Settled stuff, I would say, and now makes himself your leader of your intermediate classification so far with 138 points.
Indeed. Well, there are your 4 results from that one. Great race from Leo Nielsen and Franciszek Zielinski. Sweden and Poland at 15 and 12 places gained there to finish in 12th and 13th place. Kinmark Kolovos there as well, also with a good run. Here's some of the drivers who didn't have the best of races, but for Sawinado still with the 7th place gain there to finish in 19th, headed Jakub Kamenek, Senemir from Sarabetsui, Edopeldis and the rest of the field. Boris Leisen, Vanessa Chilkaneta, Matti Salmer, Vengar Clemenson, and the only retirement from that race, Narin Natapaton, unfortunately, of Thailand. Not making it to the end. There, though, your race winner, his first win of the weekend, Jacopo Martinez. Here's how he got it done initially. Great start for him, down the inside, great speed. Kostoya's switch to the outside did not pan out for him whatsoever. He didn't anticipate the speed and the grip on that inside line. He was thinking it was going to be slippery, and unfortunately, it was the opposite on the outside. The big full rotation there for the Kart Republic right at the start of that race. That was possibly, I think, Jacob Mikalev going for a full 360, but continuing his trend in the race. Drummond with the early moves, getting up into the sharp end. There, though, Turney to the lead. I thought that was going to be it, but no, certainly wasn't the case. Pradier getting through. Martinez dropping down to 3rd. Martinez later would drop down even further with the rest of the field closing in. It was a real up and down race there for the front runners.
Absolutely was, and an up and down race then for the likes of Christian Kostoya, who, like you called it then, Anthony, wrong place, wrong time. Drummond had a busy one, as did Pradier. These were fighting for positions. It actually allowed Marcus Shilkunis a good opportunity to get involved as well. Did make the overtake on his Tony Kart teammate of Pradier early on. Drummond tried to capitalise off of that and did actually make the move stick round turns 10 and 11. This was then when Kamenek came into the fight, overtook to briefly be your race leader. Turney returned the favour later on here, And then it went absolutely wrong for Kamenek here on out. Caught that bit of dirt on the outside of the corner, and then it just fell apart for the remainder of the race. Kowalczyk got past, Gale momentarily got past, and so did Kostoya.
Yeah, indeed, all fighting for position. That moment there kick-started a real chain reaction through the field, because later then we saw the fights at the front of the field as well. This moment here, Jacopo Martinez down the inside at turn number 9. Turney retaliating back into the lead. He would have to take the wider line. That would slow them right down to the exit there, side by side. One hand looking backwards, gets the overtake for Turney. That brings everyone into play as well when Martinez goes through. Shilkunas was right there. Bradir also. Drummond able to get involved. This moment here, contrast between the two Brits. Drummond down the inside. Bit of contact there as the rear bumper and the front nose cone colliding between the two of them. But despite that, over the line, Jacopo Martinez controlled in that race on a circuit now that is, I would say, 98% dry. 2% wet it was, because I saw some damp patches out there still, so I didn't want to say 100%. OK Junior qualifying heat A versus D heading out onto the circuit next. This has got some of our fastest drivers from time qualifying in it, and that does include the likes of Matteo Rivals, who will be starting this one on pole position. 2 wins out of 2 so far this weekend, but he now has to deliver the results once more in this one as he starts it from P1 to see if he can try and get his 3rd win of the weekend. He'll be joined on the front row by Henry Constantin of Belgium, Endo Arata of Japan, who's had his best starting weekend so far this season, despite his DNF in the first race, a 3rd in his 2nd. Can he maintain that consistency today? Sevoloda Sanchez-Sadlowski of Ukraine, also with his best starting position of the season. On the 2nd row of the grid, I'll have William Kalija and Lucas Sell on row number 3. Michael Zajac and Jean-Matteo Rousseau go from row number 4, both of them having up and down weekends for them. Reipold and Denny Babacek in the same situation on row number 5. Manny Nuvolini and Antonio Pettoni on row number 6. I'll have Gioli Girardello and Gustavo Marquez de Silva rounding out the first half of the field on row 7.
Row number 8 includes Manuel Miguez alongside Energy Courses Jarlath Sayan. From row number 9, we have Ludwig Granquist with Mika Brunitz. 10 will include Daniel Maron hunting for a good result after a DNF yesterday alongside Oliver Hodrup. And for row number 11, we have Jindřich Voda alongside Remy Samchek of Poland. 12, Nilas Milik versus Samuel Hugon. And from row number 13, we have Abdul Rajak Al-Qurashi with Jonas Pundis. From 14, we have Alessandro Truchot with Adam Anderson. And from row number 15, really hunting for some positions, Henry Domain finished 11th and 15th in yesterday's heats. Didn't manage to set a qualifying time despite being one of the quickest drivers in the junior category in 2025. Really going to need a good race within this one, Anthony. I
think we've lost 1 or 2 drivers in this race already. One of them there, that is Jindřich Voboda's kart. Unfortunately, at turn number 2, that has come to a halt. He is out of this race. I was going to say the same for Osachi Sadlowski, but he is still there in that top running. He should be starting there in that P4 spot, and he is right there. Well, no, he's not. The victory, the Monster K kart's also missing. So yes, the driver starting on the 2nd row of the grid, also not there. Into the tram lines. Are we racing? Lights have not gone out. They go round again. So I thought he was missing. Yes, the Ukrainian Sevoloda Sanchez-Sadlowski, not on that 2nd row of the grid. He is all the way back in the mid-pack there.
Well, drama then in the early stages, but he's got a bit more time to try and get himself back in the position before we hit the line where overtaking is no longer permitted. Trying to keep an eye to see if Sevlod is trying to fight back for position. Of course, that false start gives these drivers more opportunity to get the temperature in the tyre up, but also get themselves into the correct spot. I can't see him anywhere.
No, I think he's right there in the mid-pack at the moment. So he's out of position, which in turn is going to put a lot of drivers in the back of the grid also out of position as well. He's had time to get back up through the field. I don't think he's been able to. Yeah, we've not seen it. Oh, is that him now?
That's
yes,
him.
Okay. He has managed to close in, and he's got back into P4. That is good to see. he is back in position, and this race can hopefully get started this time around. Unfortunately for Jindrik Verboda, he is out of this race before it is even started. Eyes on the lights then, into the tram lines as we get ready to go racing. Lights out in towards turn number 1. It's a good start for the front row, but crucially it's Matteo Rivals who holds on to the lead of that one. Henrik Konstankupen under pressure there in second place as he's got Endo Arata down the inside for the World Racing team.
Whoa.
Drama in the background, multiple cards getting spat out onto the grass. We'll go over who they are in a moment, but a smattering of them, and actually quite far up in the order, because I think one of them may have been the Prema of Mani Nuvolini. I think Jarle Seyer was one as well. Mika Runitz, MP Racing, and I think Jonas Punitz as well was another that got caught out. But I think there was a Forza up there as well, possibly William Kalija getting caught out. But is that him actually there in second place? Yes, it is. So I'll eat my words when I say that.
Kalija, though, under pressure by Endo Arata going out of turn number 11. All that early drama that has gone has given our race leader of Rival a nice, tasty gap. It's 1.2 seconds that he leads by. So this is the moment then that we have the drama. So we've got one of the energies in the back. That is Jarle Seyer getting involved. Mani Nuvolini finds himself in the back of the barrier, and one of the fusions did go off the circuit, but managed to rejoin onto the tarmac. Front end of your order, though. Kalija managing to hold on to this one for the time being for that P2 ahead of Arata, who was previously hustling him quite hard. And Vsevolod Osachi-Soslovsky then finds himself in P4 with Denny Babacek close for company behind. Actually, Vsevolod doing a good job out there in the front. This is the highest we've seen him so far this year. And actually, after that pressure of not being in position at the race start, has not put him off just yet. Babacek chases him out of turn number 11 then. Denny had a P5 yesterday, but then followed it up with DNF. We're seeing a lot of that around this circuit for these drivers, I think, because it's a track where you've got so many overtaking opportunities. Drivers start deploying a bit more risk. That's why we're seeing big moments for drivers, as I think we've now lost somebody in the background at turn number 2. It looked like someone just drove themselves off of the circuit completely. Not quite sure who that was just yet, but somebody will be falling down the order. That was Miguez then. So Miguez, who was previously up in the order, just drove onto the grass at turn number 2. Still though, drivers heading through this second sector quite comfortably. Kalija isn't under too much pressure just yet, but what he is doing is absolutely turning up the temperature on Matteo Rivals.
Oh, and outside my commentary box window, not on the screen, a huge pile up on the exit of turn number 7 involving multiple carts, and there you can see them tumbling down the order, unfortunately.
Rousseau.
Yeah, Rousseau is there, Samuel Hugon, I think Michael Zajac was also caught out, but he's managed to get going again. But that is a huge moment there for the drivers, who now tumble well out of this race and become the latest of the multiple retirements so far.
And now look at this then, because Kalija is taking chunks out of your race leader. It was a 1.2 second gap that Matteo previously had. It's now 0.5 of a second, and I think Endo Arata is playing a clever game here, just letting Kalija put in that work for the time being. Down the inside, Denny Babacek goes on Osachi-Soslovsky for P4. Babacek then, after that DNF, will have a slightly fresher tyre, which he's clearly deploying in this one, using more of that grip out there to get past the driver from Ukraine. Under the start-finish gantry, the drivers will go once more, and the gap is reduced again by Kalija by 0.5 tenth this time. It's just over 4.5 tenths of a second as we've got to move down the inside for the race lead. Kalija gets it done at P3. That opens the door up for Endo as well, who gets the move done and slots into P2.
Yep. Soslovsky still there just behind. He's wanting to try and get involved once again in this fight. But Kalija holding on to the lead of this race. This is a great scrap here. Look at the speed that Rivals has got. He'll want to keep this fight on his hands here, because of course he's got maximum points so far with 2 wins out of 2. With this, he would lose out on the outright race lead. Remember, it's Sebastian Escandaro who's got the lead points as Endo Arata dives to the inside. That brings Rivals through, brings Rivals into the race lead again. 2 for 2, but look at this 3 wide. Oh, that's a bit of a Spa-esque moment there as they go round the outside either way of Matteo Rivals and get back through into P1 and 2. It's Kalija from Endo Arata the speed there out of the final corner between those two is significantly faster than Revals out of turn 11.
I think Revals would have been seeing surprising things out of his peripheral vision then, Anthony. Babacek down the inside now. That opens the door for Sachi Soslowski as well. Denny then taking a slightly different move through turn number 7 and slots into P2 now. Clever stuff by Denny then. Well read that Endo Arata had lost some place. Gets the run out of the 7th corner and now finds himself in the top 2. Down the inside goes Arata once more.
And off
onto
the track.
The track goes, that is your previous race leader who finds himself off the road. Kalijah now not under too much pressure with a 4/10th lead from Babacek. Savlado Sachi Soslowski looking quick there on the back of Pitsonia now, who is in the front end of the order. Pitsonia looking really quick. Another driver who has moved over to the Tony Kart team, was previously with Fusion, has joined the factory team now for the remainder of the year, now fighting it out with your Ukrainian driver there. Those two line of stern for 4th and 5th.
And so far, look at this line here from Soslowski though, tries to get the switch over there on Pitsonia, not able to get it done. Stays there just behind Pitsonia on a real charge now in this race. On that treble 2 machine, up 8 places, the same as Babacek just ahead, but now those gaps have opened up. Kalijah can break away. Babacek there in 2nd, Endo Arata in 3rd, Mateo Revals down to P6 now. This is not where he wants to be, because not only is he going to lose out to Sebastian Eskandari, he's going to lose out to Dean Hugendorn as well. Round the outside though, Revals is not giving up on this one, as Soslowski got through past Pitsonia, or now it's Sell, sorry, who he's fighting with. It's all kicking off in the background. Eyes on this one though. Kalijah, Babacek, and Arata still very close up at the sharp end, as there you can see. Oh, Revals all the way down now in 7th place, not where he wants to be at all.
Sells being put under pressure then by Revals and Girardello. Girardello looking strong there in the Paralin, and other drivers further back in the field that are having good races. Henry Domain, 17 positions gained to now be in P12, needs some good results. Down the inside towards turn at number 1 goes Girardello, makes the move stick, almost actually overtook like another driver was stood still. We saw that previously out of turn number 11. Dying stages then for our drivers. Kalijah still out there all alone in the front by half a second from Babacek. And Arata still sat there in P3 as well for the time being. So Sachi Soslowski has dropped off the back of Pitsonia now then. Pitsonia put in a good shift within this race, I would say. It's an A-place gain for the driver. Here they go though through the final stages of this one. Pressure is still on for the Paralin for the driver behind. Revals looking good there for that out of turn at number 11. Looks over his shoulder, knows that he's not under pressure by Ludwig Granquist short behind him. It is a gap, so if he wants to try and get something done, it needs to be now, but has absolutely fallen off the tail now, I would say, from Girardello and Sell. That was quite quick, Howler. How quickly that gap opened up then through turns 1 and 2.
Certainly did. And right now, Babacek with the fastest lap of that race, trying to close it in now on this final lap. It's going to be a tall order here. I mean, you can get overtakes in these last sectors, but with the pace very quick, very late on the brakes there through turn number 9, I don't think it's going to be close enough. It's going to be anything. It might be a switch over here out of the final corner, but no, he's not going to have the pace. William Kalijah to the line. He's going to look for his first qualifying heat win of the weekend. He is in the championship fight. That will help him out, but at this moment, he still does not sit inside the top 10 in that intermediate classification. That earlier DNF in the weekend is going to put him on the downside here, but Kalijah still is in a very strong spot. Danny Babacek, great race there, steps him up in the order. The same positioning for him. 5th place in his first race, a DNF earlier in that weekend. Now back with a P2, still a strong result. Endo Arata, also a same story. DNF in the first race, third in the second, gets another P3 now. Good points on the board.
Absolutely. Job well done then from Kalija Babacek and Endo Arata, your 1, 2 and 3. Denny then, it's taken a little while throughout this year for a rookie year in OK Junior Racing, but we've seen consistent improvements from the driver from Czechia. That is your qualifying heat classification then. So Kalija from Babacek, Arata, Pizzonia, Sevlodo Sachi-Soslovsky as your top 5. We've then got Lucas Sell, Joeli Girardello, Matteo Rival, Ludwig Ranquist, and Manuel Miguez that round out your top 10. After that, we have Gustavo Marques de Silva, Henry Domain, Daniel Miron, Remy Samchek, Kasper Reipold, Alessandro Truchot, Niles Malik, Oliver Hjordrup, Michael Zajac, and Abdul Razak Al-Qurashi as your top 20. And then Jonas Pundis and Adam Anderson were your remaining finishers for the race.
Multiple retirements in that one. Henrik Konstantin from the front row of the grid, one of the last retirements from that race. Samuel Hugon, Jean-Mathieu Rousseau, Manny Nuvolini, Charles Sayer, Mika Runitz, and Yinrik Verboda. Verboda was before the race even started. Afterwards, we saw the pile-up at turn number 3. Drivers caught on the outside. You could see the energy course. Sayer going up and skywards over the MP machine there of Mika Runitz. Other drivers having spills later on in the race. There was Jean-Mathieu Rousseau and Samuel Hugon, unfortunately tangling together at the end of that race. And then you saw the likes of Henry Konstantin at the end of the race also losing out. The midway point certainly saw an exciting battle. Kalija fighting at the front, went on to win the race despite the fact that he'd lose out on the lead very briefly. The same for this one. Watch this moment here. 3 wide over the start-finish straight. It reminds me of Spa. 1 on the inside, 1 on the outside, and nothing that Matteo Rivals could do. And unfortunately, he would drop all the way back quite considerably, losing out on not only first, second, or third. Matteo Rivals drops to 4th in the intermediate classification. That is a big deficit for him, for the pole sitter, and for the man who won 2 races yesterday. That moment there really scuppered his race.
Yeah, absolutely did. But let's not forget, we've got more races to go. More races, more opportunities for the drivers like Lucas Sell, who there made some good moves through sector number 1. Didn't make any positions gained in the race. Finished off where he started. But a good race nonetheless. Kalija, though, your man to beat during that heat. Followed closely behind, though, by Denny Babacek. And I'd say if there was a few more laps for Babacek, I reckon he could have got something done then. Looked really strong under braking in the final stages.
Yeah, certainly so. Well, senior groups A and D is coming up next. This will see, again, some of the fastest drivers from TQ. Our pole sitter, Roman Kamiab, who so far this weekend has been unbeaten. 2 wins out of 2. We caught up with him at the start of the weekend.
Roman, fastest in group and fastest overall out of all of the seniors. How does that feel?
Very good. I mean, the team's done a great job too. I didn't have that much pace yesterday, so it's really good to know that I'm on pole.
And struggling with pace yesterday in practice then, what's changed for you between then and now? Is it the way you're driving? Is it the setup? Can you tell us a bit more?
So we had a few problems with the kart, but we managed to get it right just then in quali. And yeah, I'm really happy with everything.
And from what we've seen so far today, adverse weather conditions, it's dried and then it's rained. What are you hoping for as the weekend goes on? Would you like it to stay dry, or what are you expecting?
Well, I'm very fast in the dry, so obviously dry, but either way, I think the team can do a good job, and so can I.
Well, we'll see how that plays out then for you, Roman. Fastest overall in quali. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Great to chat there to Roman Kamiab. Really good, strong start to his weekend. Right, we're here in Denmark. And what's one thing that Denmark is famous for, Nicole?
Lego?
It is indeed Lego. And when I was a child, I built many Lego houses. So I'm very looking forward to seeing if I can buy some more Lego while I'm here in Denmark. Because apparently I've heard it's very cheap. Right, so there is Jindra Peschel on the front row of the grid. Very 50-50 day yesterday. Win on track. In the first race, DNF in the second. Big ups and downs as, there you go, look at that, that looks a lot better now. Crowds filling out.
Didn't look like that this morning,
It
did
did not
it?
look like that earlier on with all that rain coming down, but yes, certainly now that the sun's shining, everyone's out. Hopefully you get your sunscreen on, because trust me, it's very deceiving when that sun comes out. The temperature rises quite significantly. It looks like the wind has died down a little bit. It's turning into a lovely day. 19 degrees out there. Oh, that's peak British summer, that is, at 19 degrees. Right, rest of the field on this. Lev Krutov as well. Really good races for the Energy Course driver there.
Really
Second
good.
and a third. He's going to be a driver really to watch out in this race today.
Absolutely is. Luke Corner had some good results yesterday as well, 5th and an 8th, so in that sharper end of the field, but I'm sure we'll be hunting down to try and get into that top 3, as will Vilma Svan, the 7th and a 4th for Vilma. And also other drivers that have managed to pick things up slightly at this final round. Victor Gustafsson, a driver that, you know, has got some great pace, just in general, great experience, hasn't had the results during racing this year. Had a 9th and a 3rd yesterday, though, as we've got our rain radar back on your screens, ladies and gentlemen, and maybe we're in for a bit of a treat later on, Anthony?
Oh, I think a treat is the wrong word to use. Maybe a river on the circuit later on today. Engines fire up, drivers head out onto the circuit. Let's take you through that full starting lineup. Roman Kamiab and Jindra Peschel on road number 1. They'll have Lev Krutov and Vilma Svan on road 2. Luke Corner and Timo Ramikas, they will go from road 3. Ramikas having a very decentish day yesterday. Never been outside the top 10 despite a penalty in that second race. Eli Kaczynski and Victor Gustafsson. Finally, for Gustafsson, it's all coming together. The Swede with good results with a P3 yesterday on row 4. Kenzo Craigie and Joel Pokala on row number 5. Noah Wolf and Kiribati go from row 6. They'll have Zach Green and Ella Hakkinen rounding out the first half of the field on row 7.
Drivers on row number 8 will need to pull some tricks out the bag then. Scott Marsh and Luna Flusha. Row number 9. Amin Kara Osman with Oscar Gallen, and from 10 we have Sky Parker and Oliver Rasmussen. From row number 11 is Aston Sharp of Great Britain with Boluet of Belgium, and then from 12 it's Carl Luthart, who had a disqualification yesterday alongside Daniel Picorni. 13, Georgie Sazov with Lillian Scarborough, and from 14 is Dave Munamar with Jorn Helder. All alone then on that final row, row number 15th, and on your 29th grid spot, we have Sun and Z of Victory Lane.
Indeed. Well, this is all good for the drivers then. Nice and perfect conditions now for the field as they head out. Dry circuit, sunshine, temperatures rising. It's exactly what you want to see, and hopefully all the photographers out there get nice photographs of the drivers while they're out on circuit. But right now, it is still a case of keeping an eye on these drivers for this time being. Of course, with Denmark, the south of Denmark, it's very flat out here. The one thing you miss is a castle on the hill. I do love those sort of things in Europe, but we don't see many of those here in Denmark. You just see a big construction site heading in the background with a big new engineering project, of course, with the main road and the train line going from Denmark all the way over to Germany. That saves quite a bit of time because you have to get the ferry across to do it. Now, right then, here we go. Drivers heading in to the tram lines. It is Roman Kamiab and Jindra Peschel on the front row of the grid. Can Kamiab make it 3 of 3 as we go green line racing? It's a solid start for the inside row.
Whoa.
As Peschel gets caught out and off the track and into the gravel trap. Goes 3 of them and into the banking there. Multiple carts off at T1. And that, I think, possibly was that Vilma Svan at the start of that race into the gravel trap? It could have been, because I don't see a barrel up there. It was Vilma Svan. Another one was the Ward Racing of Eli Kaczynski. There were other drivers out there as well. I think Oscar Gallen may have been caught out. Sky Parker, I think, may have been another one. And I think Lillian Scarborough also, who had a tough day yesterday, has been caught out in this one right now. There, though, look at this in the sharp end of the field. Victor Gustafsson has had a brilliant start to his race.
Absolutely gets the move done on Luke Cordner then in the early stages of this one. But the story of the weekend so far has been the performance from Roman Kamiab, fastest in qualifying, 2 heat wins so far, and now clear from Lev Krutulov of Ukraine by a second after only 2 laps. Flags go green then in turn number 2, so drivers are allowed to take once more. Those opportunities do not exist currently round turn 1 and 2 because of that drama for Oscar Gallen, Sky Parker and Lillian Scarborough. Through they go then, and Gustafsson really turning up the dial to try and catch up to Krutulov. Now Ramaker's looking under pressure. No, he's not, because he makes the move stick. No, he doesn't. Looks like he's going to lose it to Kenzo Craigie. Chiara Batigue in this fight as well. These three drivers saw a lot of each other at Campillos at our first round, and now we've got big dramas as Chiara Batigue gets all caught out by both Ramekers and Noah Wolf. That really is a fight in that mid-pack section, and Thibaut is looking for a good race result after being given a penalty after that strong heat yesterday. Thibaut had a P6, then that penalty dropped him those points that he would have needed. Now we've got in the background of things Carl Luthart and Vilma Svan having dramas and dropping right to the back of the field as well. Batigue finds herself dropping down into the clutches of Bo Louette, Kara Osman and Oliver Rasmussen as well. And Louette really fighting up the order, as is Victor Gustafsson, who has now made the change for P2 and caught up to Krutulov there in the energy by quite some way. And now Luke Cordner finds himself in there as well.
Absolute perfect symphony between these two drivers going through as, oh dear, that's a big send there for Luke Cordner. Down the inside, trying to get his nose down the inside through turn 11. Thought against it at the last moment. Peschel now on the recovery drive, trying to push him back, but don't worry. I'm sure we'll see some good racing still from these drivers as they continue this fight to the field, as there is Zach Green just behind as well. He's also close in, of course, relation to Will Green, except Zach with the DPK outfit over the course of this season. On the exit, gets the switch over, moves past Peschel and gets up into P5 now as he loses it on the exit there. Again, as soon as you gain 1, you can lose 2. As through there goes your Apocalypse. Says, thank you very much, I'll take that one.
Zach then had a P6 yesterday. I think the theme for him this year, he just can't quite get it together in qualifying. He has great pace during the races, does manage to pluck off positions. He's doing just that within this race, did just that during his heats yesterday. I'd like to see Zach maybe pull that qualifying back together, because he's one of those drivers, I think if he was to start at the front, he's got it in him to absolutely stay there. There we go then, we've lost another driver now. Now that's the 187 who's parked it right by one of the marshal posts. That is Carl Luthart that we have lost. We mentioned that previously, that he had dropped to the back of the order, and now he's out of this race. Cordner trying to catch up to the back bumper of Lev Krutulov, following him round like a shadow, but is also pulling around Peschel. Peschel gets it right through turn number 9, that banked corner where there's so much stress on that front left tyre, but Peschel is managing it well, gets the move stuck on the Ricky Flynn of Cordner and finds himself now in P4.
Indeed, that is a nice one there, and everything has changed now in that top order, but still they are pushing through nicely in that infield section as well. Jorn Helder battling with Chiara Batigue, but Batigue's just got through into 13th place. Helder now still on a 14th place gain. Bo Louette still pushing through as well. Peschel on the charge though, down the inside. Lev Krutulov gets that move done for 3rd place, and now as well Zach Green also on the charge.
Joel Pukala now has made the overtake as well, looking strong there to get up the order. You think he's got it in him to catch up to Krutulov and Peschel then, Anthony, yes or no?
Oh, I think yes on this one, but we'll have to wait and see. But speaking of sea, I do love a Tenerife sea as well. Right, Daniel McCorney had a bit of drama on that one. He dropped down 2 places. Sharp and Kaczynski getting through. But let's see what they can do. And their race certainly going ups and downs in this one, because Kaczynski is down 12 places right now. Vilma Svan is fighting back, though. Has got back up into 21st place. You can see those broken carts on the exit there. Sky Parker and I think Lillian Scarborough's wagons not going any further in this race, as they are stationary at T1. But eyes still remaining on this one. I'm going to keep an eye on the Kamjab Gustafsson battle. I spoke very briefly to Victor Gustafsson. I said, Victor, all good this weekend? He said, yeah, it's the first good race I've had in 2 weeks. And he's
it took him 2 weeks, but he got there.
He got there. But yeah, the former KZ World Champion certainly getting to grips here at the Rødby circuits and holding firm in 2nd place. He isn't closing that gap up, but he's holding, well, actually, he is. He just took 3/10 out of Roman Kamyab's lead on that last lap.
Yeah, absolutely did. Gustafsson then a 9th and a 3rd yesterday, so nowhere near Kamyab in the points, who's had 2 wins out of 2 so far. Of course, as it stands for the time being, is on the charge to achieve another point in that tally of the 2 wins so far this weekend. Ramikas now puts in that purple. That Ramikas, though, finds himself in P10 with a 4-position loss. He sat there behind Kenzo Craigie, who's fighting out for position. Craigie finds himself as another driver who had a DNF yesterday, as we've got a problem out there. Is that one of the forces, I think, running down the side of the track?
That is Armin Kadia Osman, unfortunately, running away at T1, and that is a big, big shame. The latest retirement in this race. It's a fast turn, is turn 1. Of course, that gravel trap doing bits earlier on. We saw that come into use, but right now, still for the rest of this field, all is calm. The Gustafsson and Kamya battle still holding at a 2nd right now. 3rd is all good for Peschel. Krutulov and Pokula is the fight. Your Pokula is on a good run here. 5 places gained. Had the good run earlier on. Great overtakes right on that rear bumper of Krutulov. That's going to be a fight to watch. The same as this one. Green and Kornda. Those two have been battling away pretty nicely. But hearts don't break around here, and I'm sure they will continue that fight to the end.
The Kamyab Gustafsson gap then is increasing ever more, and let's not forget about maybe the height difference between Victor and Roman. Victor, much taller, much bigger driver than Roman, so has to be more gentle on that tyre, because he's naturally might end up chewing through it a bit more than Roman will because of that centre of gravity. So maybe he's just decided to not push too hard within these late stages. Then it is 1.3 seconds. This split up those 2 drivers. Mid-pack section then. We've got 3 Brits all getting involved with each other. That is Green, Wolf and Craigie there on your screen. Wolf looking strong. Zach Green makes the move on Luke Cordner. And this is just a theme of this weekend around this track, especially round turn 7. Cordner then was just overtaken by Green, and then he lost position to not only Zach, but to Noah, Craigie and Thibaut as well. Thibaut on the back of this fight. Zach has got past Craigie. Thibaut looking like he's going to push on the back bumper of the former world champion for the junior category in 2024. Into turn number 1 they go, and they have fallen off the back of the VAR branded kart of Noah Wolf. Kento goes down the inside of Zach at turn number 3, loses position by Timo, almost gets it back though on the entry to turn number 4, and the Mercedes driver now finds himself as the leader of this pack once more. Thibaut right on the back bumper of Kenzo, who went in a bit too defensive, gets it wrong, and again, you don't lose 1 position around this track, you lose 2. Instantly gets a bit frustrated, I would then say. Kenzo, his bumps into the back of Zach slightly.
Yeah, he had a very troublesome start to his weekend with that DNF. Problems with the engine has changed for 2nd place. Peschel caught back up to Gustafsson. So Gustafsson unable to attack Kamyab as they now battle for 2nd place, as they are thinking, right, I'm just going to try and save myself here, says Peschel. I drop back in the order. I'm fighting back now. Back up into 2nd place after the drama in the early stages, and now looks much more controlled in this one. Eyes of the background, Pokula has finally got the move done on Lev Krutulov. That has stepped him up into 4th place. So as quickly as they were holding firm, it's all swapped around again.
Yeah, it took a little while for Pokula to find some bravery to get past the driver of Energy Course, but has pulled it off nonetheless. Now Peschel looking strong there in P2. Gustafsson has tailed off slightly off the back bumper of that Charles Leclerc branded car. Tony Kart branded car. There you've got the Charles Leclerc driver just signalling to Krutulov. Whoa!
Whoa! And into the barrier on the start-finish line. It's heavy contact with the wall. Your Pokula is furious, but thankfully okay from that moment, and that kart stricken on the racing line going into turn 1, and that's a scary moment. And the red flag, I think, it's come out on my graphic, but I'm not seeing the flags out on circuit, so it's there on your screen at home and in this commentary box, but I'm seeing only waved yellows on circuit. I am a bit perplexed as to what is happening right now. Well, there you can see Kamyab has slowed it right down, and he's brought it back in. Yeah, red flags are now out on the circuit. But that is a moment on the start-finish line. Scary one for Johan Pokela. Thankfully, though, up and out of the car immediately. We saw him running. Don't know if that's a bit of adrenaline there, because that was a significant impact with the wall there, Nicole.
Absolutely. You saw the kart spin round. You saw Joel's body kind of come out the seat and get spun round with it. Like you said, I think as a driver, that adrenaline is so high because of the racing. Instantly jumped up out of the seat and cleared away from the track. But heavy impact going down on that start-finish straight. Don't quite know what caused that. Bit of a peculiar place to have an incident like that occur. But there you can see the Charles Leclerc branded kart there parked on the side of the track. And red flags were out. All drivers have cleared the circuit into the pit lane then, led by Roman Kamyab. There you can see them probably just discussing what happened. And Krutulov, I don't know quite what happened there, but you know, he's right by Yol. I think lucky to get past that one unscathed, not to get clipped by that spinning cart.
Remember those very fast speeds there going down towards turn one, so you can see that Joel Pokela is there. No, I don't think that was contact between the two of them. I think that may be mechanical. Yeah, yes, it was mechanical. It's an engine seizure on the fastest part of the circuit. Nothing to do with Lev Krutulov there whatsoever, and that is a complete disaster for Johan Pokela, who's looking so quick in that race. His engine just said no, and thankfully we saw him up and out of the kart running away. But yeah, that's a scary moment there at T1.
And how well read was that by Krutulov as well, to see that was happening, probably see that he was lacking a bit of pace, moved just outside of the way. I think his whole life probably would have flashed before his eyes.
Maybe so. I was just seeing there, I'm in Caddy Osman's kart missing a rear wheel as well. And we saw that retirement earlier on. Not sure why, but clearly that's just answered it. Well, a very dramatic end to qualifying Heat A versus D for that one. Roman Kamyab takes the win, though, however, continues that trend with 3 qualifying heat wins out of 3, finishing ahead of Peschel and Victor Gustafsson, Lev Krutulov, and Noah Wolf, Thibaut Ramekers and Zach Green, Kenzo Craigie and Luke Kornder, Bolawet and Joel Pokela, Jorn Helder from Chiara Batik, Scott Marsh, Phil Swan, Elliot Kaczynski, Luna Falusia, Georgi Zazov, Sana Z, Ella Hakkinen from Oliver Rasmussen, Daniel Picorni from Leith Manuma, and Aston Sharp, Joel Pokela dropping to 24th, Armin Caddy Osman, Carl Luthart, Oscar Gallin, Sky Parker, Lyndon Scarborough, all retirements at the start of that race. So we can see this moment here into the barriers and up the banking there for a couple of them. High speed, wet grass, unfortunately, doesn't go well.
Absolutely, it doesn't. Here we go then. This was the mid-pack battle that included Wolf, Fatigue, Kenzo Craigie, Thibaut Ramekers in the start. Ella Hakkinen did get involved right at the start of the race. Didn't manage to pull anything off, though, points-wise or position-wise. It was busy in that mid-pack section. Fatigue almost got massively caught out on the exit of turn number 5. Going through, though, Wolf and Ramekers managed to pull away. And we had battles going on at the front end of the order. And this is when Joel Pokela really managed to light things up. Got past Luke Kornder in the early stages of that one. And then Kornder just seemed like he dropped backwards. Was vulnerable to Zach Green there in the DPK. He got past... they were battling out. Kornder returned the favour. This allowed Wolf to get into the fight. And Kornder actually found himself on that rumble strip off towards that dirty bit of the exit curb and dropped for position. So it was absolutely on between the 3 Brits of Wolf, Craigie and Zach Green. But Thibaut Ramekers managed to get 2 for the price of 1 around turn number 3 as well. Craigie didn't want to give it up after that DNF yesterday. He knows that he needs some points within this one. He was continuously trying to pick off those positions, was not giving up those places.
Indeed. Kenzo Craigie having a good fight in that one as well. Stepping up the order, did have dramas at the end. Did have a gain, though, of 1 place, though, at the end of that race. Change for second in the dying stages. Peschel getting through past the likes of Victor Gustafsson. there. You're popular, all seemingly fine at this point. Drama striking. Now he's put his hand up. He's already knows he's got problems. He was slowing down and then it seized on him. And then it just spat him out into the barriers there on the start-finish line. Absolute drama, and how close was it to the start marshal there on the last lap board going up. And because it was the last lap, when the red flags came out, instantly race over. It was past 75%, which means the race concludes at that result. And that means full points still awarded to the drivers, which means Roman Kamyab still comes away with 150 intermediate classification points after those 3 wins on circuit. But it moves on very quickly, and hopefully all good with the drivers. Obviously, we saw that Joa quickly up and out of the car to get to safety. But we caught up with this young man here, Noah Baglin, after time qualifying, as he became the 2nd fastest driver over the weekend.
Noah, how are you feeling ahead of this weekend?
I don't know, to be honest. It'll be quite a close race between me and Dean, so I don't know how I'm feeling, because I feel like this track is quite a close track and everyone's quite bunched in at the start, so it'll be quite hard to make some moves. And obviously when you're defending, it's quite easy just defend, to be honest. In your head, it's easier to keep the position, so yeah, it's going to be a tough race.
You've been a fighting figure in 2025. We spoke to you at the start of the season in Campios. How do you think this season has gone, and how would you sum it up?
This season's been very good for me. I think the first 2 rounds were really good, getting a 1-2. For Turbo, not so much, because it was quite a hard track and I didn't do what I should have done, to be honest. And then, I mean, the finale is going to be quite interesting. So yeah, it sums it up. It's been quite a good season for me with a couple podiums, so yeah.
It is a very close title fight, like you just mentioning. The pressure most certainly is on. With this track being so demanding and open for overtaking, how do you think this will affect the driving style for all the drivers this weekend?
I think they'll be more aggressive, because this is where you get the points and this is where you finish the season off in the FIA Karting European. So I think it'll be quite aggressive. Quali will matter a lot, obviously, because if you're in quali, you have quite an easier race being up front. But yeah, I think it'll be quite a hard race because everyone's wanting to get points.
And for you, what are you hoping to achieve at the end of this weekend?
Obviously a win and take the championship, but I can't guarantee it. So yeah, I'll just hope for the best.
Well, like you say there, he's looking for that win, can't guarantee it, but he's in a good spot still. He was fighting in the points there with Dean Hugendorn earlier on, but he will find himself in this fight still as he starts this one from the 3rd row of the grid with that 2nd place earlier on. Still the grandstand filling out nicely there. Wind still picking up. They're quite sheltered from that there, thanks to that huge pile of earth behind them as well. That's a bad way to describe it, but actually no, I think it's a good way to describe it. But yeah, just behind them. But yeah, still looking forward to seeing what this next group can do. A little bit of wait, of course, with the cleanup operation happening out on the circuit, but the marshals have done a fabulous job of getting that one squared away. Priam Renault back on the front of this grid. Relatively controlled race earlier for Priam Renault in Group B, but still looking forward to seeing what he can do out on the circuit for this one. A reminder of a little bit of that group. Of course, we did see Baglin take 2nd place. Priam Renault did drop down a couple. He finished in P5. Leonardo Gorski had a really good, strong start to his race. Managed to get into the lead from that 2nd row of the grid in the wet conditions. Of course, then later dropped down to 8th place. Benjamin Magnac also relatively up and down weekend so far for him. He certainly did struggle a little bit in that last race, but still gained a position, finishing P6 at the end of it. So still good ups and down races for him, but compare that to Magnac's 2 2nd places yesterday. Not the most ideal start for him, but still a top 10 result is still a good result at the end of the day. Engines fire up then, drivers make their way out onto the circuit. Let's take you through the full starting lineup for this one. It is Priam Renault and Ile Christian on the front row of the grid. Leonardo Gorski and Bosco Arias go from row number 2. Baglin and Emiliano Hernandez go from row 3. They'll have Benjamin Magnac and Alexander Lazarus on row 4. Juan Garciase and Valeria Villapiana on row number 5. They'll have Felipe Sanchez and Will Green on row 6, with Maxim Bobazov and Mark Pilapenko on row number 7.
Row number 8 will include Egon Pedrotti with Angelina Simmons, and from 9 we have Luke Tal with Marcel Jebbo. 10 is Asher Ostein versus Nathan Kappen, and from row number 11 we've got Magnus Morch with Anton Venant. 12 will look like Lucas Bonholm with Amir Sabarov, and from 13 we have Wen Yibo and Turner Brown. Keep an eye on Turner Brown, will be a big mover within this race. To row number 14, Ludovico Mazzola alongside William Kim, and rounding out your 15-row grid, we have Michael McGoy on 29th.
Well, Michael McGoy here having a tough old weekend in that time qualifying, but has been making it up in those qualifying heats. So again, we'll keep a close eye on him in this one. Rubber starting to be laid down there at turn number 1 there, Nicole. Speeds will ever increase as the more sessions go out on the circuit, but at the moment, Priam Bruno will be the driver going in towards turn 1 in that race lead, but I'm curious to see what Leonardo Gorski can do this time around. Brilliant start for him earlier on for the MP team on that Henza kart machine. A brand new outfit for 2025. Of course, the MP team, well known in the world of motorsport. Now you can go from karting all the way up to Formula 2 with the MP Motorsport package. A fabulous journey for them, which is why we're seeing a staggering amount of drivers jump in onto that team. A great insight to the inner workings of the fabulous team that is MP Motorsport. We'll have to see how their progression goes on later on this season. Of course, going to the World Championships later on this year. Into the tram lines we go then. Is it going to be a good start for Bruno and Kristen as lights go out? We're racing. Look at the Koski step out there of Valerio Villapiana, not wanting to get involved with that outside line, fighting to the inside, and gets up in the early stages. This time around, Gorski does not get the start as, oh dear, drama in the background, carts on top of carts, multiple drivers involved, and we'll go over who is involved in that one. And I think it all starts up at the mid-pack area. I think we lost out there on Mark Pilapenko. Egon Pedrotti again with a DNF. Not a good start to his weekend. Sebo's there off the track. Also, Asher Ostein was caught out. Magnus Morch and Lucas Bonholm all off the track at the start of that race.
Technical dramas then, I think, potentially for one of the drivers that was right at the front. Big drama with, whoa, something's flying off the cart.
That's, I think that might have been, is that an end plate on a rear bumper that's come off there from one of the drivers? But yeah, very feisty, and that was, I think, Valerio Villapiana being pushed slightly from Gorski through the inside. Yellow flags are out. No overtaking beyond this point. Well, no overtaking, definitely no crashing. Yellow flags, but that's certainly not what you want to see going in towards the yellow flag area.
So it was Egon Pedrotti that was going really slowly round turn number 5, and now he has dropped all the way back to the back of the order behind Angelina Simmons in 24th. Battle still raging on. Noah Baglin has dropped down 2 positions to be in 7th currently, having to fend off Bosco Arias. We know those 2 drivers had a small incident together out in Viterbo, so watch how that plays out within this race as big moves down the inside at turns number 11. That's the MP getting past now. That is Leonardo Gorski fighting up the order, but Villapiana is going to return the favour through turn number 1, and Gorski loses not 1, 2, but 3 positions on the entry to turn number 2. Gets it back in, though, on one of the parallels. No, he doesn't. Doesn't manage to pull it off. Now Noah has arrived as well and is right on the door.
And it is Leonardo Gorski's, who's that rear end plate that fell off, went up into the sky, is up and round and out of the race is the 218 there. Oh, I don't think it is the 218, it's the parallel, it's Priam Bruno that pulls it, it's the 216 out of the race. Juan Garciase as well as tumbled down the order. And that is disaster for Priam Bruno, who's already had drama this weekend. Juan Garciase was another driver involved in that one, but I think this one, no, is it Priam Bruno still there in P4? No, it is Priam Bruno still there in P4. It is Juan Garciase, we'll say there. So apologies for Priam Bruno fans. It is Juan Garciase is off the track, and yes, not happy at all.
No, absolutely not. Priam then fending off Noah, still battles going on. Gorski having to try and push off the drivers behind of Bosco Arias. Felipe Sanchez, Emiliano Hernandez and Luke Tal as well. And this is such a busy race then, Anthony. Probably the busiest we've seen so far this weekend. Out in the front though, we have got a 2-kart breakaway of Ili Christian and Benjamin Magnac. Magnac having some good results so far. He's had 2 P2s. He's hunting down now for a race win. And I would say Benjamin has looked so strong this season since making that team change over to Forza. Started the European season with the AKM team, wasn't happy with the performance, just moved over to the satellite OTK team with that brightly orange kart on the Esprit, of course, and has looked very quick ever since, and is looking quick within this race because down the inside at turn number 4, makes the move stick on Ili Christian and makes himself your new race leader with a purple lap and a 6th place gain. Wolf then, Baglin not managing to fend off Priam just yet, as we've got, I think, a bit of drama.
Yeah, there were karts off at turn 3. They'd cut across the track over to turn 5, nearly in front of the leaders. And there might have been Asher Osteen and William Kim there who were going through. I think Wen Yabu also caught out there at turn 5, because they're going backwards. And oh dear, into the tyre wall as Emiliano Hernandez and Michael McGoy. And oh dear, keep it civil there, boys, but that is not what you want to see, and that is significant impact into the barriers there, and that is down in towards turn number 7.
That's big dramas, and the drivers having a bit to say to each other then. So boards out for everybody in the field then, because we've got so many clean-up operations to go on in this one, Anthony. This is pretty busy stuff from all of our junior drivers. Christian then back in the lead of this race, so did get back past Benjamin Magnac out there in the front. And of course, what is this slow board procedure going to do to the whole pack? It's going to back everybody into one long train, make things extra interesting just once more. Vipiana there in 3rd. It is Baglin in 4th, Bruno 5th, Arias 6th. Then we've got Bobrishov, Gorski, Tal, Brown, Green and Mazzola. Top 10 looking feisty within this race, and that work that the front 2 of Christian and Benjamin Magnac had put in is now going to be taken away because of this stage in the race.
Yeah, indeed, so that's going to bring the whole pack together again. Slow boards out onto lap number 7, and we'll kind of get an understanding why. So this is the Juan Garciase moment. Oh dear, that's a big moment there. Leonardo Gorski getting a rear wheel to the back of the head there over the top of him, and that's a big shame. Unsure what happened between Michael McGoy in that latter stage there as well with Emiliano Hernandez. Those 2 drivers seemingly having a big crash there going in towards turn number 7. It's fast, flat out through turn 6, the kink through turn 6 into the braking zone of 7. And it's just getting caught out on each other. Yellow flag still waving there, so we're not going this time around. I think we might be going at the end of this next lap. So yes, the field go round for another lap. That brings us on to lap number 8 of this race. 7 laps completed. It's going to be a 2-lap shootout here, Nicole. Christian, Magnac, Viapiana, Baglin, Bruno, Arias, all up in that top section. This is a really crucial moment for Noah Baglin here. If he can get just one overtake in this one, he might find himself forward. However, I'm looking at that nose cone of Baglin, and I've got to say it is dragging on the floor. Potential of a nose cone penalty at the end of this race.
Yeah, potential though with that capital P, because we can't call it from here.
We definitely can't.
We'll have to find out once we get the final results in later on. But for now, Baglin sat there in 4th position behind Viapiana. Of course, the championship fight is on for Noah this weekend, so he's going to need every point.
Oh, there it is.
That's the replay then. Oh, that was heavy impact to those barriers that, of course, after all of that rain, full of water out there, and we are going racing now. Green flag has been waved to Ili Christian, who's absolutely jumped the gun in these stages, has given himself a 3/10 gap from the rest of the field. Benjamin Magnac having to fend off Viapiana, who was looking all over the back of his bumper on the entry to turn number 2. Goes defensive, does Magnac in through 4. Go towards turn at number 5. Viapiana looks down the inside slightly, can't pull it off, and it's going to be Baglin that gets it correct out of the corner. Absolutely does, and makes the move stick on Valerio though. So good job by Baglin to read that properly, knew what was going to happen because of the decision by Maniac to back up Valerio and the remainder of your pack, including Bosco Arias, Maxim Bombashov and Leonardo Gorski trying to fight for position as well. Turner Brown in the top 10 as well. 17 places gained so far for Turner.
Indeed. Well, Baglin now with that overtake has got himself into the lead of the intermediate classifications. But again, question marks loom over that nose cone. Eyes on this one, though. Turner Brown having a brilliant race once again. 19 places gained. Is getting involved in this fight here. Via Piana fighting with Bruno Arias in there as well. Keeping a close eye on this one as they head through, but you can see how close it is between this field. Arias tries to pull out of the slipstream there of Via Piana. Baglin holds the inside line, goes wheel to wheel now on the exit with Benjamin Magnac as Christian is in the lead. Wheels smoke off the two of them. Baglin, though, is going to lose out on these positions, and he's going to go 4 wide in towards the final sector. That's never going to work out, and they all go back into second place. But Christian, undefeated at this moment in this race, across the line takes the win. He now takes another qualifying heat win ahead of the rest. Via Piana finishes in second place out of Arias. Magnac from Brown. Baglin drops to 6th. Will lose out on the intermediate classification lead, and that question mark still looms, but that's a very close fight at the end of that one, but it all kicked off for second place, allowing Christian to break away by a staggering 3.9 seconds.
3.9 seconds as well, let's not forget, over 2 laps.
Yeah.
Because we had that slow procedure which backed him into the rest of the field momentarily, but used that restart in a clever way and managed to bolt off from the remainder of the field from Valerio Villapiana and Bosco Arias, who manages a P3 in that race. Bosco has had 2 5th positions, now a 3rd, so on a good charge now. Benjamin Magnac lost out slightly, but it was a 3-position gain overall, and Turner Brown makes himself your last driver in the top 5 with a 21 place gain. Noah Baglin, Leonardo Gorski, Priyan Bruno, Maxim Bobrishov and Luke Tau round out your remaining top 10. And then we have Will Green, Ludovico Mazzola, Anton Venant, Alexandra Lazarus and Nathan Kappen as your top 15. Angelina Simmons, Felipe Sanchez, Angon Pedrotti, Asher Ostein, Wenyabu, Amir Sabarov are your remaining finishers. And then after all of that pandemonium throughout the entire race, we lost the likes of Emiliano Hernandez, Michael McGoy, William Kim, Juan Garfiate, Mark Pilipenko, Marcel Jebo, Magnus Morch and Lucas Bonholm.
Indeed. Well, let's have a look at the highlights from that one. There were multiple retirements in this race. 29 races down to just 21 at the end of it, but I was really impressed at the start of that one, watching the likes of seeing Valerio Villapiana just dive out of that infield section, fight all the way to the sharp end, an 8th place gain. Drama right at the start of that race, drivers over the top of each other. Big scary moment. There was Egon Pedrotti, so he'd actually cut half the circuit, unfortunately, from that one, which is why you saw him at the front and dropping back. But yeah, Lucas Bonholm, Magnus Morsch, Marcel Zebo, Mark Pilipenko, all involved in that incident on the opening lap. Later, we would see Juan Garciase have drama as well. This moment here, wow, how close could you get between these drivers? But it was a big one for Juan Garciase. Of course, you were seeing him side by side with Leonardo Gorski in the early stage. You could see how Garciase was closing in those early stages. You would see this moment here, Valerio Villapiana going through. Then you would have the Parallel in there as well, fighting through. Juan Garciase trying to get his nose down the inside. Did successfully do so. Then later on the next lap would get caught out with Gorski. Priyan Renault holding firm at that sharp end, did end up dropping backwards, but there was the moment that we lost out on Juan Garciase. Later on in the race, we then saw William Kim retire, and then also the big moment between Michael McGoy and Emiliano Hernandez with a big moment on there. And yeah, you can see not happy at all was Juan Garciase. Eyes at the front end of the field. This was the likes of Noah Baglin getting the moves done in that latter stages of the race. This one at the midway point as well. Change at the sharp end. Christian losing out on the lead. There was the moment between Michael McGoy and Emiliano Hernandez. Heavy contact with the barriers there, Nicole. They're full of water All that rain falling earlier.
Absolutely was. I would say there's probably a bit of damage to some of those chassis out there, though. Big impact out of the exit of that turn. Baglin then found himself in a spot of hot water in that final lap. Was surrounded by a number of drivers and ended up losing position to end up 6th. But crucially, Christian, 2 laps it took him to give himself a 3.9 second gap. That concludes our last junior race before the lunch break, but we go back for more racing now, this time with our seniors for qualifying heat B versus E.
Indeed, and this one will once again see Jensen Burnett and Jacopo Martinez on the front row of the grid. But eyes focus to the man who starts this a little further down in the grid, James Anagnostiades. We caught up with him ahead of this weekend.
James, you are in for a weekend here. A title fight that could mean a massive stepping stone for you. But let's reflect on the season you've had with Prema, with that final win in Campos till now.
Yeah, it's been a pretty good year. Obviously, I had a tough year last year, but to start off with the win in Campos, it was really good and a big confidence boost. The middle of the season's been tough. Portimao, we just didn't really have the pace. Just not a track that we were kind of bonded with, but no, it was still a top 10 finish there. And yeah, Viterbo obviously unlucky in the final, was running 3rd and then collision on the last lap. But no, it was still a top five finish there. So I mean, the points are being consistent, and yeah, we'll just try and do the best we can this weekend and see if it's enough to win the championship.
With the results that you've had, of course, with the ups and the downs from, of course, Campos and to this one, how is this going to reflect your racing style coming into Denmark? It's, of course, a completely different circuit, more open, more fiercer racing. How is it going to compare to, of course, the different tracks like Viterbo?
Well, I think the pace we had last weekend is probably the best we've had so far, and yeah, I think I'm feeling pretty confident. This is a track I sort of like. It's more like a track at home from Australia, but yeah, we just don't think about the championship, do the best we can, try and win the weekend and see if it's enough.
Family is a big part of racing. You found yourself with an amazing motorsport family with both your mother and sister racing. What has that journey been like for you, knowing that you've had that backing all around you from the word go?
It's been pretty good, obviously, to have my mum that sort of has raced before, so she understands everything. My dad's been mechanicking for us since they were, like 18, since they first got together, and my sister obviously also racing in the F1 Academy, so it's good to have a family that supports me and sort of understands everything.
Does it help with your competitive nature a little bit when you get back home as well?
Yeah, a bit. My mum will say, "Oh, you made a mistake here, mistake here." I'm like, "Oh," and yeah, it's good.
Really good catch up there with James Anagnostiades out of this one, and like you say, it means a lot to him to race in this one. His sister, of course, who's here, spoke about that earlier on, his mum racing, and of course they're mentioning his dad on the spanners, which is how mum and dad met back when they were 18 years old. Brilliant story. Jensen Burnett and Jacopo Martinez on the front row of the grid for this one. Vladimir Ivanikov and Zach Drummond on row 2. Emily Koivisto and Thomas Pradere go from row number 3. Good results needed to be had by these drivers. Sebastiano Pavan and Dean Pedersen on row 4. Marcus Juncher and Clark Kowalczyk on row number 5. They'll be joined by Zhao Zijun and Marcus Schulkunas, who had a very good race earlier on with the switch to Tony Kart. The first half of the field sees Clovis Lugarain and Oliver Kinmark.
Row number 8, we have James Anagnostiades with Zhang Hojie. And from row number 9, we are missing Alexander Chartier and Boris Lysen. From 10, we have Radek Vavra alongside Mario Peldes, and from 11 is Joseph Smith with Senna Muner. 12, Paul Androtis with Sarah Motsoy, and from row number 13, we have Maria Neto with Fasto Unardo. The 14th row of the grid on 27th and 28th, we have Jason Bralick and Narwin Natipaton.
The busy group of drivers ready to go racing in this one. But let's see what happens as the sun's shining on the drivers here. Look very briefly at the intermediate classification. Roman Kamyab at the moment is undefeated. Maximum points to him, 150 points to his name. Martinez, though, is second. This is the next rotation of qualifying heats. So Martinez now, if he got a win here, he would step back up into the lead, and that'd be all good. Jensen Burnett is still there 4th in the points as well, so he could certainly have something to play. Vladimir Vanikov is 3rd in the points, so Drummond is 5th in the points. So again, they're all at that sharp end of this field. All of them have had a good racing weekend so far, and I can imagine if they can continue that pace up here, they'll be certainly contenders all the way to the end of this weekend, which means it's going to be mighty close to see who comes away with those 25 championship points at the end of today, and who secures pole position for those 2 superheats tomorrow. Into the tram lines we go. A little bit messy at the back of the grid, but the front looks good. Are we racing here in Groups B versus E? Lights are out. We are racing. It's a great start for Jensen Burnett. Sweeps across the front of Vladimir Vanikov, who goes off the circuit. And Vladimir Vanikov there getting absolutely caught out with his front nose getting cut off there by Jensen Burnett.
Yeah, absolutely off the road. Like you said then, Anthony, and has dropped right to the back of the field. No salvaging any kind of get back into the middle of the pack for Vladimir just yet. I think he's there on the tail end of the background, but for now he's got some work to do. Martinez maybe has not had the start he would have wanted, has dropped back down slightly. I think Klara Kowalczyk is one of the drivers that has jumped the gun early on. Down the inside at turn number 7 they go. Turn number 10, sorry, that is. Drummond now being overtaken for that P2, but Jensen Burnett has got a fantastic lead so far, out there clear by 1.1 seconds, and it's Emili Koivisto that has got past Drummond for that P2. Radir up there in 4th position for the time being, but is now being overtaken by Sebastiano Pavan, who of course, let's not forget, did not start his previous heat after missing the grid, so needs some good points, needs some good positions to be gained during this heat.
Indeed, and so far he is getting that as he steps up into 4th place at the expense of Thomas Radir. Eyes on the front here, Burnett with that win earlier on. It took his first win on track in his last race. Now finds himself there fighting. Big sense down the inside there through turn number 9. And that is huge gains there. Victor Gustafsson is not in this race at all. It's the wrong name as it's all going through turn number 10. That's not what you want to see at all. And tumbling down the order there is the 153, I believe. Well, I could be wrong on that one because that's Award Racing of Casper Henriksen. So I'll try and figure out who that is in the meanwhile. Looked like a CRG in that top section, but we'll keep a close eye on that one. So it is Burnett still from Drummond, Koivisto from Pavan, Radir from Kowalczyk, Kinmark losing out in a couple of positions on that last race, on that last lap. I think it may have been Clovis Nougarade, the driver, because him and the CRG did tumble down the order quite considerably there on the exit of turn number 10 and 11. So the Frenchman needing to fight back. Eyes on this one though. Emili Koivisto has a good look over his shoulder there on the exit turn 9. Can see the big gap is all down the inside, and on the move is James Anagnostiadis. Really good race from James Anagnostiadis earlier on. His best result, in fact, actually, his only result of the weekend so far in that race earlier on. After a DNF and a DSQ yesterday in his first 2 heats, Anagnostiadis now up 8 places and into P7.
Current intermediate classification as it stands then. Your race leader, Jensen Burnett, is your intermediate classification leader with 182 points. It is then Drummond from Martinez. Ivanikov is still there in the top 5, and then Roman Kamyab is your 5th driver in the points so far. Out of sector number 2 they go. Pavan still hustling the back of the Tony Kart driver of Radir for that P4. Doesn't try and have a look down the inside at turn number 9, but he's looking strong there, hustling that energy cart underneath him. Anagnostiadis, like you said, Anthony, good job for that 8th place gain. And Kowalczyk once more is inside the top 10 here this weekend. Really, really strong track, I would say, for Klara. Other big stories within the race, of course, we saw Vladimir fall off the road right at the start. Dropped down to the back of the field in around about 25th position. Now finds himself in 16th, so a 9th place gain so far for Vladimir. Good recovery drive, I would say, as we're not even in that halfway mark of this race. Anagnostiadis puts in that purple lap there in P7. Can't see him on your screens just yet, but he is on the back of Martinez there. This was the moment for one of the Premiers and the CRG off the road. at turn number 10, just bumping each other, and both drivers lucky to get back onto the tarmac. These are your three, though, jostling for position for P4. Pradir from Pavan. Martinez then has made the move stick on the energy driver of Pavan now, and that is going to bring James Anagnostiadis closer into this fight.
It certainly will do. Eyes on this one, and yeah, indeed, that fresh change. Martinez, who's still down 3 spots in this one. He had a great race earlier on as well. He did take a win earlier on after a very frantic, busy race with the rest of them. He now sits back here in P5, trying to push through. Anagnostiadis down the inside, finds the gap, gets through past Sebastiano Pavan, steps up now into P6. That's a 9th-place gain, and still in a very strong situation here. Seemingly unsure about what happened yesterday with Anagnostiadis, because he seems to be doing well in these dry conditions today. Of course, he's got the fresh tyres on board now. This will be helping him out in this race. Of course, it was dry conditions yesterday where he had the 2 DNFs, but now today, his first race earlier on where it was wet, everyone's on the same tyres, of course the wet tyres, brand new ones. He was able to get through the field pretty nicely there. Now he's back on a dry circuit, back on his tyres that have only done effectively 2 full race laps. And yeah, now he's in a really good position where he's able to get through the field. And this will be a same story as the day goes on, because there'll always be, you know, 2 full races fresher than the rest of the field.
Yeah, absolutely that then, Anthony. And the overtakes displayed by James then gets it done really well. Doesn't roll off the brake to then slide out of the corner and give the position back. But equally so, he bides his time. He's patient. He doesn't barrel into these corners and pull off silly moves. He's clever with the way that he is pulling this off.
And he's got past Martinez now as well, so he's into the top 5 here, now on a 10th-place gain. Eyes on the 2 just further ahead, very briefly there. Still no change between Koivisto and Drummond. This is back to that fight behind. Thomas Pradir is just ahead as well, as Anagnostiadis sets the fastest lap of the race. Could be able to gain at least 1 more position in this race, as time very quickly running out here. Nicole, we are lap 8 of 13, and still we watch this battle here between Drummond and Koivisto. Koivisto not able to get the move done just yet, though.
Not just yet. Drummond then is one of the drivers that walked into this weekend in the top 5 of your championship. He really wants to pull some points out to try and promote himself into the top 3 of the European standings. Walczyk now lighting things up to catch up to the back of Sebastiano Pavan through the entry of turns 1, 2 and towards number 3. She really is looking strong there in that Kart Republic, of course sporting the Argenti suit previously worn by the likes of Kimi Antonelli, and now has got past Sebastiano for that position. Makes herself the new driver in P7. Van then looked really strong in the early stages, has just tailed off, I would say, as we've hit that halfway mark. Maybe that's because of a tyre pressure choice. Maybe they've gone slightly too hard and is just struggling now after this midpoint section. Driver that's absolutely not struggling, though, Anthony Jordan, James Anagnostiadis. 10 positions gained now on the back of Thomas Pradir for that P4. It's now the Tony Kart versus the Kart Republic, and I'd say he's got more than enough time to try and get something going. Emilio Koivisto still hustling the back of Drummond once more. Haven't taken major chunks out of your race leader of Jensen Burnett. Jensen is still clear by over half a second. It's 7/10 that splits up the Canadian from the Scottish driver. And there we go then. That is the move by James Anagnostiadis. Patient but ambitious nonetheless. Gets it done on the brake, doesn't slide around with the kart, and gets himself into your top 4.
Indeed, every single one of these races where he gets these good results and he steps up inside the top 4 will start to put him back into play of getting into those superheats tomorrow. Remember, he has had some 2 tough races. This is his 4th race he's doing right now. James Anagnostiadis has only got 1 more race to go after this one, and that also needs to be a brilliant race later on today. Of course, they only get the 5 races over the course of the weekend. He had the 2 retirements yesterday. He had the good result earlier on this one right now, but needs that one to get those points on the board. But we'll keep a close eye on it, as still no change here between the two. And you know what? Actually, I'm going to say it. I reckon Anagnostiadis could close in on these two.
Well, they could, but these two are also closing in on your race leader, because it's only half a second that now splits Jensen from Zach. Zach has just taken out half a tenth through sector number 2 to the driver ahead of him. So I don't know, maybe Koivisto is being smart here, letting Zach put in that pace to try and catch up to a race leader. Let those two try and fight it out. What is the gap now? 0.3 of a second. Well, 0.4 of a second, really. So Zach is absolutely on the charge for this race lead. They are edging ever closer now. Is the driver on the Esprit from the driver in the Kart Republic, and then you've got Koivisto there, sat comfortably, I would say, in the Henze kart. 3 different manufacturers at the front there, and it's looking like Zach is edging closer and closer now, Anthony. He's arrived. He has arrived now for a potential race win. This is the battle for first. It was 1.2 seconds a few laps ago. Now it's down to just 0.2. This is going to be on very soon, I would say, Anthony.
I think so, and I think if we are going to see an attempt here, I reckon, I'm going to take a guess here, Nicole, turn number 5 will be my guess for a change of lead, if it happens, of course, because Bennett's pace still been really, really quick, but Drummond has been liking that corner so far this weekend. Through in towards turn 3, down in towards turn 4, and oh, he tried it there at T4. That was his one and only attempt at it, and I think it was a bit rushed there for Drummond. I would have said it was going to be turn 5 here. We've seen so many overtakes through that corner. Lost out a lot of time there, but now James Anagnostiadis has closed in. Could James possibly go for a last lunge here in the final couple of corners? I don't think. Well, it actually is close enough now. Big moment there out of turn number 9, and Anagnostiadis could get the switch over. He switched to the outside. Watch him try and dive it down the inside. No, Koivisto is smart to it and blocks it on the exit. Across the line, Bennett takes the win. Ahead of Drummond, Koivisto and Anagnostiadis rounds out the top 4 with Prunier in P5.
That moment then from Drummond, he looked vulnerable to Koivisto, sat on that white line and actually was smart. I don't know if it was intentional, but he backed up immediately into the clutches of James, puts him off the tracks, and I think Zach helped himself out there slightly with that defensive driving. Helped himself to finish in that P2, but your eyes and ears have to go on Jensen Bennett, the driver that pulled it in group in qualifying and has had some great races so far. P4, P2, a race win, out there doing some good stuff, and despite those more favoured sleepy conditions in the low grip of the wet racing, still equally as good in these dry track conditions. So it is Burnett from Drummond, from Koivisto as your top 3. And then we have James Anagnostiadis and Thomas Prunier as your remaining drivers in the top 5. Jensen then, with that race win, has helped himself in the intermediate classification. Still your leader of that, head of Drummond in P2, and Martinez there in 3rd. The remainder of your drivers in the top 10 include Jacopo Martinez, Clara Kowalczyk, Sebastiano Pavan, Oliver Kinmark, and Marcus Schilkunas. We then have Pascal Unardo, Zhang Hujie, Senna Muner, and Radek Vavra, with Meryl Pelades in your top 15. And then Vladimir Ivanikov did a good recovery after that big moment at turn number 1, ahead of Zhao Zhijun, Clovis Nugarad, Maria Neto, Paul Androtis, Dean Pedersen, Sarah Matsoy, Justin Bralick, and now in Nati Paton.
Indeed, very busy race there. Only the one retirement, Marcus Juncher, in that race. And then the 3 non-starters, Alexander Chartier, Boris Lysen and Joseph Smith, all not taking to the track. And there, Jensen Bennett coming away with his 2nd race win of the weekend. He certainly put his name at the sharp end of that order right at the start of this one. Watch that moment. Cuts across the nose of Vladimir Ivanikov. And yeah, that was a scary moment there for Ivanikov, but held onto his nerve. Pavan on the early charge through the field. He would drop back to 8th place, would actually lose out on 1 place in the end of it. The Koski's making moves up in the early stages of that race as well. Oliver Kinmark, I think one of them, a 4-place gain. Fastao Nardo on that DPK, we didn't say much about him. A 17-place gain for Fastao Nardo. A very strong drive in that order. There was the drama right at the start of it. Zhao Zhijun and Clovis Nugaray getting tangled. They would later drop down in the order despite the good starts. Anagnostiadis on the charge. Those 2 those fresher tyres on board, him really helping out. 11 places gained, getting up inside the top 4. It's another solid result for Anagnostiotis that's going to put him back on the board here.
Yeah, used the grip with the tyre and out on there on the track. Went in on the drivers ahead of him, got the kart stopped and pulled off some good overtakes. Klara Kowalczyk did a similar thing then. Good track for Klara so far. Hasn't actually finished outside of the top 10 just so far during the heats. Drummond then, this was almost a big moment. Ambitious, but high risk means high reward. Went for it nonetheless, didn't quite manage to pull it off and then had to defend from Koivisto behind. Unintentionally, I would say, backed Amelie into James Anagnostiotis, and then Amelie had to think more about the Australian behind him instead of the Scotsman in front of him. Crucially though, Jenson Burnett clear from the remainder of your field by just under 0.6 of a second from Drummond and from Koivisto. Good race there from our seniors to round out your rotation of this morning's heats.
Indeed, and that brings us on to that lunch break. We'll be back very, very soon. There is a look at what you can see. Academy Senior coming up for their second and last race of the day. Then we're back to OKJs and OKs, where we'll be seeing who will be ending up the day with 25 championship points and who will be starting on pole position for the Super Heats tomorrow for the finale here of the MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championships in Rodby. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a few minutes. Good afternoon and welcome back to Denmark. From the spires and cobbled streets of Copenhagen to the Baltic breeze of Lolland, the stage is set for the biggest racing days in European karting. Just 90 minutes south from the capital lies the Rødby Karting Ring, and this weekend the 1200-meter circuit of pure, unfiltered racing theatre plays host to round 4 of the MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championship. Year of opening 1972, back when the circuit was a lot smaller and 500 metres down the road. It then moved in around 2013-2015 over to its current location, where it's had an event record set by Scott Marsh earlier on in the weekend with a 50.169 in qualifying heat A versus E. The track itself, though, 200 metres down the start-finish straight, it's 135 metres down the infield straight. It's around 1,245 metres in total track length, 8 metres wide, around 3 metres of elevation change, which is helped out by those highly cambered corners. And that brings me on to those turns in total. 11 of them out there, 7 to the right, 4 to the left, and 5 hairpins out there. Each and every one of those provides its own unique challenges. Many of them provide overtaking opportunities. We've seen them in towards turns 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 9, 10, and 11. Pretty much every single corner out on track, meaning the racing is firm but fierce out on track. Brings us to the top speed as well, down in towards turn 1, 122 kilometers an hour. They average around 90 kilometers an hour around the entirety of the circuit. It is a fast and flowing track that so far this weekend, Nicole Sutherland has provided very dramatic races.
Absolutely has. It's been very full on, and like you said, it's because of how many places that these drivers can overtake. You know, it's pretty much possible everywhere, and I think there's been a bit of a theme where you don't just lose one position. If you're in a pack of karts, you lose 2, 3. Sometimes we've even seen drivers lose as many as 4.
Yes, indeed. It has been pretty shaky out there, but compare that to this morning. The conditions are now dry. The sun is shining, the wind is still howling, the threat of rain is still in the air. It does surround us at the moment here at the Rødby circuit, but at the moment it remains dry. There on your screen is the man starting this one, not on the front row of the grid, but on the third row, Yasuki Sato. We caught up with him ahead of this weekend.
Yasuki Sato of Japan, welcome to Rodby in Denmark. Let's go over a little bit about what you've been this season. Portugal, Italy, and of course now Denmark. You're becoming a well-known name in Europe. Your consistency has put you to the top of the table, but you're still chasing that first win. Is that the challenge this weekend, or are you going to be in a controlled environment? Are you going to keep it calm, or are you going to chase that first win?
Yeah, I still chasing the win, the first win, and so the good race, and so I hope win in this week. Yeah.
The Rødby Karting Ring is a new track for many this weekend. What is your opinion on the track, and that could see you crowned as the first ever Senior Academy Trophy driver this weekend?
Yeah, Rodby is my first ever in this week, so very good condition. So in the lane, maybe it's a lane this week, but I hope so good control that this track, the Rodby, yeah.
You've got a big challenge, of course. You're fighting with Jules Avril. It's very close in the standings. Your consistency over the season has been excellent. Can you continue that momentum this weekend?
Yeah, in this weekend, so Jules Avril is 85 points, I 100 points. So I hope so win the every hit and the final hits. I have to win this.
Good to chat there to Yasuki Sato, who starts this one on the third row of the grid. Yasuki Sato earlier on today having a very interesting race, of course, with the rest of the field as they all head out onto circuit. It was a P5 for him earlier on. Riccardo Ferrari, though, fresh off a P2 earlier on, starts this one on the front row once again with Atis Barinci alongside. Otto Sakala had a really tough race earlier on, dropped right down in the field. We'll be starting on row 2. Nicholas Vine with the race win earlier on in his home country. Starts on row 2. Yuzuki Sato and Wojciech Woda on row number 3 again for both of them. A relatively decent race with Woda finishing in P3. Row number 7 and row number 4 we'll see Neil Russell and Ava Donaldson. Row 5 we'll see Gianna Pascal and Simas Bachuska. Row 6 we'll see Joel Avril and Vasilis Malabis, and then it is Amato Martinez and Nick Skulak on row number 7. Harrison Whitcomb and Annabelle Kennedy go from row 8, with the first half of the field being Kimi Ray and Antonio Bulbarella on row number 9.
Row number 10 includes Mio Ule alongside Arthur Huang, and from then 11 we have Siri Konsiri with Rodion Gujanov. 12 looks like Bastian Ottensama with Georgi Samalasvili, and from 13 we have Joachim Maskelind with Andre Adekin. 14 Damien Bays with Evil Perez, and from 15 it looks like it's going to be Mirka Martru Petru with Augustine Sepulveda. 16 will be Philip Lenk with Jotam Rosenberg, and on the 17th and final row of your grid for this second Academy Senior heat we have Done Namalachvolchi with Daniel Gardella.
Indeed, a very busy one on screen, but let's see how this race progresses as the field get themselves lined up ready to go. There is race control, head of race control for the FIA, Chris Lambret, joined by Joanna Falcao and Sam Fisher in there, other accompanying help as well from the FIA across this weekend. Of course, lots of cameras to look at, lots of things to keep an eye on, of course, with it being a championship finale this weekend. 3 European champions, 2 European champions, and the first ever Academy Senior champion will be crowned this weekend. And at this moment, it still stays very close in those championship standings. At the moment, Yuzuki Sato does lead the way, and he sits currently 5th in the intermediate classifications here behind Vine, Ferrari, Woda and Whitcomb. As we go into the tram lines, we are not going racing. They are going around again very early on the acceleration, and already there's drama in the background here. 2 karts colliding, and that is drivers right at the back of the field with Zach Gardella and Rosenberg, I think it might have been, who have certainly had a very dramatic start to their race.
Well, I think, Simon Bulbarella was lifted from the back bumper, stuck on top of one of the carts behind, so maybe expect some early on back front nose cones to have been dropped because of that. Drivers getting the tyres sorted on this second opportunity to warm things up, and an opportunity for us then, Anthony, to wish a happy birthday to one of the drivers in our grid, Neil Russell's birthday today.
How old is he?
No idea.
No, excellent. You didn't think to ask that question. No. Excellent, good. That's fine reporting there, Nicole Sullivan, but at least we know it's his birthday. Happy birthday, Neil. Right. Oh, yeah, that's a very dramatic start there. Yeah, they got drivers all over the place at the start of that one. So, sending them around again. Now, that was around a little further up in the order. Was that maybe the Anakin and Samarashvili moment? Or were you saying was it Bulbarella and maybe Arthur Huang?
I think it was Bulbarella.
Okay, so they certainly having a very dramatic start to their race. Right then, into the tram lines. Are we racing this time around? Lights are out, we are racing. Down towards turn number 1, it's a good start once again for Riccardo Ferrari this time. Atis Barinci does not get caught out in the wet conditions. It's all nice and dry out there, and he slots in to 2nd place at the start of this race. Keep an eye, though, on the drivers behind, because 1 or 2 have gone wide. There you can see going off the circuit is the 405 machine. That is Simon Bulbarella. If he didn't have drama earlier on, he certainly has had them now, as he's tumbled right to the back of the field. But crucially, back at the front here, it is Riccardo Ferrari, who's under immense amount of pressure now from the 433 of Atis Barinci, who gets the switch over, goes down the inside as they go wheel to wheel in towards turn number 7, and Riccardo Ferrari has to back out.
Ferrari then having to go a bit steady into this second part of the first lap, hugging that white line to try and defend. I was getting it wrong then into these corners. The 417 of Nicholas Vine then has got himself into P2. Out of the final corner they will go. Now your race leader has absolutely got it spot on in the first opening lap of this second race. Atis Barinci, a second clear from the remainder of the field. Vine there in second. As we've got overtakes now into turn number 3, that is Wojciech Woda getting all involved. Looks like Yuzuki Sato's had a bit of a steady start going into this race. hasn't lit things up maybe as much as he would have liked to, like he said in his driver interview. Currently sat there in ninth behind Simas Bajčuka. There we go then, Vine under pressure again, because now down the inside, Wojciech Woda goes and gets himself into P2. Nicholas Vine looks like he's going to lose out on 2, maybe 3 positions there, because Neil Russell, Birthday Boy, and Joanna Pascal is all involved in this fight.
Indeed, right. Keeping a close eye on this one. Joanna Pascal there, you can see in the red and yellow helmet, just second in this pack. Getting through the field nicely in the early stages of this race. Mia Uller as well of Sweden also will keep an eye. He's currently in 10th place, but is on a 9th-place charge so far, as Joachim Askland has just dived down to the bottom of the field. The same can be said for Elva Perez as well. He's also had a tough one, but Atis Barinci at the front of this one. Clear track in front, fastest lap of the race is breaking away. Of course, these drivers will have only used these tyres for time qualifying. They have not done a race heat on a dry track yet, and you can put that down to the differences in speed. The last time these drivers were out on track, it was a completely drenched circuit, torrential rain at the time. Track conditions have changed wildly since they were last out on track.
Yeah, absolutely. Have challenges going on now. Otto Sakala trying to make the overtake to get in front of Uller there. Sakala didn't have had some bad luck in his previous race. Battle's going on then into turn number 1. Yuzuki Sato is in front of this battle. But that all involved Uller, Sakala, Martinez there now as well. Into turn number 3, we've got overtakes still going on. That's another hot spot for these drivers, and that was Simas Bajčuka trying to get further up the order. Wojciech Woda is your fastest driver out on the track. It's a 53.960. Woda is your driver in P2, but he's 2 seconds behind your race leader of Atis Barinci.
Indeed, there you can see Yuzuki Sato now back on the fighting end of this one, going wheel to wheel with Joanna Pascal. There is Harrison Whittingham just in the background. He is still fighting away with Skulak Silicon City as well. They're still fighting wheel to wheel. This still now Mia Uller getting past Joanna Pascal. Martinez also getting through. So Joanna Pascal in this early stage of the race now starting to fall down the order a little bit. They're in now 10th place from the rest of the field. Eyes on this one, still the top 5 very close. Neil Russell and Simas Bajčuka there at the moment fighting away. I believe they've closed in on Vine at the moment. The driver on there, well, Neil Russell at the sharp end of this one, so it's Bajčuka just in front. Sato is the one who's going to try and close in just behind. And Russell still looking pretty quick in this second half of the weekend. Of course, these drivers will have one more race to go tomorrow, while the superheats are going later on in the day. This will be the first race tomorrow. Will be their last qualifying heat, and then they'll be straight into a final. And we'll get a full understanding of who will be the first ever Academy Trophy-Senior winner in history in FIA Karting.
Yeah, history books will be made this weekend then for this category. 2 drivers are now under investigation, Martinez as well as Eva Dortson. Dortson didn't finish the previous race, crashed at the first corner in the previous one with those wet conditions, so down there in 19th, just not having a good time of it so far. Moves going down the inside then, that was Mia Uller who tried to overtake, overshot it. No, that's Harrison Whittingham now trying to overtake. Very similar helmets then between Whittingham and Uller. Quite a unique then one in the UK from Whittingham, but not out here. Whittingham in the wet conditions really did shoot up the order very quickly, just not managing to demonstrate that kind of performance in these dry conditions. Maybe because he's not helped now by his height and his weight, you know, in the wet conditions where he can shift his weight around the kart and move around a bit more. He was quite fast. Now where it's drier, there's a bit more grip. He doesn't look quite as quick as he was this morning. Russell continues to pick up the pace and set the standard for the remainder of the field. He's your fastest driver out on track, sat there in 5th, chasing down Nicholas Vine, your driver that took the first win this weekend earlier on.
Indeed, yeah. Vine still revelling off that one, but still stays there in 4th place for the time being. 3.4 seconds behind the race leader at the moment. There is Wojciech Woda in in second place. And trying to close down on Barinci, the gap 1.7, crosses the line, 1.9. Lost out a lot of time there. Barinci is not going to be caught here, Nicole. Atis Barinci had that really dramatic race earlier on. With a win here, it's only going to step him up to 4th in the intermediate classification, but that's still a good place to be going into their 3rd heat tomorrow, of course. For everyone else, still in a strong position. Vine, where he currently is there in 4th place, would still be in the lead. Riccardo Ferrari, if he can get another position done here, he might step up the order as well just a little bit. He's only on 85 compared to Vine's 88. So again, it's still very close in the intermediate classification, but all of these drivers are looking to try and close the gap up to Yuzuki Sato, who's in the lead.
Yeah, absolutely are. And a driver that's trying to close the gap then, Jana Pascal, the 404, chasing down then to try and improve her current P10 position. Martinez, that she is trying to hustle, looks over her shoulder going down the start-finish straight to the gap behind her of Jules Avril. Is a bit of a way ahead of Avril for the time being. Still got this battle raging on, and moves going down the inside at turn number 3 then. That is Otto Sakala losing out to Goyanov. Loses 2 positions, actually does Sakala, so despite good pace, just hasn't maybe got the racing right so far. More moves going on further back down in the field. That's the 4-1-2 getting involved now as well. So everybody really fighting out for position, and this is a busy part of your midfield then. That is Sakala getting caught out as well, and it was Whitacombe that made that move on Gojanov just previously. Jules Avril involved in this fight as well, as we've now got drivers just bumping into the back of each other out of the exit of turn number 5. Bit of a pinch point, I would say, for some of the drivers. And Anthony, it's easy for them to kind of overshoot it and get a bit too ambitious going into these corners.
Indeed, Augustine Sepulveda and Eva Dorison there fighting for position. They are running around in 18th and 19th place still, as back down the inside. A big move there for Kimi Ray on Sakala. And that is a huge change for positions again further down that order, just showcasing the pace that they've got still. There's Mika Mathieu-Petru, just got lost out to Philip Lenk there. Arthur Huang closing in, Annabelle Kennedy as well, who's on a recovery driving this, trying to get closed in. There you can see the Vettel-esque helmet livery there of Skulak, trying to fight in the early stages of this race. But right now, time very quickly running out, and all these overtakes in around this mid to back pack. It's certainly not going to help out their fight right now. Yurianov there still fighting and trying to hold on to position as we cut back to the front here. Vacek Voda has now found some pace. It was 1.9. It's down to half a second now for the race lead in the dying stages of this race.
Well, in our last qualifying heat before the lunch break then, in our senior category, we saw big chunks taken out of Jenson Burnett by Zach Drummond, so it is absolutely doable round this circuit, and Vacek Voda is doing just that. Look at this gap now. 0.3 of a second splits up him and Barinci. He's in that slipstream. He's got a bit of a tow. Won't benefit him massively going down the straights. They do hit the limiter on these cuts quite early, but going through that first sector where it is flat might benefit him, and of course a chase helps these drivers with the confidence. Gap goes back up though to 0.4 of a second, so Barinci has given himself a half a tenth added to that time. Still just going steady round, trying not to trip over himself and make any mistakes. But Voda still looking strong, uses all of the track out of the exit of turn number 4, all of that rumble strip to widen these corners up, get that run, keep that minimum speed nice and high, reduces the gap once more to just over 2.5 of a second. I think the fight here in the last lap could absolutely be on then, Anthony. Is he going to go for a move?
Oh, he certainly
yes, he does. Well set up then by Vacek Voda down the inside, pulls it off and makes himself your new race leader.
Indeed, with very minimal time left in this race for Barinci to try and fight back here. It will slot into that slipstream. You can see how much he's going to tuck in here behind the steering wheel. His body language is indicating there he is not going to let this fight go without anything. And yeah, we'll try and fight back, but Riccardo Ferrari still there in 3rd place. Might have a chance to close in if we see Barinci go for something, but looking at the pace here, I don't think he's got anything on this one. Vacek Voda has done enough to close in, as out of the final corner. Drama there for the 4:21 of Rodion Yurianov, who's out of the cards and thankfully is okay. but that is a nasty place to go. Yellow flags will be out there, and of course the race leaders will be heading to that now, so that means there'll be no overtaking permitted into that final sector. You can see the yellow flags are waving. Great work from the marshalling team, and I think that was Gonzalo Planta out there doing some actual work as well. It was, and he's done that as well. Brilliant stuff from him as the checker flag comes out, and it goes to Wojciech Woda. A brilliant drive there, clear by 0.6 of a second. Elevatis Barinci and Riccardo Ferrari, who round out the top 3. A good day in the office for Wojciech Woda. He now takes the lead of the intermediate classification with that 3rd place earlier on, and now a win. 91 points to his name. He goes into tomorrow points leader.
A brilliant win, but also a brilliant overtake to take that race lead. Didn't even think about it. Bravery on 4 wheels for the driver that's representing Poland this year in the 1st year of the Academy Senior concept. We pull it round into the pit lane then. In 1st place, ahead of Atis Barinci of Turkey. Riccardo Ferrari rounds out your top 3 for Italy. Good stuff by Riccardo, who headed into this weekend 4th in your championship. Rounding out the top 5 are Nicholas Fine and Neil Russell. And then we have Simas Pachuska, Yuzuki Sato, Mio Oler, Gilles Avril and Harrison Whitcomb as your remaining drivers in the top 10. Nothing major to report for the following, including Nick Skulak, Gianna Pascal, Augustine Sepulveda, Kimi Ray, Ava Dorritson, who had steady races in the top 15. And then we have Siri Konsiri, Otto Sakala, Andrea Deakin, Erika Patru, Arthur Huang as your top 20. Annabelle Kennedy, Philip Lenk, Georgi Samalashvili, Jotam Rosenberg, Joachim Askeland, Evil Perez, Bastian Ottensummer, Simon Bulvarella, Damien Bays, Donna Malchvi and Daniel Gardella round out your remaining finishers. And then, of course, we lost Amador Martinez, Vasilis Malamis and Rodion Goyanov.
Indeed, a very busy race on that one, seeing 3 retirements, but great end to the day for Wojciech Woda. With those 2 results, he can now go into tomorrow points leader, thinking that, well, 25 championship points could be heading his way. Wojciech Woda at this moment 6th in the intermediate classification. He did score 22 championship points off in the qualifying heats phase in Portimao. He later scored 13 in Italy. Didn't score any points in the final in Portimao. Did have 34 points. He's got 69 points to his name. He is not far at all behind. And if he can add 25 to his name at the end of the qualifying heats phase, he'll be certainly a contender for that championship lead. The highlights on your screen here. Very dramatic races at the start of that one. Gianna Pascal having a good run, getting up in the early stages of that race, pushing forward as well. She would not find herself inside the top 10 in the intermediate classification, but still a good race nonetheless. The same can be said for Neil Russell. His 2 results does jump him up to 5th in the points, and he can be delighted with that one. For Harrison Whitcomb, despite the results in this one, I mean, he gained 5 positions in the end of that one. He shot up to P10 in the dying stages while he was fighting around in P15 and 16. He remains inside the top 10, 7th in the points with 65 to his name in that intermediate classification. He's still a contender going into tomorrow's last race.
Yeah, absolutely is. Was having to fend off Siri Konsiri for quite a bit of that race then. Had a bit to say to each other pretty much for the entire duration. And Gianna Pascal was one of those in that midfield section that was having a bit of a busy one as well. Overtaking opportunities consistently went on in through turn number 3. Saw the 409 lose out on 3 or 4 places. That was Otto Sakala. Didn't just get overtaken by 1, but it was 4, 5, maybe even 6 at one stage. That was the move then that you just saw on your screens of Wojciech Woda going for Atis Barinci for that race lead. Didn't even think about it, I would say. Went in, had the confidence to get it done on the grip and on the brake, and pulled it off very nicely. But that's enough for our Academy Seniors. And now we go back to our OK Juniors for their qualifying heat. And this time, it will be Groups D versus F.
It is indeed. Dean Hugendorn there on your screen. Certainly one to watch this weekend. Championship leader coming into this, and so far has had some relatively decent results over the course of this weekend and finds himself still fighting at the sharp end in that intermediate classification. But we are midway through the fourth round of rotation of races. Of course, later on today, we will see those last races. And it's at around this stage, Nicole, that we start to see some fresh tyres come on board for the drivers. This is where we start to see the changes happening. Of course, for a lot of these drivers, they will use their wet tyres this morning. Their slicks might be relatively okay. So we might not see any real changes with these tyres until the very last race today, or maybe not even till the superheat tomorrow. But remember, they get the 1.5 sets, plus the fresh set for the final. But they've got to let those 6 tyres last a long old time.
But I think there may be helped around this circuit, of course, not only because we had that wet weather earlier, but also it's not at a very coarse, abrasive tarmac. So, you know, the Maxxis is preserved a bit more compared to some of the tracks we visited earlier on in the year. So actually, I would say they'll deploy these tyres later and later. For now, Anthony Jordan, who have we got on our front row?
Well, the front row for this one, we'll see Henrik Konstantin, who did have a bit of drama earlier on today, but he finds himself back on that front row of the grid. Dean Hugendorf joining him alongside Sevolodo Sadlovsky and Santiago Diaz de la Vega. That's a mouthful of a second row, but they start on that second row in P3 and P4. They'll have Lucas Sell and Mariano Lopez on row number 3. Jean-Matteo Rousseau and Julian Fresnelli on row 4. They'll have Zeni Babacek and Alex Malota on row 5. Antonio Pettonia and Gilles Herman go from row number 6. Gustavo Marquez de Silva and Victor Stalmack round out the first half of the field on row number 7.
Row number 8 includes Jarlath Sayer with Giacomo Giusto, and then from 9 we have Mika Runitz with Zavray Didkovsky. 10 looks like Oliver Hordrup with Tony Cacciaferro, and then row number 11 we will have Remy Samcek alongside Oliveri Sini. 12, Samuel Hugon alongside Gregor Callas, and from 13 is Jonas Pundis with Evan Purcell. 14 on that final row, we have Adam Anderson alongside Marcel Kazapla.
Indeed, very busy racing so far this weekend in terms of the intermediate classification. It is Eli Christian who leads the way, 174 points to his name, ahead of Baglin's 176. Benjamin Magnac currently sitting there with 160. Ahead of Sebastian Eskandari's 150, and at this moment it is Eskandari who is the theoretical points leader in the juniors. We are going to see him out later on today in groups A and C, which is actually the next junior race to go out. That'll be after, of course, the seniors after this one. But he at the moment is the theoretical points leader. Bosco Arias with 149, ahead of Dean Hugendorn's 135 in this one. Hugendorn, who is there 6th in the points, but on the front row for this one, could be taking the lead of the intermediate classification, but we will have to wait and see how this race goes as we enter into the tram lines. Henrik Konstantin, Dean Hugendorn on the front row of the grid. Lights are not out. We are going around again.
False start again this weekend.
I know.
Most races have had that now.
Again, it's the start-finish line. It's so inviting to go a little bit early on the old power. They get on it too soon. And yes, not good at all. And I can imagine we will see Gonzalo Planta out there. I'm curious as to hand gesture will do. Probably be the double-handed slow down to the front of the field, but we'll have to wait and see. There he is, and it's the double-handed slow down. I called it, Nicole, and I was right. There we go. I feel proud of myself now.
Oh, brilliant.
Thank you. Right, Phil gets himself sorted out again. He's going to hate me for that. But Phil gets him sorted out again as, well, he's not slowed down. I don't know what is going on here for Henrik Konstantin. You're supposed to be starting a race, and...
does he think we're going?
I think he thought that was the start of the race. Now I think he's aware that it's a false start, so we'll be going around again. And
I think
you know
thinks he started.
He might be in a spot of bother for that, you know. There might be in a spot of bother. I'm not going to sure they can prove that it was deliberate in any way, shape or form. I think he was literally quite confused. He thought he was going. But right, now he's aware. We might see now a direct finger point and a double-handed slow down from Gonzalo Planta this time around. The finger pointing at, I can imagine, Henrik Konstantin. But let's see what happens. I've been right once, hopefully right again.
He's still miles ahead of Dean Hugendorn there.
He is. He needs to really slow it down and bring the pack close together. Right, where's Gonzalo Planta? Okay, so he's a lot of gestures there this time around. But yes, he missed it that time. This time, I think he's got the message. but still holds together. I mean, Dean Hugendorn there does have a responsibility as well to catch up as well to the front. So it's kind of a 50-50 on that one. But you can tell on that first start, I definitely don't think he thought we were going around again. Right, now it's nice and steady. The field slots into place. This is looking a little better. Henrik Konstantin back where he needs to be. Dean Hugendorn back alongside. Keep the pace nice and slow. Patience is ahead of these drivers before they enter into the tram lines. They don't want to get on the revs too soon. They do get on them early on, but let's see how this one unfolds into the tram lines. We are racing down and towards turn number 1. It's a good start for the inside row. Hugendorn getting beaten up by the pack a little bit there. Slots down into 4th place. There is Zaslowski, who's there in P2. There's a bit of drama in the background. 3 or 4 karts off the road. One of them is a Koski machine. We will let you know who they are in the meantime. And I think it will be the Paralin of Giacomo Giusto is one of them. Xavier Koski on the Koski Motorsport machine. And Jonas Pundis as well, also out of the race, which is a big shame for them. We'll see if they can try and get restarted. More drama there. The treble 2 is in trouble. That is Antonio Pizzonia, and he is joined by the 266 of Gustavo Marquez de Silva. Drama for them as down the inside goes the victory lane. Is that Lucas Sell fighting for the lead? It is, and Sell is not happy, and Henrik Konstantin is immediately going to fight back for the race lead.
Well, Sell has done a good job in these early stages to get into P2. Now vulnerable, though, to Dean Hugendorn, who goes down the inside at turn number 3. So Hugendorn helped out by Henry there, who decided to take the race lead back. But Hugendorn has more momentum on the exit and the entry towards turn number 4 and becomes your new race leader. That was as fast as you like by Dean. Quick racing, quick decision making for him as we go yellow flags then into turn number 7. So no overtakings permitted into here as we've got Denny Babacek in this fight now once more. Vsevolod Osachi Zaslowski going down the inside at turn number 9 as we get the green flags there, so drivers can go back up the order when we hit that point in the circuit. Babacek making more moves and pulling around one of the fusions behind him. And that is Mariano Lopez that now finds himself overtaking Alex Malotta. Battle's still raging on into turn number 1, and Osachi Zaslowski pulling around Juan Mateo Russo, who needs a really good result in this one after a bit of an incident in his previous heat. Through this pack of karts, we'll go through turn number 4, led by Babacek, driver who's in his first season of junior racing this year and has consistently improved weekend on weekend. Now finds himself here consistently in the top 10. Moves going on then, this time between Juan Mateo Russo and Osachi Zaslowski. Russo makes himself your newest driver to break into the top 3. Crucially though, out in the front end of your field, Hugendorn and Sell look like they've pulled away.
They certainly have. 2 drivers on Satellite Kart Republic machinery here for the Prema Racing team and Victory Lane. They are breaking away at the front end here, seemingly looking like they've found some pace now in this second half of the day. And that is good to see for the Kart Republic drivers. Right now down the inside, Henrik Konstantin trying to fight back through the field here, but Mariano Lopez there, Fresnelli trying to close in and getting involved now as well. Alex Malotta as well there in P6 is on a good race right now for the Hagman Racing team. Eyes back on this one here. Zaslowski not dropping off the back of Juan Mateo Russo. And do I dare say that they're closing in on the 2 up ahead, Nicole?
Well, I'd say Sell is closing in on Hugendorn because that gap now 0.2 of a second that split those 2 up. So we'll look at what the lap times are between your front 2 and then Juan Mateo and Vsevolod. So the pace between them is at the 2 behind. So Juan Mateo and Vsevolod are faster than Hugendorn and Sell. They are closing in, Anthony.
Yeah, indeed. I thought I saw the gap closing in a little bit on this one. Well, purple lap very briefly for Juan Mateo Russo. That got taken away, though. Alex Malotta now the fastest driver on circuit with a 52.382. Him there in P6 behind Babacek. Might have a chance of closing in on this front 4 if, of course, we see some fighting here. I don't know if Hugendorn has retaliated to those fastest laps and been told that information from the sidelines, because he seems to have pulled the pin now. personal best sector 1 and 2, as Alex Malota has gone purple in sector 1 and 2 on this lap. Alex Malota is looking absolutely rapid there in P6 behind Denny Babacek, and that's going to be the fight that we want to see close in, as there's side-by-side action in the background here. This is the Brasnelli, Lopez, Santiago de la Vega, Enrico Sankumpin battle. They're all still fighting for position, as a little bit sideways there in the braking zone. Eyes still focused, though, on the top two. Malota securing that fastest lap once again. And once more, still the pace from the two behind of Rousseau and Zaslovsky. Nicole was once again faster by a fraction of a second.
Absolutely is. And you said about Malota's pace compared to Babacek for that 5th and 6th. Malota with that purple lap right on the back bumper of the driver, sporting that Teps Racing Team livery. Through the final corners they will go. Still Rousseau under a bit of threat from Sevelot, Osachi Zaslovsky there in P4. And now they go through that turn 1. I would say the move between Babacek and Malota could be on very soon. Further down in your order, we've got a sea of fusions being put under pressure. Jarlath Sayer is trying to salvage a good result for the Energy Course team as well. Sayer had a DNF earlier on, not quite had the results, had a few penalties, but now just sat outside that top 10, hunting to try and break into the gap. Here we go then, still the battle is on, but Babacek has been overtaken by Malota now. Through turn number 8 they will go. When will Denny try and return the favour, because they've broken away now from the pack in front of them on these late stages. You know, they're not close enough really to Zaslovsky or Rousseau. I think Denny will try and get back past Malota to salvage some points here. Of course, he's another driver that has had a DNF this weekend.
Certainly is. Race nearly coming to a conclusion here, as the Malota and Babacek battle still very firm on your screens right now. All the meanwhile, Frasnelli under investigation for overtaking under yellow. That's not going to be well received by the driver, who's currently still running pretty well at the moment. So we'll keep a close eye on that one. Frasnelli currently in P7. As Evan Purcell now is the fastest driver on circuit. Purcell currently on a 9th place gain in 17th place. The Hugendorn, Sell, Rousseau and Zaslovsky battle is closing in. However, it's more Rousseau on Sell right now. That is the one that is close, as the battles in the background still raging on there. You can see the 221 piling through the field right now. Mariana Lopez for Fusion Motorsport, who started this race P6, not really having the race it would have wanted right now. He has dropped down the order quite a bit, so again he's got a bit of work to do for the rest of this day's racing. But we'll wait and see, because these drivers have all got one more full rotation of qualifying heats to go. Lucas Sell now under pressure. Jean-Mathieu Rousseau with a 4th place gain is going to try and make it 5 places. This time cannot go down the inside at turn number 9. However, he is waiting, I suspect, for that last lap board to come out, or he'll do it here at turn number 11, down the inside into 2nd place. Here comes Zaslovsky. He gets through as well, and Lucas Sell drops from 2nd down to 4th. As we go on to this last lap, it releases Hugendorn at the front, and Dean Hugendorn now takes the lead of the intermediate classification. Jean-Mathieu Rousseau having to defend, Zaslovsky having to defend from Shell. He's going to look to the outside here. Zaslovsky goes defensive. Can he get the switch over? He can get alongside. He does more than get alongside. He gets ahead and back into 3rd place. He runs a little wide on the exit at turn number 7, but he slams the door closed. Zaslovsky cannot retaliate, and it releases Dean Hugendorn at the front of the field. The championship leader going into this weekend ahead of his teammate Baglin now leads the intermediate classification with one more race to go. At the end of the day, it is Dean Hugendorn who wins ahead of Rousseau. Sell finishes in 3rd ahead of Zaslovsky. Babacek from Malota, Frasnelli from Kumpin, Santiago Diaz de la Vega from Runitz, Lopez in 11th place from Sayer, Purcell from Hugon, Cachefero rounds out the top 15. The biggest mover is Evan Purcell in 13th place. A big move through the field there. 13 places gained from near the back of the grid. There are your top three. Dean Hugendorn, Jean-Mathieu Rousseau of Panama has a great big following in Panama. Lucas Sell rounding out the top three. Great race for them. There is the full results on your screen. Evan Purcell's 13 places gained. There as well, you got Victor Stelmach, Adam Anderson, 10 places gained for the Danishman for the MS Racing team, up into P17. Oliver Hurdrup as well for the Nero Motorsport team, up 1 place into 18th place. 19th onwards sees Olivier Sini, Gregor Callis, Gilles Herman and Marcel Zappler, who rounds out the 22 finishers. The retirements, Remy Samchek, Antonio Petronia, Gustavo Marquez de Silva, Giacomo Justo, Savio Drakowski, and Jonas Pundis as well, all out of the race. But for Dean Hugendorn, no pressure whatsoever. A title at stake for the young man from the Netherlands. The Williams-backed driver, certainly one to watch this weekend for the Prema Racing team. The start of that race, though, certainly didn't go Hugendorn's way. Down to 4th place right at the start of that one as the dramas unfolded right at the beginning. Jonas Pundis, Drakowski and Giacomo Justo all involved in that moment. There was Antonio Petronia and Gustavo Marquez de Silva also on that opening lap. They would try and get it restarted. Unfortunately, it would not happen. Both of them out of the race in the opening stage. Then it all started to kick off at the front. Lucas Sell getting up to the sharp end of that order. He would get re-overtaken again by the likes of the man who was on the front row of this one for the majority of that race, Henry Constant Kupin, later dropping all the way back into the order. Not the results he would have wanted, finishing that race in P8 despite his strong start. Denny Babacek, a good pace for him. Alex Malota, excellent pace from Alex Malota for the Argument Racing team as well. He would get this move done on Babacek in the latter stages after setting, I think, 3 fastest laps of the race in a row. This moment here, Jean-Mathieu Rousseau down the inside. The change for 2nd place, which released Hugendorn. Later, you saw Sadlowski get the move done, but Sell would be able to retaliate as Dean Hugendorn would go on to claim another qualifying heat win. He puts himself to the top of the intermediate classification. He leads with 185 points out of Christian, Baglin, Magnac, Eskandari, and Bosco Arias. Let's head down, though, to Parc Ferme and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Thank you very much then, Anthony. Dean, another good race for you within the heats. Tell us about what it took to pick off the places and get yourself back into the race lead.
Yeah, I think the number 1 rule in karting is really staying calm in the heat. And we managed to do that really well. So I think that's one of the rules why we went back to P1 so quick. Yeah, and I'm really happy with the result because it's a lot better than last week.
And then, Dean, we've seen so far from the racing here that it gets quite busy. Can you tell us about why you think that happens? Is it the nature of the track? Is it because we're at the last round of the European Series? Can you tell us a bit more?
I think it's mostly because of the track, because it has a lot of overtaking positions and a lot of overtaking corners as well. Yeah, that's why I think most of the drivers really want to get into that position in the front. And of course there's a lot of positions to overtake here, so that's why I think there's sometimes a bit of a chaos, but no, it's cool.
And of course you're in the fight for the championship as well, Dean. Tell us about what your mindset is dealing with that kind of pressure.
Yeah, I've been in these kind of positions before, so I know mostly what to do, and again, one of them is staying calm. I think this weekend's going really good so far, so let's see what we can do.
Well, let's see what you can do indeed then, Dean. Well done on another good results. We'll head back up into the commentary box because next we turn our attentions to our seniors.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. Yes, indeed we do. It's time for qualifying heat D versus F to make its way out onto the track. This will see the likes of Jindra Peschel and Filippo Sala on the front row of the grid. Both these drivers having a relatively decent run in their qualifying heats in this one, but they still have a lot of work to do with the races that they have got left here. There you can see the circuit still looking absolutely fantastic. The sun's still shining, air temperature still 19 degrees. The breeze is still there quite a bit, but that has not hampered the crowd here who have gathered along the sides of the circuit, on the banking as well. On the other side of the circuit, a big welcome to each and every one of the people watching here this weekend. Of course, today, only the qualifying heats. Tomorrow is the big day, the super heats, the finals, and of course, the crowning of the champions in 2025 in the European season. It's always a privilege for a circuit to host any FIA Karting European Championship round, let alone the finale, the one where the champions will be crowned. It's always a massive, massive honour, and the podium is actually not too far away behind that white tent there, which actually doubles up as the tyre park as well over the course of this weekend. As the whistle blows, drivers make their way out onto the circuit. Let's take you through that full starting lineup. For this one, Jindra Peschel starts it on the front row of the grid, will be joined by Filippo Sala on row number 1. Vilma Svan, who had drama earlier on, will be starting on row number 2 alongside Gino Rocchio. Thibaut Ramekers and Davide Battaro will round out row number 3 and the top 6 on circuit. Victor Gustafsson, who's had a really good start to his weekend, will be joined alongside by Thailand's Toby Gale. They'll have Johan Bokala of Finland and Denmark's Marco Gast on row number 5. Chiara Batig and Efim Dudenov go from row 6. They will have Ella Hakkinen, the Monegasque, alongside Matt Sandroen from the Netherlands, Luna Flusher of Spain, and Daniel Kelleher on row number 8. Oscar Gallin and Kader Fairhand go from row 9. They will have Oliver Rasmussen, another one of the Danishmen, alongside Francois Cadal of Switzerland, rounding out the top 20. Bola Wet of Belgium and Sonia B representing Italy. They'll go from row number 11. They'll have Daniel Picorni and Louis Cochet on row 12. Lillian Scarborough and Hugo Marti on row 13. We're joined by Jorn Helder and Jagrat de Troja on row number 14, giving us our 28 kart field. All 28 karts are out on circuit, which is good to see. And once again, a reminder of that intermediate classification. Jensen Burnett leads it with 182 points to his name. He is not in this race. He had his last or fourth race earlier on today. We will see them out for their last races later on at the end of today. Drummond with 176. Martinez with 172. For Peschel, who's on the front of this grid, he does not sit anywhere within the top 10. Filippo Sala does sit within inside the top 10. He is currently 7th in the points with 129. So a win here of 50 would help him out and would put him up at the sharp end of the field. But for these drivers, this is just a case of, well, best results, see what we can do. Into the tram lines. Revs raise, smoke clears, lights go out. We're racing down towards turn number 1. It's a good start for both rows. It's a better start for Peschel and drama in the background. And that is Thibaut Ramekers, one of them. One of them is an ASD, Monster K. That's Gino Rocchio. These are drivers who started well up in the order of this race. I think one was a Birra. Was it Vilma Svan again who was caught out at the start? It was Vilma Svan. Gino Rocchio and Thibaut Ramekers spat out at turn number 1.
Yeah, that's an absolute shame then for Ramekers. Down the inside, Filippo Sala goes now, makes himself your new race leader, gets the jump on Peschel and does it comfortably, pulls away from Peschel actually slightly. I think he caught him a bit off guard with quite an aggressive overtake into turn number 7. Through they go once more. Once more, Victor Gustafsson looks really strong in the early stages of this race. Under the start-finish gantry they will go. And it is Joel Pacola that has got into the order as we've got more drama out there now. Yeah. Now that involves a smattering of drivers. Victory Lane, CRG's, got one of the Koskis out as well. That is further down.
Davide Battaro, Toby Gale, Marco Gast, Chiara Batig, Efim Dudenov and Jorn Helder all in drama. And there pulling in is, I believe, the 171 machine. Paralin, Efim Dudenov. Yeah, he is out of this race, but real drama there at the start. We're down already, Nicole. to just 21 runners, Toby Gale managed to get his kart restarted.
Yeah, lucky job for Gale then. Eyes on the front end of your field though. This is the battle for P3, led by Gustafsson. Good to see Joel back out there after that engine seize in the late stages of this race. And look now who's in P5, Anthony Jordan. Luna Felucia has flown up the order, 10 place gain because of all of that pandemonium in the midfield section. She's gone up by 10, Bolowet up by 15, and we've got Francois Cardell up by 13, and Louis Cachet has made 16 positions. Hugo Marti as well, 17. So all of these drivers from 5th down to 10th have really been helped out by all that drama, but more drama almost kicking off in the background that involved one of the Ricky Flynns. It's further down in your order though, but this is the battle for P3, and this is the battle now that Luna Felucia has made herself part of.
I think they've also been assisted by possibly some fresh tyres on board. We're around that stage of the weekend, and Felucia utilising those down the inside. The Mercedes Young Junior driver stepping up through, and oh dear, right, communications there. Joel Pokela once again pointing at his engine in frustration with, I think, his mechanic or one of the team members at the side of the track there, indicating I am doing what I can, but I haven't got the pace, and look how much he's dropped off the back of Felucia already.
Yeah, but he needs to focus now, because if you're going round, you know, signalling to mechanics, you're not thinking about your racing line, you're not thinking about your entrance to the corners, you're too distracted. So Joel needs to pull it back together now in this stage of the race if he wants to salvage a good result, if he wants to remain inside your top 5. Sala hasn't pulled away from Peschel too much just yet. It's only 0.3 of a second that split up the Ferrari driver from the driver sat there in the Tony kart. Out of the final corner, they will go once more. And by eye, it looks like maybe the gap is starting to reduce. We'll see what it is on the screen, though. Not just yet, as we've now got a big change for 3rd. Luna Felucia has overtaken Victor Gustafsson. Gustafsson has lost out now to the Charles Republic kart. Gets the move done, though, once more through turn at number 3. So overtakes Joel Pokela once more. But whatever Luna did to get herself into 3rd, obviously threw Gustafsson off the tracks slightly.
Indeed, that was a big send down the inside. Francois Cadell trying to get his nose down on Pokela. He lost out on that one as pulling into Parc Fermé is one of the Birrells going no further. I think that might be Toby Gale. I believe it is. The 308 goes no further, and is a retirement at this dying stage of the qualifying heats day. Eyes on the rest of them. Louis Cachet is on the charge here. 16 places gained. I know you mentioned it earlier on. I'm going to mention it again here, Nicole. Big movers in this race. You mentioned it, of course, Luna Felucia, 12 places gained. Francois Cadell, 14. Louis Cachet, 17. Bolowet, 13. Hugo Marti, 17. I'm starting a song here. Sonia B, 11. They're all fighting through this field. They've had a huge charge, which I think has been helped out with the drama at the start, of course, with all those drivers going off, and also possibly some fresh tyres on board as well.
Yeah, and these are all drivers as well that are in sort of that danger zone with the points, find themselves in a bit of bother. So they've been massively helped out, especially Luna Felucia, who's had an 18th and 19th on the road. So being P3 currently will help her in those intermediate classification points. Out of the final corner, your front 2 go once more. Filippo Sala has given himself a bit more space to breathe. The gap goes up to almost 0.5 of a second. Gustafsson has done a similar thing in his fight versus Joel Pokela. Opens things back up once more, but is the leader of this second train of karts, which now includes Francois Cadell and Louis Cachet as well. Cachet hasn't had the season he would have wanted. Maybe could be on for a good result within this qualifying heat. Earlier on this weekend had some bad luck, as did Francois Cadell as well. He actually had disqualification earlier on for causing an incident. So one of those names that's going to be quite far down in those point standings.
Yeah, it certainly is. So at this moment, keep a close eye on these proceedings there. Victor Gustafsson still ahead of Joel Pokela, who got that move done back earlier on as Luna Felucia hard her way through. No real change between these drivers still. Cachet getting past Cadell. Bolowet still there. Kenneth Fairhand wanting to close in, but is some distance behind. Gino Rocchio, very unfortunate start to his race. Of course, he was caught out at the beginning of that one with the likes of the rest of the field here. with Ramakas and Svan. But not the start he would have wanted, but still finds himself up fighting in this order. But right now, Gustafsson still looking like he's in control this weekend. He had the real drama last weekend. Like I say, I've spoken to him and he mentioned it that he's had 2 dreadful weeks previous racing, and now it seems to be all coming back together. Eyes on this. Peschel closing in on Sala for the race lead.
Yeah, just under 3/10 of a second now splits up those two. We saw it in the Burnett fight earlier on. We saw it in our senior academies between Wojciech Woda and Ates Brinci. You get to these late stages of the race and you could do things like that. Peschel then down the inside and quite far back as well, tries to make it stick, returning the overtake on Filippo Sala. Sala takes the race lead back once more then. Looks like Peschel is going to try a different line, gets the run out of turn number 7. No, he doesn't. Filippo Sala picks things back up, goes defensive into the banked corner of number 9. Drivers absolutely bumper to bumper through this final sector. And what are they doing? They're backing each other up. It's Luna Flusha. She's about to arrive through turn number 11 they go. Doesn't look like Peschel's going to have the run towards turn number 1. But Sala, still your race leader for the time being.
Oh dear, is that, that was a puff of smoke out of Peschel's kart there. And is that engine trouble for Jindra Peschel? He has grinded, he's slowed right down now. He's going to lose out to Flusha. You saw the puff of smoke into turn 1. Was that a cough of that engine? And is it, well, no, he's coming fighting back now. But clearly there was a moment there through turn 1. He lost so much time to Sala out of nowhere. And now in this, I say there's still 3 laps to go in this race. It's a long way to go, and I'm surprised about how early they started fighting there. Filippo Sala now definitely in control of this race, but Victor Gustafsson now has a chance to close back in. The fight for second is on. The drama for Peschel. What's it going to do this time in towards turn number 1? This time no puff of smoke, and it stays strong through turn 1. So just a chink in the armory then for Jindra Peschel, who right now still controls P2 here. Luna Flusha now having to defend from Victor Gustafsson on that Galamini CRG machine. It is the CRG kart powered by the TM, not the IAMI OK engine. And right now, not able to get the move done on Flusha. There are the stats on Flusha. 15th she started, currently 3rd, gain of 12 places in this race. Can she gain 1 more, or will she lose 1 at the end of this race, or can she hold firm? The Iron Danes driver, the Mercedes junior driver as well, certainly has a bright future ahead of her in her racing career. This season not been the season for her in the FIA Karting Championship. She is not in the championship fight, but still this weekend she has been a contender over the course of the season. The former champion in OK Racing, as this was the moment. Well, big puffs of smoke and not sure, well, yeah, it just grinds to a halt. His foot's planted on the power there. Just didn't go anywhere through turn 1 and dropped off the back massively from Filippo Sala. Maybe wanted to join the fight here. Was actually breaking away now from Luna Flusha. So clearly whatever was wrong there has sorted itself out, and now Flusha continues to be under pressure from the drivers behind. We go on to the last lap of this race, and so far for all of these drivers it has been a pretty solid race. For Flusha, this is a good gain of places. Gustafsson as well. For Louis Cochet just behind there on the victory lane machine, the red helmet, he's had a brilliant run in this race. A 19th place gain puts him there in P5. 1 more place would be a P20, and he's right on that rear bumper of Gustafsson going into the final stage of this lap. Filippo Sala, though, has done what he can do here. He does not take the lead of the intermediate classification, but he certainly helps himself out, putting him to second. Across the line, Sala wins ahead of Peschel. Flusha holds on to 3rd with a 12th place gain ahead of Gustafsson, and Louis Cochet, who rounds out the top 5. A 19th place gained for Louis Cochet. And there for Filippo Sala, the Ferrari junior driver, the Academy driver in the Ferrari camp, takes a win here this weekend, steps up to second in the intermediate classification. Looks very, very strong going into their last race later on today for groups D and F. F will be out with groups A. D will be out with groups E later on. They've only got groups A and C to go after that one. And there is a look at your top three. There's a look at your full results at the end of that one. Big movers from the back of the field, from the dramatic starts from the rest of the field there. Bola Wet with a 15th place gain. Francois Cadell with 13. Kenneth Fairhand with 10. Daniel Keller with 7. Hugo Martin with 16 places gained. Rounds out the top 10. Gino Rocchio from Ella Hakkinen. Sonja B from the likes of Oliver Rasmussen. Jack Rettetroja from Daniel Baccorni. Oscar Gallen from Mats van Rooyen. Lenny Scarborough rounds out the 19 finishers in that race. Jo Pokela at the end retires again. Drama once more for the Finn, who does not see the end of his race. He joins Toby Gale, Vilma Svan, Tivo Ramikas, Davide Bataro, Marco Gas, Chiara Batig, Efim Duranov and Jorn Helder as the retirements from that race. And it all started here at turn number 1, and you can see 3 cuts off. Unfortunately, drama there for Jorn Helder, Efim Duranov, Chiara Batig. They were the early stages of that race. Ramikas, Davide Bataro and Vilma Swan there, all with dramas. There was the second group of them, all going off at turn number 5. Gino Rocchio also was a driver that went off the track, but he rejoined onto the circuit. Cochet with the moves through the field as well. Big gain of places for him. 19 places for Louis Cochet, while the rest of the field in the background all started fighting for position. Mats van Rooyen as well on the MP machine, trying to gain those places at the back end of the field. He was battling with the likes of Oscar Gallen and Daniel Baccorni, all fighting for position. There was the overtake from the likes of Luna Flusha, able to push her way through. Nothing that Jo Pokela could do. Later retiring from the race. We didn't see him retire. You could see him constantly fiddling with the engine. Clearly, after that engine failure earlier on today in his previous race that saw him get spat into the wall on the start-finish line, has dropped him out of contention once again in this race. Their initial change for the lead. Peschel trying to fight with Filippo Sala. Sala, though, sending it back down the inside, squeezing him wide on the exit of turn number 5 and going on to win that race, clear by 0.8 of a second. Flusha would get the move up into second place. Peschel would fight back, though, later at turn number 5, back down the inside. A good change there would bring Gustafsson into play, but Filippo Sala would cross the line once again, race winner, and taking second in the intermediate classification points. It's just 3 points behind Jensen Burnett, his fellow teammate, in the points. Well, that is the seniors done for the time being. Juniors coming up next, but let's head over to Nicole Sutherland, who's with our drivers in Parc Fermé.
Thank you very much then, Anthony. I'm with Luna Flusha, who we've just seen finish P3. Luna, that was a very, very good race. And actually, you didn't deploy new tyres, so to make that amount of positions is quite impressive.
Yeah, it was a good race. In the start, I made a lot of positions. And then I went up to 5th and overtook to 3rd and just maintained the pace and made sure they didn't overtake me. And it was a good race.
And it looked like at one point that you were going to finish maybe in second. You had a bit of a battle going on with Peschel. Can you tell us about how you managed that part of the race?
Yeah, I saw Sala and Peschel fighting, and I could smell some brakes, like something burning, and I was like, okay, I'm going to go P2. But then Peschel somehow overtook me back. I was able to put a gap, so it wasn't great. But pace overall was good. Just the last few laps, it wasn't so good, but it was okay.
And Luna, this year you've had a bit of bad luck, but you've had some great pace at all of the races. Coming into this last round of the Europeans, what's your mindset? What do you think is achievable for you?
This season has been very tough. I had one good round in Champs of the Future in Portimao, but I had really bad luck all across the season. So it's good to have some good results, which I think we can do more often, and I think it's possible. So I'm really happy to finish 3rd in this heat.
Well, P3 then for you, Luna. Well done. We'll head back up into the commentary box then to Anthony Jordan, because we've got our juniors going out shortly.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. Great to chat there too. Luna Flusha, who, yeah, like you said, has had a bit of an up and down season, but certainly enjoying the weekend here so far. OK Junior qualifying Heat A versus C is the next one out onto the track. And a reminder of those junior intermediate classification. It is Dean Hugendorn that leads that ahead of Ila Christian, Noah Baglin and Benjamin Magnac. However, in this race sees Sebastian Eskandari, who at the moment is the theoretical points leader. He has had 3 wins out of 3. This race, if he wins it, is 4 out of 4, and he will have 200 intermediate classification points. But we'll have to wait and see what happens as the field makes its way out onto the circuit. Let's take you through the full starting lineup. Mateo Rivals and Sebastian Eskandari go from row at number 1. Endo Arata and Drew Waltz go from row at number 2. William Kalesia and Eskender Solfakari go from row number 3. They'll have Michael Zajac and Christian Alexander Rust on row number 4. Casper Reipold and Devin Waltz go from row 5. They'll have Manny Nuvolini and Andrea Manni on row number 6. Gioli Girardello and Jesse Phillips rounds out the first half of the field on row number 7. Manuel Maguez and Daniel Oliver on row number 8 makes it an all-Spanish row 8. They'll have Ludwig van Christ of Sweden, Dan Alman of Switzerland on row number 9. Daniel Miron and Roland Nagy go from row 10. They round out the top 20. They'll have Jindrid Svoboda and Bruno Blanco on row number 11. Nilas Malik and Amelia Vishamirska go from row number 12. They'll have Abdul Rajak Al-Karashi and Martin Bertolacini on row number 13. Alessandro Truchot and Melka Milel on row 14. Henry Domain will round out the field of 29 drivers, all on his own, on row 15. For the drivers right now, Sebastian Eskandari, this is an important one. 3rd fastest driver at the end of time qualifying for Sebastian Eskandari. Still a very strong pace for him. There you can see him on that graphic, P6 at the moment. He has only done 3 races. He has maximum points. Another win here puts him 200 points ahead of the rest of the field. Hugendorn only with 185. And yeah, that would put him right to the top of the board, but he has to win this race, of course. Mateo Rivals also has been a driver to watch this weekend. Did have 2 race wins earlier on, but unfortunately did suffer a little bit in his last race he had earlier on. Here we go, into the tram lines. Are we racing? Lights are not out. Once again, another false start, which is good news because it allows my commentary colleague to get herself ready in the commentary box. Nicole Sutherland joins me back in the box after that interview with Luna Flusha. And Nicole, well, so far, eyes of, I think, this paddock will be looking at Sebastian Eskandari in this one. 3 wins out of 3 so far. Another one here puts him 200 points and in the lead of that intermediate classification. Yeah, absolutely. You know, eyes on Sebastian there. Really lit things up here at the final round. And I think maybe when we've spoken to him during interviews, wouldn't have expected it. He's got some great pace. Nonetheless, this is a replay then of that false start. Drivers in that mid-pack section just not in position when going towards those lights. Another opportunity, though, for everybody to get themselves lined up. We'll do just that. So Rivals, though, I think he maybe could be one of the ones to challenge Sebastian here. He's had 2 heat wins also. Got some good pace, and you know, this one is going to be fiery, I would say, Anthony. We're at that point in the weekend where it's crunch time. It certainly is. Once again then, into the tram lines. Are we racing this time? Lights are out. We're racing down towards turn number 1. It's a good start for Rivals on the inside line. Watch the rest of the field though as they slot into place. Sebastian Eskandari holds on to 2nd place now as they all fan out in towards turn number 3. Are they all going to get squeezed together? The answer to that is no. It's the cleanest start we've seen so far this weekend, Nicole, with a 3-car breakaway at the front with Matteo Rivals leading the way.
Absolutely is. One of the Horsers being hustled there as we've got 2 or 3 drivers off the road on the exit of turn number 5. Is that Kalijah maybe that has been pushed out wide? As we've got massive drama now. We've got all sorts of drivers involved in that. Everybody from kind of that second pack onwards involved. We've got damage out there as well. We've got back bumpers broken. So we'll take you through who has got themselves caught out in that one. But everything that has just gone on during that lap, 3-car breakaway. These 3 at your front, Rivals, Arata and Kalijah, who has not involved in that incident, have been given a bit of a saving grace.
They have indeed. So let's go over the drivers who are involved in that one. Michael Zajac, Devin Waltz, Andrea Manni, Manuel Waguez, Daniel Oliver and Bruno Blanco are some of the drivers involved in that one. I think maybe Emilio Wiczemierska could have been caught out there as well, but certainly a very shaky start for a lot of the field, down to 23 runners in this one, as Dan Alleman has just tumbled down to the back of the order as well. Not sure if that's just a transponder issue, but he is running around in 23rd place now. Andrea Manni and Michael Zajac did manage to get restarted. Unfortunately for Devin Waltz, Manuel Waguez, Daniel Oliver and Bruno Blanco, they're out of this race. Down the inside, big sense there for Casper Reipold on Giorgio Girardello, who's going to try and fight back out of the exit at turn number 11. Can't quite do it, slots back into place as they head now in towards turn number 1, P5 and P6.
Manu Nuvolini has had some horrendous luck so far this weekend. Just has not been able to get some results on the board, but now it looks like he could be about to replicate what his Mercedes teammate of Luna Flusha did in the previous senior race. Finds himself in P4 currently with a 7th place gain. There is a bit of a gap between him and Kalijah as we've now got this battle at the front end of our field going on. Change for the race lead because Endo Arata has overtaken Matteo Rival now to be your new race leader. Kalijah couldn't grab anything out of that, but he is still there on the back bumper of both drivers who are driving round in the Tony karts. Now Kalijah sends it down the inside at turn number 11, gives Endo Arata a bit of breathing room as they go down the start-finish straight. 200-metre straight this one is, so drivers are on that limiter and can't do too much until they get to this point at turn number 3, but Rivals thinks against it. Doesn't go back in on Kalijah just yet. OTK 1, 2 and 3 for the time being. All 3 of these drivers looking steady here in the front of your field, not really battling with each other too much. Sebastian Eskandari is your fastest driver on the circuit with a 52.282, but he is further down in the order, was caught out at that busy race start, currently finds himself in P8.
Indeed. Well, we'll keep a close eye on this one. And yeah, as you mentioned, Sebastian Eskandari not in the position he wants to be in right now, but he is still in that second group of drivers. Well, he's at the back of that second group, I should say. Trainer 4 karts just ahead of him in the form of this one. Manu Nuvolini leading that one, and as they push forward, still have to control this one. So right now, as down the inside, there goes the likes of the Fusion there. That's Casper Reipold trying to pile on the pressure. He's got the likes of Christian Alexander Rust as well. Giorgio Girardello dropping down to P6 now. This will keep Sebastian Eskandari into play. This is still the fight at the front. Endo Arata's not broken away here, Nicole. Kalijah and Rival still there. It's a very close 1-2-3 as now who sets the fastest lap of the race. Sebastian Eskandari is on his charge back now through the fields.
Absolutely is. We've got the Fusions on the charge as well in that mid-pack section. Moves going on into turn number 11. That is the 375 of Rost going in on the Paralins. We have got a change for that P6. Girardello doing a good job there, but the next driver he will be thinking about is Eskandari, your fastest man on the circuit, right there on the doorstep in P8. Intermediate classification as it stands currently is Dean Hugendorn still leads the way. Eskandari, despite being down there in P8, is still in second place. 180 points belong to Sebastian. Then Matteo Rival sits there in P3 for your intermediate classification so far. Iskender Sulfakari becomes the new fastest driver on the track. He also, like Sebastian, got caught out at that busy race start, finds himself currently in P13, chasing down Daniel Moron, who had a few DNFs so far this weekend. Had some bad luck yesterday with Mani Nuvolini, got caught out in his first heat, trying to pick off some places within this race. Still, this battle for the race lead rages on though, Anthony. Steady stuff so far as we head into this second half of the race. Nobody really attempting anything major just yet.
No, nothing yet. Still, so we are running out of time on this one. Lap 7 of 10 right now. Sebastian Eskandari still on the fight through. He's now up into 6th place now. So he's trying to fight back. He's only 1 point away from taking that lead away once again from Dean Hugendorn, as unfortunately out of the race is Andrea Mani. The Forza Racing driver goes no further. That is a big shame for him. And he tumbles down. I think he may have had a moment with Michael Zajac, or he had the recovery earlier on, didn't he? So, yes, that puts him backwards. Right, across the line they go. 1, 2, 3 here. Endo Arata, William Kalesia, Matteo Rivals on to lap number 8 of this race. Where is Sebastian Eskandari? He is P6 right now. He has Mani Nuvolini in front. One more overtake from Sebastian Eskandari, and it puts him back in the lead of the intermediate classification, and there is the overtake. Down the inside, past Mani Nuvolini, and straight away, Sebastian Eskandari. He may not be looking at his 4th race win of the weekend, but he takes back his lead in that intermediate classification.
Absolutely does, and now we've got a change for the race lead, because William Kalesia on the late stages has overtaken the ward driver of Endo Arato. Looks like he might be under pressure now by Rival as well. Val, is he going to get the move done on the exit of turn number 11 and towards turn number 1? Looks like he could have the legs. Endo Arato, though, defending heavily into turn number 1. All of these drivers will be absolutely pinned through turns 1 and 2. First major braking zone is, of course, into turn number 3, and Endo Arata doing a good job to fend off the Tony Kart, sat right on his back bumper. Kalesia out there in the front, and now we have that change for P2 because Rivals has got it done. Is Arata going to get the switch back? Yes, he does. So they trade places once more. Going into turn number 7. These two not giving up for that second position whatsoever. Arato going around the outside. Now we've got Rival sitting on that white line. Is it going to change again on the entry towards turn number 10? Not just yet. Watch them through 11 though, taking those different lines, and watch the run into turn number 1 by Endo Arata. I don't think he's going to have the legs in this one.
Red mist has descended between these two drivers. All they're doing now is wasting time and not going to close into Kalesia. They've released him at the sharp end here, and Rivals is going to go defensive. It's going to be a 2-kart race for second place here, and Rivals is currently fighting to be 3rd in the points right now, and Endo Arata is making it very, very difficult for him. Watch this one here. Can he get the switch back into the corner? He's got the legs now. He might be able to go for a move here in towards turn number 7. Can't quite get it on the entry. Could get it on the exit. No, has to settle back and slots in behind. Turn number 9 comes up next. Heavy banking. And here we go on the exit. He's got the run on the outside line again. Later on the brakes, though, is Rivals. Has he outbraked himself, though, into it? I don't think he has. I think it's absolutely superb defensive line there from Matteo Rivals. But William Kalesia will cross the line, will take the win, and will step up now to 8th in the intermediate classification with 149 points to his name. Kalesia puts his name on the board, but right now he has to settle there for still P8 at the end of this one. But that's a really solid second half of his day. Great work from William Kalesia in his penultimate race of the weekend. He has got one more race to go, has groups A and C. In fact, both of them, they'll be out the last couple of races of the day. But there is a look at your intermediate classifications with Sebastian Eskandari finishing that race in P4. He has a lead now of only 3 points in the intermediate classification against himself and Dean Hugendorn. There's your top 3. Kalesia, Rivals and Endo Arata, who round out the top 3, and the rest of the results there on your screen. And look at that result there, Nicole. Henry Domain, 20 places gained.
Yeah, needed to get that done after that poor qualifying result. He's had an 11th and a 15th so far this weekend, and now breaks inside your top 10. Jesse Phillips put in a good shift in that race as well, and then the remainder of your drivers outside of the top 10 include Ludwig Granquist, Alexander Rost, Daniel Moran, Drew Waltz and Roland Nagy. Alessandro Truchot finishes in P16 with an 11th place gain, and then we have Nilas Malik, Melka Milel, Injit Shavoda, Abdul Rajak Al-Qurashi, Martin Bertolucci, Emilia Vishamirska and then Michael Zajac. And of course, we lost a number of drivers within that race, including Andrea Mani. Dan Alleman again suffers a DNF, so does Drew Waltz, Manuel Miguez, Daniel Oliver and Bruno Blanco. So big dramas out there for some of our field.
Yeah, indeed, big names there, not getting to the end, and that's over the course of this weekend, multiple retirements actually for some of those big names. Here's a look at the highlights. Drama at the back of the field there. Drivers not getting the run off the line. That might have been the likes of Niels Malik or Jindrik Svoboda there getting caught out at the start of that race, and they inside row. Rest of the field having a relatively decent start. It didn't really get scrappy until we got to, well, the exit of turn number 4, and also down into that braking zone at turn number 7. Watch it here, the one spin and just nowhere for the rest of the drivers to go. As soon as they stop, that's it. Engine stalls and they're out, and that all started with Andrea Mani there being spun sideways right into the front of the rest of the pack, and multiple retirements there right at the start of the race.
Absolutely was. Good races though for the likes of Kasper Reipold. Turn number 10 was one of his hotspots to overtake, and in the early stages Endo Arata then did get into the race lead, and throughout the entire race it was him versus Rivals and William Kalesia. Kalesia lit things up on the exit of turn number 11, got the move done on Matteo to jump into second, and then later on found himself as your race leader. Battles raged on behind Manny Nuvolini, Noelle Girardello, Jesse Phillips were getting all involved, and this was the stage then that Nuvolini just started to slip backwards in the pack slightly after an early place gain. These three though, William, Matteo and Arata, did not give up throughout the entire thing. At one point we were 3 abreast going into turn number 1, and aggressively all 3 of those drivers jumped back onto the racing line. They knew that it was going to get a bit feisty, didn't want to bump into the back of each other or risk going too close together, catching each other out. Kalesia though, at this point is when he was given more breathing room by Rivers and Endo, because they started battling it out, and then it was a 2.1 second gap that he was awarded.
It certainly was. 3 overtakes in 3 corners from those 2 drivers behind, allowing Kalesia to break away by, like you were saying, that 2.1 second gap. Great fight to the end for the top 3, but it was all about Sebastian Eskandari. Great result for him. Keeps him in the points lead in that intermediate classification ahead of Dean Hugendorn, who is still at this moment ahead of his fellow teammate Noah Baglin and championship rival going into this weekend. More races coming up. We go back to the seniors, and for this one, the front row, Roman Kamiab and Christian Kostoya. But we caught up with Christian Kostoya at the start of this weekend as he heads for his championship fight as well.
Christian Kostoya, welcome to Denmark. This is it. It's a big weekend. The title fight is on. 2025, I think, has been your most successful season to date, with FIA Karting being the pinnacle of the sport. How would you say this season has compared to your earlier years in racing?
I think it was a very good season. We started very good Campillos, making a 3rd. And in Portimao was a very successful weekend, making full of points, and also in Viterbo. And yeah, now we are first in the European, but it's not yet finished, so let's try to finish well.
Your primary racing affiliation has been with Parolin Motorsport, the Italian chassis manufacturer for which you've been a factory driver since 2021. You've come a long way with the team, and what has that journey been like for you?
Yes, I think it's a very good team. It's almost like a family now. We have a very good conversation. Also, I speak Italian with them, so it's more easy to speak with them. And yeah, I think we are very good.
With, obviously, you've been with the team for such a long time, a title now on the cards, or maybe a first even European title in a senior category for you. What would this mean for you after what you've had the vice champions in previous years in the OK Junior categories? What would this mean for you taking your first European title in senior?
I think it will mean a lot. Like it means for me a lot. Also hard work behind this. We worked a lot in the first step of the year, so it will mean a lot.
And what would this mean for you for the next step as well? A title here in the senior category, is it again going to focus on karting, or is the hope to step up?
Yeah, it means a lot also in the future. More titles that you get, more important it will be.
Well, good to chat there to Christian Kostoja, who at this moment is in that title fight, championship points leader by quite some way ahead of James Anagnostiadis. And at this moment for James, well, he's had a tough weekend of racing so far on this first day. However, his second day today has been a big improvement, and hopefully that trend continues and we get a nice close championship fight at the end. Engines fire up, as you can see from that shot. Drivers make their way out to the circuit. Let's take you through that full starting lineup. It is Roman Kamyab and Christian Kostoja on row number 1. Kamyab has been looking quick this weekend and is still quite high up there in the intermediate classification points. Lev Krutilov and Joe Turney go from row number 2. They'll have Luke Kornder and Peter Stiller on row number 5. Elliot Kaczynski and Jacob Mikulev go from row 4. Kenzo Craigie, who had a shaky start yesterday but has come into his own today, goes from row number 5. He'll have Jakub Kamenev for company alongside. Noah Wolf and Stylianos Kolobos on row number 6. Zach Green and Austin Gale round out the first half of the field, and they go from row number 7.
Row number 8 will include Scott Marsh and Vegard Clemetson, and then from 9 we have Amin Kara Osman with Vanessa Schilkenator. 10, Sky Parker with Sebastian Mins and All Great Britain, row number 10, and then from 11 we have Aston Sharp alongside Roland Cooklane. 12 will look like Carl Luthart with Mattis Umer, and then from row number 13 we'll have Georgi Zazov with Franziska Kagelski. 14 is Leif Munemer with Leo Nilsson, and rounding out your grid on that 15th row we have Son Anzi.
Indeed, well, a packed grid of drivers in this one. And a reminder of those intermediate classifications: Jensen Burnett leads them with 182 ahead of Filippo Salas 179, Zach Drummond with 176 ahead of Martinez's 172, Ivanikov with 157, Pesha with 152, Roman Kamyab 3 for 3, 150. This is his 4th race. To get to win here, 200 points to his name. Eyes are watching him right now, but he's got Kostoja for company. He was in a championship fight, but doesn't at this moment sit anywhere inside the top 10 in that intermediate classification.
Yeah, absolutely. Had that disqualification and then had that difficult result in the previous one where he dropped right to the back of the field early on and had to try and fight his way through the pack. I think he ended up in around about 8th, but in this one it's going to be your championship leader versus your leader of the weekend so far. Kamyab versus Kostoja on that front row, followed shortly behind though by Krutilov and of course Joe Turney. Revs raised then out of the final corner. Lights are not out. Drivers will go round again, will continue to heat up those tyres. Will need to sort themselves out into position then if they want to be sent racing. Wasn't quite formed up out of turn number 11, so one more opportunity. Just seeing it time after time, aren't we, Anthony, where drivers are raising that speed early on. It's really easy to do with the long straight out there. I think a bit misleading for some of them. Kamyab then sending everybody round in his tracks through the second sector. Will be the driver that sets the pace, sets the lead for this race.
Certainly so, and we'll keep a close eye on that progression from a lot of these drivers. Just behind as well, of course, Sebastian Mins had a really good race earlier on as well. He's going to be one to keep an eye on. Possibly Scott Marsh as well. Beautiful shot there of the banking out of turn number 9. Peter Stiller as well has been having some good races. Same as, of course, Joe Turney. Kostoja, of course, with those ups and downs. Lev Krutilov as well has been one to keep a close eye on. That energy course, driver from Ukraine, certainly going to be one to keep a close eye on over the course of the rest of this weekend. Here we go then. Kamyab and Kostoja on that front row. Front of the field looks good. Are we going racing second time here? I don't know. No, we're not. We're going round again. Not a good start at all. I don't think we could blame the front on this one here, Nicole. I think it's more the middle to the back of the pack right now that seemingly aren't going with the front drivers. And already drama off in the background. Now that is the 196 machine. That is, I believe, the KZ. That is Jason. No, it's Francesc Zielinski, unfortunately, who has had drama there. And unfortunately, his car now broken. he is out of this race.
Drama then for Franciszek, but previously, just as we were about to get going then, Anthony, you were talking about the results currently owned by Krutulov. They're starting third. Second and a third in heats yesterday, and has had some strong pace, of course, so far today, and a driver that was here in 2023 in the junior class, so knows the track already. I think that's helping some of these drivers out. The likes of Krutulov, Joe Turney is one of those as well. He was here in 2023, the last time the FIA visited for a European Championship round, and he finished 8th in the final then. Sure, he's got it in him to try and improve on that here this weekend at our final round. Out of the final corner they will go. Are we going to go green and racing? This time of asking. Into the lines the drivers go. Lights are on, lights are out. Down into the first corner, Kamyab sweeps across onto that racing line and straight away replicates what he's done all weekend. Pulls away slightly in that race lead. Krutulov jumps into P2 and has broken a bit of a gap then to the driver behind him. Can't quite see yet where Joe Turney is sat. I think it is in around about P5, and it looks like to me maybe Kostoya has dropped back into the field slightly. He has. Kostoya then has dropped down the order into P4. Battles going on once more between Wolf. We've got Kenzo Craigie in there as well. Randy Craigie and Wolf going a bit defensive then to one of the Fusions sat behind them. Settled race start so far for our seniors. It looks like for the time being, everybody other than Sijeliski is circulating around the track. Under the start-finish gantry, they will go. Noah Wolf then trying a bit of a defensive line on the exit of turn number 11. He's trying to fend off this small pack of karts behind him. That includes the likes of Peter Simmer and Jakub Kamenek, who had some good pace, as Kostoya decides to turn up the dial after losing a few places in these early stages. He overtakes now to get back into the top 3, overtakes Cordner, who's now under threat by Joe Turney, who has got the jump done on the Ricky Flynn, and the Ricky Flynn is very vulnerable because of those overtakes. And now it is Kaginski that overtakes him again.
Yeah, indeed. So big steps up through the field there. Not the greatest lap for Luke Corner at all. Noah Wolf will be the next driver up behind, but there's a bit of real estate between himself there, Wolf and Kenzo Craigie, who was there. Peter Silla, Jakub Kamenek, Zach Green also just inside that top 11. We'll keep a close eye on that one. Austin Gale still there as well. I'm counting Osman as well, who had the wheel mishap in the previous race earlier on. Hopefully keeps all 4 attached in this one. He's out of turn number 5. And Kostoya unable to close in here. And Turney goes down the inside of Lev Krutulov. Krutulov, though, certainly fought back on that one. Kaczynski smells weakness. He dives down the inside. Also gets through. Luke Corner not close enough to take advantage there of Lev Krutulov and stays behind for the time being. That's a big gain of places once again for the front runners. And now it's Kamyab, Kostoya, Turney. 1, 2, 3. History between Kostoya and Turney over the course of this 2025 season, but the two of them still fighting firm but fair over the course of this weekend. And right now, pressure still on the rest of the field. There in the background, Wolf and Craigie still haven't changed positions, but they've closed in on Luke Corner. That's going to be one to watch as Kostoya now is closing in on Roman Kamyab. The fight for the lead here, Nicole, is on as they dive down in towards turn 7. Kostoya not close enough for a lead change. He might think of something in towards turn 9, or will he sit behind Kamyab for the time being?
Well, is this going to be the first time this weekend that Kamyab doesn't win a heat? Championship leader and the man to beat this year goes down the inside at turn number 11. Is Roman going to get the switch back on the exit? Yes, he does. They trade places once more. That's going to bring Joe Turney closer to the fight for this race lead. But Kamyab, well read, knew that Kostoya was going to overshoot the corner slightly, and this, I think, very shortly is going to turn into a big train of karts. Kostoya now down the inside at turn number 4, pulls it off. Textbook move from what we've seen from lots of drivers pulling that one off this weekend, and now that has brought Turney ever closer. On the back of Turney as well, we've got Kaczynski there, Krutulov is there, Wolf, Craigie and Kamenek as well. And let's not forget, we said this year that Kostoya, Turney have had a bit of history going on. Tony is one of the drivers within this fight. He's got nothing to lose, so to speak. He didn't join us for the round in Viterbo, so this is more a race to win than a championship to win for Joe. But on the heels now of Roman Kamiab on the exit of turn number 11, and actually Costoya within that lap has managed to pull away slightly, just under 0.4 of a second, split him and the Ricky Flynn driver up now.
Yeah, indeed, and there is Noah Wolf going for the move down the inside. In the background on Kenzo Craigie. Lost down a lot of time there. That's going to bring in Kamenic Konda, Peter Stiller as well, all in behind, and they're going to lose time on the group up ahead. Costoya in the lead of this one. Got to say, for Roman Kamiab, kind of left the door a little open there after only just getting back past Costoya. And of course, Costoya thought, oh, well, thank you very much. I'll take that position straight back from you then. And it's worked out quite nicely for Costoya. This is broken away now by nearly half a second. Eyes on this one still. Craigie battling with Wolf. Kamenek still there just behind. All of them fighting for position. Look at that battle. Look at that train from 6th place downwards. The two Brits wheel to wheel in towards turn 1. Noah Wolf gets back to the front of that train. But my oh my, Craigie's not going to let it go quickly. And all the meanwhile, it just keeps them so close. Craigie's going to take an offensive line here now in towards turn number 4. Up the hill they go in towards turn 5. Is there going to be a send? No, there isn't. Once more, it keeps the pack all bunched up. Look at this train. The computer says this is 6th place, all the way down to 20th place on our screen. And now it's happened. Wolf has lost out to Kamenek. He's got through. Craigie now leads that train as they all want to go get spat out of that train. And it's the Ricky Flynn. It's the 141
Luke
out
Cordner.
of the race. Luke Cordner goes no further. That is disaster.
All still battles going out of turn number 11, and this is the pack behind Noah Wolf, who now finds himself as the leader of it once more. Peter Stiller, Craigie, Kamenek, Sharp, and Carl Luthart as well. Carl Luthart up by a number of positions within this race. Him and Aston Sharp look like they've maybe been working together to try and push through the field. Driver in the MP of Luthart had those DNFs earlier on, so hoping for some good positions to be gained. Let's watch a race replay then of what just happened to Cordner. So him and Aston Sharp.
I don't think that can be pointed at Aston Sharp there. I think there was just such there was a big train of carts behind, and I think he was just shuffled into the likes of him, and that is a really tough one to call, but I'm sure Race Control will be looking at that one. Eyes on this now. Well, this is Wolf, Stiller and Craigie that seemingly look like they were first, second and third. Trust me, they are not. They are some 5 seconds down the road from the leading group of 5 karts.
Yep, and your leader of Christian Costoya, who now puts in that purple lap out there in the front, 7/10 clear from Roman Kamiab now. So I think maybe Kamiab's decision to not immediately go back in has given Costoya that room to breathe. Further in the back of your field, Seb Mins is battling it out. He's a driver who's also done a last-minute season change for teams. He's jumped over to the Victory Lane livery and chasing down countryman of Scott Marsh. I think actually those two, yep, they have now traded places side by side. They go into turn number 10 and Marsh makes up position. This little battle is led by Miklev, who is another driver within the Kart Republic awning this weekend, just not had the luck. Had a DNF earlier on by a self-inflicted moment in the wet weather. Just not being able to light things up so far this weekend. Out in the front though, once more, eyes on Christian Costoya, 8/10 clear now from Kamiab. And Turney now still sat in P3, hasn't been able to catch up to Kamiab at all really in this part of this race.
No, indeed. Kamiab at this moment is still in the lead of the intermediate classifications with 194. Despite the fact that this would be his first loss, still there in second place. There's still a good chunk of points to his names. As unfortunately, George Zazov, I think, has had a moment out there. He's tumbling to the back of the field, down in 26th place now for him. But I stay focused on this one. Costoya's lead to Kamiab, albeit has opened up at some point. He is still right there, and in fact the gap's coming down a little bit now. Kamiab starting to close back in. The gap is already down to 0.6 of a second. I don't know if this is just Costoya looking after tyres at this point, or he is generally going a little bit slower here than Kamyab, because Kamyab's got it down now to half a second. He is still pushing here in the dying stage of this race.
Well, of course, Kostoja has had to push quite hard to grab back this race lead. On this circuit, there's a lot of stress that gets put on the tyres on the rear through turn number 5 and then on the front at turn number 9. So maybe Kostoja has just stressed that rubber a bit too much, and that's now why that gap has reduced to 0.5 of a second. 8 stages of this race. Oh, I don't know about this one then, Anthony, because it's only half a second that now splits up your number 1 and 2, and Kamyab has now lit it up once more because he's put in that purple lap with a 50.405. Through they go through the second sector once more. Is the gap going to be reduced between the Spaniard and the Great Britain? No change further back between Turney, Kaginski and Lev Krutulov. Round to turn number 9, that banked corner they go once more. And like I just said, that is the point in the track where the front end tyres, the front left is really stressed, and maybe that is a question of why Kostoja's lap time has reduced slightly. The gap, no real change, still half a second that split up Kostoja and Kamyab on this final lap.
Indeed, half a second is that gap. Last lap board is out. Joe Turney under pressure now from Elliot Kaczynski. He is closing in right now on him also. That's the fight for third place as there's a spin on the start-finish straight.
Sky Parker.
Right in front of us. Sky Parker eliminated from the race in spectacular fashion. Thankfully, I believe she is okay, but yellow flags out on the start-finish straight. But eyes will stay focused then on the top runners, because into the final sector, Christian Kostoja, despite the fact of his troubles, does not sit inside the top 10, but has certainly done enough to help him out in his championship fight still. With one more race to go, he takes the checkered flag. Kostoja wins out of Kamyab, who still maintains the lead of the intermediate classification. Turney in third from Kaczynski, Krutulov from Noah Wolf in P6, Kenzo Craigie from Peter Stiller, Jakub Kamenek from Aston Sharp rounds out the top 10. The biggest mover in that race, there it says it, Leo Nilsson started 28th, gained 16, finished in P12.
Nilsson then, good stuff by him, had good pace in practice earlier on in the weekend, but didn't quite string it together during qualifying. Good to see that he has picked off some positions within the race. Like you called it then, Anthony, Kostoja leads from Kamyab, and then the other Great Britain of Turney finishes in P3. Kaczynski and Lev Krutulov round out your top 5. Another top 5 result from the Ukrainian driver for Energy Course. Then very, very strong track, I would say, for Lev. Then Noah Wolf, Kenzo Craigie, Peter Stiller, Jakub Kamenek and Aston Sharp that are your remaining drivers in the top 10. And then it is Carl Luthart with that 12th place gain that finishes in 11th, followed shortly behind by Leo Nelson. 16 places to finish in the top 12. Mikalev, Mins, Scott Marsh, Cook Lane, Green, Karen Osman, Gale and Sun and Z round out your top 20. And then Stylianos Kolovos, Leith Munamar, Vanessa Shilkinator and Mattis Umer were your remaining finishers. We lost Sky Parker in spectacular fashion down the start-finish straight on the last lap, and then have a number of other non-finishers. Start then looks like this. Onto the racing line straight away went Roman Kamyab, held on to that number 1 spot for a few laps, and Lev Krutulov was briefly in P2. Kostoja got hustled and muscled out at that race start, dropped further back down the order, but jumped back into P3. And then we had Joe Turney got the jump on the Ricky Flynn of Forno then, who fell down the order later on. Turney then and Lev Krutulov had this almost big moment, but the Energy driver conceded the position and gave it to the factory driver for Kart Republic. Settled down slightly when we then had our new race leader of Christian Kostoja. Kamyab tried to return the favour and did get back into the race lead very briefly, but it was at turn number 4 that your championship leader, the Spaniard, for Paralin, got back into the race lead.
Yeah, certainly so, and this race continuing on for quite a few more laps after this one. Then that glorious fight between Kenzo Craigie and Noah Wolf that brought in the fight from 6th place all the way down to P20, which unfortunately saw the likes of Luke Corner get spat out from in the latter stages of that race. You can see that Luke Horner still in that battle at that point. It was fighting his way up to the sharp end this moment here. Unfortunately, you can see him going round out at turn number 5 and at turn 9. You saw there Aston Sharp was initially the driver into the back of him, but again, you can't really put, I don't think, all blame on Sharp. There was a huge train of carts behind. I think there was all shuffled in behind him. Yeah, there was a concertina effect, the domino effect, and unfortunately, yeah, it just resulted in Luke Horner going off the circuit. Checker flag went out to Christian Kostoya, takes the win ahead of Roman Kamyab and Joe Turney, but it is Roman Kamyab who still leads that intermediate classification going in to the next senior race. We will see those out later on. Right, so we're going to take a short ad break. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back with the last rotation of qualifying heats coming up next. You're watching live coverage of the MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championships. If you're only just joining us, don't worry. You've still got 6 races to go, and these are going to be the most important 6 races of the weekend, because now it's the final rotation of qualifying heats, and it starts with OK Junior. That'll be heading out to the circuit for Groups D and E. Henrik Kuben and Lily Christian on row number 1. Sevelono Sanchez-Sablowski and Bosco Arias on row 2. Lucas Sell and Emiliano Hernandez go from row number 3. Row 4, we'll see the likes of Jean-Matteo Rousseau. Had a great race earlier on, ended up in the top 3. He'll have Alexander Lazarus alongside him. Denny Babacek and Valerio Villapiana go from row number 5. Antonio Petsonia and Will Green go from row 6. They'll have Gustavo Marquez de Silva and Mark Pilapenko on row 7.
Row number 8, and drivers with a lot of work to do. Looks like Jarlath Sayer and Angelina Simmons. 9 is Mika Runitz alongside Marcel Jebot, and then from 10 we have Oliver Hordrup with Nathan Kappen. 11, Remy Sanchek versus Antoine Venon, and then from row number 12 we have Samuel Hugon and Amir Sabarov. Number 13, Jonas Pundis with Turner Brown, and then row number 14, your final row of your grid. The first heat of the final rotation is Adam Anderson with William Kim.
This is an important one now for quite a few drivers in this race, Nicole. This is their last race of the day before they go into tomorrow's superheats. And inside that top 10, you have got the likes of Sevelono Sanchez-Sablowski, the Ukrainian who's on the second row of the grid. He is 10th in the points right now. Eli Christian is 4th in the points. Bosco Arias is 7th in the points. You've got Lucas Sell, who's 9th in the points, who's in this race. You've got a lot more as well, but still, these drivers all need to have really good races here to help them get through. For Eli Christian, the Canadian, he is 4th. He's the highest up in this race right now. 50 points to his name here would put him on a good chunk. He would take the lead of the intermediate classification, but he needs to win this one. This is vital to give him the best fighting chance of starting on pole position for either one of 2 superheats tomorrow, where another grand total of 90 intermediate classification points will determine who starts where for the final into the tram lines. I think we're going around again here. The answer to that is yes. Pasquale Lupoli setting around the field one more time. Gives us a bit of a chance to go over this one. So again, if you're listening and you're wondering, Anthony, what's the difference between intermediate classification points and championship points? That's an excellent question. Intermediate classification points are effectively the points that get awarded to a driver for their results in a qualifying heat. Those points determine who starts where for the superheats, where more points are awarded to the drivers that then determine where they start for the final later on. It literally just sorts out the grid, effectively. They do mean nothing in terms of championships. However, if you have the most championship points, the most intermediate classification points at the end of the qualifying heats phase, you do win 25 championship points, and that goes down from there, giving to the top 15 drivers, I believe, in the intermediate classification. Exactly the same happens at the end of the superheats. If you are the intermediate classification points leader at the end of the superheats phase, that is another 25 championship points that goes your way, and it means you start on pole position for the final, and if you win that final, it's another 50 points in the championship that goes your way. But let's find out who's going to be claiming those 25 championship points as we go green and racing in Rodby. Down in towards turn number 1, it's a good start for Kumpin on the inside line once again. Where is Christian though? The Canadian, Eli Christian, needs a good result in this one as he needs to take the lead in the points right now. One driver getting spat out of the rest of the field, but crucially for the rest of them, it's a pretty solid start here. Nicolas, the sun continues to shine on the Rødby circuit.
Absolutely does, and that sun is allowing more grip to be laid down on the circuit so drivers can be braver with these overtakes, demonstrated like that by Eli Christian to get into the race lead. That was executed at turn number 7. Now drivers going defensive into the banked corner of turn number 9 and subsequently backing each other into the hands of the groups of competitors behind. Through turn number 11 they will go for the first time. And it is the Tony Kart that looks over his shoulder to see the gap behind him as your race leader. Christian then from teammate of Henry Constant Kumpen. Then we've got Savlodo Sachi Suvslovsky. Bosco Arias is in this fight as well. And then Lucas Sell, a really good weekend so far for Sell. Not maybe high up in the championship, but fighting for position here within this race. Arias then bites the bullet and makes a move. Almost a big moment then for Rousseau. Very lucky to grab that wheel and get straightened up. That could have been a big one between him and Sell. Yeah. Down the inside goes Denny Babacek, and that invites Will Green into the fight now as well. Yeah, Pizzonia was also another driver who was caught out in that moment between those two of them, as Babacek, as you were mentioning, gets down the inside and steps up now ahead of Sell into 7th place. That is keeping them all in check right now. Jarlis Sede, Gustavo Marquez de Silva, also involved in that fight, albeit it's for 7th place on our screens. Over the line they go. That's one big group of drivers. Valerio Villapiana in there as well. He's there in the 216, pushing his way through nicely. There's your intermediate classification. Ilya Christian doing the best he can do right now. 224 points out of a possible 250 points that can be awarded to a driver. That is a solid number of points there and puts him in a really strong position to potentially start on pole for one of those superheats tomorrow. Absolutely does. Round the outside looks Charles Sayer. Is he going to get the switchback? No, he doesn't, because he's under pressure by De Silva there behind. Sell, we saw previously bump into the back of Denny Babacek, so we expect, because of the Constantina effect in this races of drivers bumping into the back of each other, so maybe some nose cone penalties will be awarded. Under the start-finish gantry, these drivers go again. Christian from Kumpen, Bosco Arias, Rousseau there, Savled, Osachi, Soslowski, hungry, but Antonio Pizzonia looking down the inside at turn number 3, doesn't manage to get anything stuck. I would say, actually, since that team changed to move over to the Tony Kart factory team, Pizzonia has looked very good this weekend. Had a bit of bad luck in his previous race, but still there now in the sharp end of the field. Rousseau goes fastest behind Arias up there in 3rd. So now, is he going to try and pull something off into the bank corner of turn number 9? Yes, he does, down the inside. Makes it stick and makes himself your new driver inside the top 3. Indeed. Nice run from there as they all go through. Oh, Soslowski down the inside. Great charge there on Bosco Arias. Arias is going to fight back, though. Pushes through, but now
Pitsonia gets involved, and it is the treble 2 that gets in front of both, albeit, I was going to say not for long, because Soslovsky looked to the inside there at turn number 3, thought against it as they head down into that top section of the track, but still a strong getaway, and all the meanwhile losing a lot of time now to Chrisen up ahead.
Further down in the field then, Turner Brown absolutely not letting off. He's absolutely put in some work this weekend in this race. It's a 13th place game to be in P13. Currently had a disqualification because he was maybe a bit too aggressive with some overtakes made previously in the weekend. We'll find out if all of the hard work put in by him after that poor qualifying can get him into the superheats later on. Under they go once more. Race replay then for a moment between Matteo Rousseau. So this is when he literally bunny hopped up and back down onto the tarmac. So Sell caught him on the rear end, jumped up and then just slammed back down onto the tarmac, got that wheel nice and straight, so didn't lose the rear end, didn't then knock into anybody else around him. And now hasn't been put off at all because puts in that purple lap.
It certainly does. So really pushing through in this relatively mid-stage to latter stage of this race. So we are on lap 6 of 10 right now, as unfortunately a retirement there to Emiliano Hernandez out of the race and goes no further, and maybe a little, well no, actually he's not gone into Parc Ferme, that's the pit lane. As I said, well, I've got a problem, can I go back out? Yes, I guess you can, but yeah, he's told to the back of the field now, and I think he's going to be a full lap down now from the rest of the field. Not sure what's happened there.
Yeah, you know, did he have a problem or was he kind of forced
But he's coming back out.
Yeah, so it doesn't look like there's major mechanical gremlins out there. Maybe he missed the corner or was forced to take the entrance to the pit lane. No idea what has just happened for that DPK. But Fairly Christian out there in the front, 7/10 clear from Kumpen. And we've got Juan Mateo Rousseau still continuing to light things up in P3, a driver that's got some good potential within his karting career out there for Forza. Under the same management then of F1 star Franco Colapinto, I think another driver that's got maybe a big future ahead of him, but within this race could have a big future. Looking at the P2, chasing down and reduces that gap to Kumpen there for that second place as they head through the first sector. Bosco Arias still trying to chase down to Soslovsky there for that P5, but not managing to pull anything major off just yet.
No, at this moment holding firm right now, but Rousseau once again that fastest lap closing in here. He's eyeing at this second place here from Henrik Constant Kumpen. Not able to get it done just yet though, stays behind. We are nearing the end of this race, and right now Matteo Rousseau is the man on the move here. 4 places gained compared to Antonio Petronio just behind on this 7th place gain, but he is a little further back in this order for Rousseau. This is his last attempt right now to help himself out in the intermediate classifications to get him through into the superheats and maybe even the final later on. Remember, 98 junior drivers entered into this weekend. However, only 72 go into the superheats. Only 36 go into the final. And down the inside, Jean-Mathieu Rousseau gets that move done. There once again is Emiliano Hernandez. This time he does come into Parc Ferme. He is now out of the race, albeit at the end of it. Now Rousseau there in 2nd place, helps himself out even more, but still does not sit inside the top 10. And I can imagine sits just outside it right now, high up in those points. But he's there now in 2nd place. He's 1.1 behind Chrisen, but there's no way he's going to be able to catch him. Final lap board is out to the field, and Eli Christian is going to do absolutely everything he can to make sure that that Tony Kart racing machine for Canada will be at the sharp end of the field. Here is that overtake again, down in towards turn number 7, textbook. Beautiful little overtake there. Nothing that Henrik Constant Kumpen would do. He would stay behind. He's still happy with a 3rd place, is Constant Kumpen. He is still 10th in the points there in 3rd. Absolutely fine. But out of the final corner, for Canada. Eli Christian will head to the line, the points leader at this stage of the weekend. He is fighting for pole position in the superheats. He is fighting for 25 championship points, and he has done what he can right now. Christian takes the win at Jean-Mathieu Rousseau. Henrik Unstein-Kumpin finishing in third place ahead of Antonio Petsonia. Severodo Sanchez-Orlovsky finishes in P5 ahead of Bosco Arias and Lucas Sell. Valerio Villapiana from Jarlis Saya. Will Green from Marcel Sebu. Denny Babacek in 12th ahead of Angelina Simmons. Gustavo Marquez de Silva. Mark Polapenko will round out the top 15. But for Christian now, that's 224 points. Sebastian Eskandari, though, who will be out later on in the last race of the day, is currently, or the last race of the day, I say, for the juniors, will be the man to try and beat. There's your full results. The top 15 we have gone over. Antoine Venot with a 6th place gain finishes in P16 ahead of Turner Brown's 9th place gain to finish in P17. Oliver Herdrup from Alexander Lazarus. Mika Lunitz from Samuel Hugon. Nathan Kappin from William Kim. Adam Anderson from Jonas Pundis. From Amir Sabarov, who rounds out the 26 finishers in that race. Retirements, Remy Samchek and Emiliano Hernandez, unfortunately not making it to the end of that race. But right now, we will see what happens with them later on tomorrow, as of course, the points are done for them right now. They cannot do any more. That is all they can do. And at the moment, Eli Christian leads those points, 224 to his name. He is the points leader. He's looking for 25 points in that fight this weekend. Here's a look at the highlights from that race. Valerio Villapiana again immediately pulling out of the toe into the middle of the track. The race start, drama at the back of the field all the way off the circuit. There was a bit of a shame. Forza Racing's Alexander Lazarus not able to get the power down out of the corner. This was Christian taking the lead of that race on the opening couple of laps. That introduced battles further back. Big moment there between Sell, Bosco Arias, Valerio Villapiana. Big moment there. You can see how sideways that Jean-Mathieu Rousseau was as well. Rousseau, not fazed by it at all, went on to take second place behind Eli Christian. The Babacek battle behind, and well, hands going up there. No one really happy with the fight there. I think that was Valerio Villapiana trying to get past it. Was indeed. Lucas Sell also there on the victory lane in that pack, trying to gain those places in that early stage. Still, though, we kept an eye on that back group as the overtakes started happening thick and fast. Here, Severodo Sanchez-Orlovsky again piling on the pressure. Antonio Petsonia, though, finding his way through. The strange moment there for Emiliano Hernandez as well, but he found himself going into the pit lane, then later retiring into Parc Ferme. He would join the likes of Remy Samchek, also retiring from that race. There, though, across the line, Eli Christian could only do as best he could there. 224 points to his name. Takes the win in this final race of the day, knowing that he can do no more going into tomorrow's superheats. Let's head down, though, to Parc Ferme, and I'm sure Nicole Sutherland is with our man who took the race win on that one.
I absolutely am then, Anthony. Ili, good race for you just then, and I think you've done as much as you can do today. It will depend on what happens with the other groups for who will be on pole for the superheat, but are you happy with what you've pulled off?
Yes, this week has been pretty good. I think only this heat this morning wasn't the best. I had a bit of issues on the second half of the race, but it's not bad.
And I'd actually say that the Tony karts look very fast around this circuit. Ili, can you give us a bit more information maybe around what work the team has put in to make you as fast as you have been?
Yeah, of course, the team has been doing its best to give me the best material, and I think I can see that's really paying off for all they did. I've been pretty fast. I think I still miss a few tenths, but I can be faster.
And of course, when we go into superheats and finals, Illy, this track gets really busy. There's a lot of overtaking opportunities. What are you expecting to see in the remainder of the races this weekend?
Hopefully it's not going to be too much action, but I can expect a lot of fighting going on there in the front.
Well then, Nili, sharp end of the field once more. Well done on today's results. We'll head back up then to Anthony Jordan in the commentary box because we've got our seniors up next.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. Yes, indeed, 5 races to go today, and these are all very important races because now we go to Groups D and E in the senior category. This will be the last time that we see the seniors out for Groups D and E over the course of today. Before we see them out for the superheats tomorrow, we're about to find out who is going to be making it into those superheats. And right now, in the intermediate classification, it is Roman Kamiab who leads those points, but the drivers who we need to keep an eye on in this one, Jindra Peschel, currently 9th in the points. He starts this one on pole position. Jacopo Martinez, he's currently 5th in the points. He starts on the front row as well for this one as well. So he's going to be one to keep a close eye on. Zach Drummond is 4th in the points. He needs to be kept a close eye on as he starts 3rd. Let's say through the starting lineup though, it is Peschel from Martinez, Vilma Swan from Zach Drummond, Timo Ramekers from Thomas Pradier, who ran out the top 6. Thomas Pradier is a driver who is not far outside of the top 10. Victor Gustafsson from Dean Pedersen, Joa Bokala from Clara Kowalczyk, Kiara Batig from Marcus Shilkunas, who rounds out the top 6 rows in P12. Row number 7 sees Ella Hakkinen and Oliver Kinmark. They'll have Luna Flusha and Zhang Jose for company on row number 8. Oscar Gallin and Boris Leisen go from row number 9. Oliver Rasmussen and Merritt Pellis go from row 10. They will have Bolowet and Senamanir on row 11. Daniel Picorni and Sadamat Soy on row 12. Lilian Scarborough and Frastanada on row 13. With Jorn Helder and Noah Netipaton, who round out the 14th row of the grid. For the drivers who are at the back of this grid, the job is, well, simple, but far from easy. They need to gain the places in this race. It is at this stage we see the fresh tyres deployed. It is this stage where we might see some drivers really side through the field. And unfortunately, the Delta just isn't at that stage where a brand new set of tyres can make a difference on this such a smooth track surface with quite a bit of rubber that's gone down on it now after the torrid rain we had this morning. Beautiful evening of racing here in Rødby. It's not far from the town of Rodby itself, also the port town here of Rødbyhavn as well. And that's, of course, the crossing point between here in southern Denmark over to Germany. And meanwhile, a lot of these drivers will have crossed over from that bridge, off that ferry. I know I certainly did. As we enter into the tram lines, something tells me we're not going this time around. And no, we're not. We stay behind. And Nicole Sutherland's just joined me back in the commentary box. She's just spotted my victory that I had in the commentary box where we were being...
There's a dead fly on my sheet.
Yeah, sorry. While you were interviewing, I said I had... Yeah, sorry about that. I'll shoo it off. Oh, no, I made it a lot worse. But yeah,
anyway.
It was a small victory. It's now on my grid. There we go. But yeah, it was a small victory. Right, here's a look at that start there, as you literally just quite joined me back. Very open there, I would say, in the field.
Yeah, the backpack then just not sorting themselves out. Everybody from around about the 3rd row backwards, just not really in formation. I can say they're waiting for me to get back into the commentary box.
I think so. Yeah. That's a nice way of saying it. I don't think that's the actual reason,
no.
Nicole, but you can think that.
Yeah, makes me feel better.
If it makes you feel better, yeah, okay, we'll think that. Right then, a lot more drivers in the senior category entering this weekend. 111 in total entries coming into this one. Remember, that does get whittled down to just 72 in those two beats tomorrow. And some of these drivers will be fighting to start at the sharp end of that one. Into the tram lines. Lights are out. We are racing down towards turn number 1. It's a good start for the inside row once again. Peschel holds on to it, but where is Jacopo Martinez? He's on the outside. He's got Ramekers on the inside, but he's not able to get his move down the inside. He has got Martinez holding on to third, straight off the track in the background there. It's one of the fusions, possibly Oscar Gallin, who's gone straight off the circuit there. But the rest of the field all slot in. Crucially, everyone's still in the race.
Everyone's still in the race, but busy in this mid-pack section, led by Gustafsson. Down the inside, Klara Kulchik tries to go on KR teammate. Don't think she's managed to pull it off just yet there. 2-kart breakaway at the front end of your field. We're led by the Tony Kart and by the Birrell out of the final sector for the first time. Drivers then going under the start-finish gantry. That mid-pack section is getting busy. Looks like Gustafsson has caught up to the back of Thibaut Ramekers there. He's pulling around Zach Drummond as well. Down the inside goes Ramekers. Goes a bit wide though on the exit, but does manage to hold onto it. So that is that change achieved from Thibaut.
Yeah,
it's had a bit of a up and down weekend so far this weekend, Anthony.
He has indeed. I was just keeping an eye on Marcus Shulkunis in the background there as well. He made an almighty send down the inside, albeit he's just lost out to that one because Kira Batik is stepping up now into 8th place. Eyes on this one here, Peschel and Svan. Vilma Svan has been a driver who has qualified so incredibly well. However, has been, well, it's been a drama in the qualifying heats because he's just lost out on so many good results. But now Svan there in P2 is holding firm of it. Martinez and Ramekers, they've broken up now on this point. Ramekers is broken away from that pack behind as Vilma Svan, for the first time this weekend, takes the lead in a qualifying heat.
Svan then has been waiting for this moment, has been consistently quick, but has had that bad luck. Now finds himself as your new race leader. These two then clear from the remainder of the field, clear from Thibaut Ramekers, who was trying to fend off Gustafsson. Still, those two drivers line of stern as they head through turn number 8 and towards turn number 9. Current intermediate classification then, Drummond leads the way with 210 points ahead of Martinez, and then Peschel. Peschel, the driver, of course, who is sat there in second, and Drummond actually has been shuffled down to P6 behind Martinez there in 5th. No major movers within this race just yet, probably because we have had a bit more of a settled one. As I've called it, I've jinxed it because we've now lost Shulkunis and Chiara Batig off the road. Both drivers were looking really strong in these early stages. The driver of Lithuania and then the Swiss female driver out. Join the marshals at the post.
Yeah, that is a big shame there for those two, and that is very unfortunate. I'm trying to think where that is on track, actually. I think it's over at around post 3. Yeah, so a big shame for them. Right, eyes focused then on the rest of the field. Well, Vilma Svan has taken the lead. At the moment, without sounding mean, is nowhere in the points right now. The results that Vilma Svan has had has not been a good weekend at all, despite the excellent qualifying that Svan had. Yeah, not been able to put that into practice in the qualifying heat. But here now, in the last hurrah, could do anything they can right now to try and get into those superheats tomorrow.
Yeah, like we were saying a moment ago, I'd say he's been waiting all year for this moment. He's trying to show what he can do, but for the time being, he has to give the race lead back to Peschel, who's been consistently strong this weekend. Had that moment with Luna Flusha in his previous race on the brakes. Did pull it back, though, and did remain in the top 2. But for now, he is your race leader in his final qualifying heat of the weekend. Out of the final corner they will go, and I'd actually say he caught Svan a little bit off guard there because he's given himself just under a 4/10 gap. Ramekers still sat there in P3, and now Gustafsson has actually dropped down the order slightly, has had to give position away to Martinez and Zach Drummond. No major changes in the intermediate classification just yet, but Peschel now finds himself P3 with 202 points. As Thibaut Ramekers is continuing to try and better his result, now pops in that purple lap.
Indeed. Well, meanwhile, keep an eye on this large train of karts now, but still that big gap between Svan and Ramekers, who holds firm there on lap number 6. Eyes on the rest. I'm going to be keeping an eye on Martinez and Drummond here on this one, Nicole. 4th and 5th place for them right now as we watch Boris Leisen battling away at the moment. There, unfortunately, the retirements of Chiara Batigue and Marcus Schilkunis, and no word said to each other, just sitting there in Marshall Post 7. Eyes on this one, though, because, yeah, like I say, Martinez and Drummond, they are the leaders of the points right now. Martinez is now at the fastest lap of the race. He is there in 4th place. He needs to gain a few more places on this one. So does Drummond, because, of course, it's Drummond who leads the points right now at 212 ahead of 210 from Martinez. However, they need to open up the gap as much as humanly possible, because they've got the likes of course, Jenson Burnett, Roman Kamyab, Filippo Sala, Joe Turney, all to play in this one as well. The same as Lev Krutelov. They're all fighting in that top 10 and all have a chance of closing in on those points. So they need to really step it up here and close those gaps. But right now, they sit line astern from each other. 4th and 5th place right now. It's still good, but it's not optimal.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, the names that you've just mentioned, Burnett, Krutelov, Kamyab as well, they've got more heats to come. These drivers within this are going to be pretty much done. So if they're going to pull out something, it absolutely now needs to be now. Drummond on the tail there of Martinez of the exit of turn number 8. That's turn number 9, correct, that's that banked corner. Really makes it difficult for these drivers with the stress on the tyre, with the grip that's laid out there, as well as now Martinez, just talking about him, leading around Zach Drummond, is now under investigation for potentially causing a collision. So I'm guessing that was earlier on within this race, because he's been in his clean air for a couple of minutes now, but that could be big drama. And now Chiara Batigue, the driver that we just saw exiting the circuit with Schilkunis, is your newest driver to be in a bit of hot water. She's under investigation as well, and such a shame to see things just sort of fall apart for Chiara in this second part of the season.
Yeah, it is a shame indeed. But now, okay, so now you're Zach Drummond. You've just seen that Martinez is under investigation for something out on track. What are you doing now? Are you going to stay behind, or are you going to try and attack here and see if you can try and close in? Keep
pushing, because just because he's under investigation does not mean that he's going to be given a penalty. Zach does not know that. They won't know that until the drivers come in and he visits the steward's office. So for now, Zach needs to keep pushing, needs to try and close that gap and pick off that position if he wants to stay the leader of those intermediate classification points. And because they're in his complete clean air behind Svan, nothing really major for Thibaut within this race. It looks like he could be ending up in this P3, but has done a good job to get in the sharp end of the field. And another driver that's gone and done some good racing then, Boris Lysen, started 18th, 11 places gained to finish, well, to be driving round in P7.
Yeah, indeed. So very good for these drivers there. Though Victor Gustafsson certainly been delivering the results so far this weekend. He's looking good in those points also. He's up to 6th in the intermediate classification, and he's looking for a very strong position for the superheats tomorrow. Gustafsson certainly one to impress. He's joint on the points at the moment with Burnett, but of course Burnett and Kamyab with another race to go won't fall behind Gustafsson. He really needs another spot in this one, and unfortunately that spot is Zach Drummond further up the road. I think there's been some dramas for Ella Hakkinen and Daniel Baccorni on this last lap as well. They've both just tumbled down, 22nd and 23rd for those two on this lap. They are still scrapping away at the back of the field. Race nearly coming to a conclusion here. Peschel in the lead, looking very comfortable right now for Indra Peschel. 3rd in the points now, 202 points to his name. And at this moment, just needs to think about the job to do tomorrow. There'll be no more that Peschel can do now, but it is Drummond who leads the way in the points. It's Drummond who is the man who at this moment will be starting on pole position for Superheat 1. No matter what happens later on, of course, if there's drama for Kamyab, drama for Burnett, drama for Sala, it's very highly unlikely that something like that happens. Drummond might find himself on pole position for Superheat 1. At the moment, Jacopo Martinez might be finding himself on pole position for Superheat 2 tomorrow. But right now, we will keep an eye on Peschel, who at the moment the best he can settle for is a potential front row start alongside the pole sitter, but that is still a long way off just yet. Final lap board is out to Jindra Peschel, Vilma Svan right there behind. Svan again can be delighted with the second place here, but is nowhere near the top of the points at the moment. The results earlier on have just put him too far down in the standings right now. And there's nothing really he can do about it. Rameka's holding on strong in third place, but not able to pile on the pressure. Rameka's also not inside the top 10 of that intermediate classification. Out of the final corner, last race of the day done for Jindra Peschel. He wins on track and moves to third in the intermediate classification. He cannot go higher than third. He can go backwards though, depending on what Kamyab and Burnett, Sala, Turney and Krutelov can do later on in the races. Peschel from Svan, Ramekers from Martinez and Drummond, the top 5, but it is Zach Drummond who leads the points with 212 ahead of Jacopo Martinez's 210. Peschel third with 202. There's a look at your full results at the end of that race. Top 5 gone over. Gustafsson finishing in P6 ahead of Boris Leisen. Pradair ahead of Oliver Kinmark. Dean Pedersen from Luna Flusha. Another good race in that one for Flusha. Zhang Jose from Oliver Rasmussen. Boluet from Verstappen Nardo. Then it is Jorn Helder from Mero Peldis. Karika Wolczek from Sedemir. Narwin Netipaton with an 8th place gain, and that one gets his name on the board there. 20th place out of Lilian Scarborough. Daniel Picorni had a Ella Hakkinen. Then it is Oscar Gallen from Sadamatsui. Then the retirements, Joel Pokela, Kiara Batig and Marcus Shilkunas. Joel Pokela again a retirement. And I think for Joel Pokela that might spell disaster going into tomorrow. Remember, 111 drivers enter this weekend. Only 72 go through into the superheats tomorrow. Only 36 into that final, and Jindra Peschel has just put himself third in those points. Here's a look at the start of that race. Relatively decent start for the field. Lighter out in towards turn number 1. It was a good, strong start for Peschel on the inside. Vilma Svan, first race, we see Svan holding firm at the front of it. Oscar Gallen being spat out the early stages going in towards turn number 4. He was out of the race. There was a change of the lead initially. Svan taking that position away from Peschel. Later get that one back. Drama between Kiara Batig and Marcus Shilkunas. They became 2 of only 3 retirements in that race. Joel Pokela again retiring. I think just engine problems there after that mechanical failure earlier on today. And drama, you can see the thumbs up there from Shilkunas. Batig was under investigation for that incident, so clearly not happy with what happened there was Shilkunas. There was the change back for the lead. Peschel going back through into P1. That would stay the same for the rest of it. The fight in the background kicking off. Luna Flusha there in the fray, round of the top 10 battle. But there was the checkered flag. Peschel taking the win ahead of Svan. Rameka's taking third. Peschel putting himself to third in the intermediate classifications, but it's Zach Drummond who leads the way ahead of Jacopo Martinez. They are first and second in the points as we head down to Parc Ferme and to Nicole Sutherland.
Thank you very much then, Anthony. Zach, another good race from you. You're currently the leader of the intermediate classification points, but we've got more groups coming up soon. Now, going into superheats, what's the thoughts?
Yeah, I think we have very good pace, good battles as well. We're doing very well in them, and I think we've got high hopes for tomorrow.
And we see around this circuit as well then, Zach, when drivers make overtakes, it's easy to get caught out and the driver being overtaken loses not one but multiple positions. How do you manage that, and how do you ensure that that doesn't happen to you in the racing?
Well, I'm just managing the gaps from behind. Like if I need to save the tyres or if I need to push one lap, because if you get overtaken or people start defending, you can lose a lot of time around this track.
And then tyre preservation, you just lightly spoke about it. What's it like around this circuit? You know, it doesn't look like an abrasive track. What's it like with the Maxis?
This track's actually pretty good in the Maxis. You don't need to save so much, but in some corners, like the high speeds like turn 1, you need to save a little bit on the left sides.
Well then, Zach, good to hear from you, and we'll see how the other groups get on then, but sharp end of the field. We'll head back up then into the commentary box to see the next group of juniors.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. Yes, indeed, juniors back out in a moment. We'll be heading over now to groups A versus F for their last attempts at the qualifying heats this day. The last chance for them to put points on the board and to see what they can do. And this one starts with Matteo Rivals and Dean Hugendorn on that front row of the grid. Both of these drivers high up in that intermediate classification. Hugendorn, though, is the driver who sits 4th at the moment in those points, 185 to his name. 50 points here would put him on 235. That would put him well ahead of Chrisen, who at this moment is in the lead of those points with 224. But still, the job still yet to be done right now. Matteo Rivals currently sitting 5th in those points, 178. And again, a win here would put him at the sharp end of the order and the new points leader going into tomorrow. Engines fire up, drivers make their way out, albeit there's a little bit of drama starting one of them, the 252 struggling to start there. That is Santiago Diaz de la Vega, so hopefully he gets that one fired up. Here's your grid though. Matteo Rivals and Dean Hugendorn at the moment will be fighting to start on pole position for the Superheats. They are high up in that order currently, and they start on the front row of the grid. Endo Arata and Santiago Diaz de la Vega hopefully got started up, as he's also in a very good spot there. 3rd on the grid, we have William Kalija and Mariano Lopez on row number 3. Michael Zajac and Julian Fresnelli on row 4. They'll have Casper Reipol and Alex Malota on row 5. Manny Nuvolini and Jill Herman goes from row 6 with Giada Girardello and Victor Stalmack on row number 7. Manuel Maguez and Giacomo Justo on row number 8. They'll have Ludwig Granqvist and Xavier Dukowski on row number 9. Daniel Miron and Tony Cacciaferro round out the top 20. They will go from row number 10. They'll have Jendrik Svoboda and Olivier Dicini on row 11. Nilas Malik and Gregor Callis round out row number 12. Abdul Razak Al-Qurashi, Evan Purcell, Alessandro Truchot, Marcel Zappler and Henry Domain round out the rest of your 29-kart field. So they make their way out onto circuit. Not all karts have made it onto the circuit. They have now, as they're going very late onto the field, was Giacomo Justo. He is on track, albeit now at the back of the grid. He's due to start this one on the 8th row in P16. He's going to find that very difficult to get that kart back there with the front of the field. Heading in towards turn number 9, ready to start this race. The last time we see groups A and F, this is down to our last 4 races of the day. Points mean more points in this one, of course, because the...
Points mean prizes.
Points mean prizes, yes, but they don't mean prizes, because they mean points, because points mean championship points. So that's why I said it. Right then, here we go then, into the tram lines. Are we racing? It is Tony Carr versus Prema. Lights are out. We're racing. It's good stuff for the inside line. Hugendorn's been swallowed by the pack there. He's dropped down to about P6, P7. One kart taken wide onto the grass. It looks like a Tony Carr, but he gets back on the circuit now, albeit right at the back of the field, but crucially at the front there. Solid start from Matteo Rivals, and crucially for Hugendorn, that's not the start he wanted at all. He is right down in the field. Here we go then for the rest of the drivers then as they make their way through turn number 3 and 5, and now down into the heavy braking zone of turn number 7. Drama at the start of the race. Out of the race is the 208 CRG Manuel Maguez, going no further, and look how disheartening that is to look at, because he was in a tough spot there in the grid. Santiago Diaz de la Vega has also had drama in this one. He is showing up as not clocking up on my screen. despite the fact that I see the 206 there of William Kalesia, who holding on to second place right now ahead of Matteo Rivals. It's Endo Arata who leads the way, as Endo Arata now steps up to 6th in the points.
Well, similar theme from what we saw from one of the previous qualifying heats then, Anthony. Endo Arata and William Kalesia find themselves at the sharp end of the field together once more. This time, though, with Matteo Rivals there in P3. P4, we've got Dean Hugendorn has overtaken Casper Reipold now. Reipold maybe on for a good race here, as is Julian Frasnelli there, looks quite strong. Jumped up into P7 and has got the legs on Sajak there in 8th. Steadier stuff for this lap. No changes between these three at the front end of your order just yet, but once again, it's an OTK 1, 2 and 3. The Prema driver, though, sat there in that Kart Republic, heading through turn number 1, who has shaken off Casper Reipold. Hugendorn really trying to chase down these top 3 to get himself further up in those points orders. This is absolutely then, Anthony, the moment in the weekend where it's going to count for these drivers.
Certainly is. Dean Hugendorn now on the charge, 52.208. He's closing in on the drivers up ahead, and he needs to do this here because right now he still sits second in the points. He's down by 1 point from Eli Christian, who we saw race earlier on. Christian cannot do any more here. He has got the maximum points he can collect this weekend with 224. But Hugendorn behind Matteo Rivals, he is there all on his own on that Prema machine. He is tucked right in. He knows the job he needs to do, and that is close in on those 3 drivers ahead to get into the lead of those points. That is the fight right now, Nicole. That is what we need to see.
Absolutely is, but the battles in that mid-pack section continue to rage on. Manny Nuvolini, driver in 6th. To try and hustle off Frasnelli there in 7th. Manny Nuvolini has not had the luck this weekend. Had a number of DNFs, hasn't managed to put it together in the racing, but has got some good pace. On the inside, we've got a change between one of the DPKs and the Paralin. Is further back down the order. Now Henry Domain has arrived on the door of that mid-pack section. Dean Hugendorn has arrived on the pack at the front, because that has absolutely changed at the front end of your order. It's now a 4-kart train for this race lead, led by none other than William Kalesia. Down the inside goes Hugendorn for P3, gets the move done on Rivals, and that is it in your points then. Dean Hugendorn looking like he's doing absolutely what he needs to. Don't expect him to stop there though, because there he goes down the inside of Endo Arata, picks off P2, and now he will be looking at William Kalesia's back bumper. Through turn number 7 they go. Hugendorn gets it absolutely spot on, uses the grip, keeps that minimum speed nice and high. Will he perfect turn at number 9 and hook onto the back bumper of William Kalesia? Looks like yes he does. Through turn 10 the Prema goes. Through turn at number 11, spots on lap there for Dean, and watch him now as they go through this first sector of the next lap. Absolutely flat out part of this track. The drivers do not let off. Flat completely through turn number 2 until they get to this point at turn number 3. Hugendorn hustling the back bumper of Kalesia, and down the inside he goes. Pulls off the move through turn number 4 and is your new race leader. Kalesia though attempts it through turn number 5 and pulls it off, returns the favour, becomes the new race leader, side by side into number 7. Looks like Hugendorn's going to have a look down the inside of turn number 8. Has a look and pulls it back off. 3 changes for the lead in just this part of the lap. 4 changes for the lead. Now Hugendorn looks like he's almost lost out P2. No, he doesn't. Kalesia absolutely not letting off. That creates a change for P3. Endo Arata back in then. This is pulling on the likes of Julian Frasnelli and Casper Reipold as well. Hugendorn still on the back bumper of the Forza going into turn number 1. These drivers are not letting each other breathe throughout this race.
This is so risky for Dean Hugendorn with these multiple overtakes of the race lead. He has no idea the dragon he's awakening behind him right now, where he could potentially lose out in his intermediate classification lead. He's back down into 3rd. He goes back down the inside, wheel to wheel with Endo Arata, who will continue to put his nose down the inside. And now Hugendorn holds on to 2nd place. but look at the train that's formed behind him. That is just about to squeeze out the likes of Rødby there. Oh, and there's contact, and that was bound to happen. And that's big drama there for, I think that's the Forza and one other as well. But that's a huge shame there for those two, but they bring it back into the fight now, albeit further down the order. Who dropped down there? Malota and Rivals is who it was. Mateo Rivals, another one of the drivers who needed the good result here to get the points on the board to potentially start on pole, has lost out on it. And now Hugendorn is back into the intermediate classification lead. 229 points sitting there in second place. But he came so close to losing out on pole position.
I don't know if you would agree with me then, Anthony, but I would say he was massively helped by Julian Frasnelli at turn number 7. And all the drivers behind got side by side. It gave Dean that gap once more and has helped him to slot back into P2. Further back down in the field though, that mid-pack section still getting busy with each other. It involves the likes of Nuvolini, Lopez, Ajak, Domain now in P9. Granquist there within the top 10 as well. Going through these late stages of the race, it's still Kalesia that holds on to that 8/10 gap. Hugendorn in P2. And I think he's so lucky to be holding on to that and to be holding on to these final intermediate classification points.
Yeah, indeed. Very lucky lad there indeed. But race now coming to a conclusion, and this is that moment for Mateo Rivals. And I believe Alex Malota just getting squeezed out wide there at turn number 9, pinging up into the air. Very lucky it wasn't a lot worse than it was. Last lap board will be out this time to the field. And for Kalesia, he leads the way. Hugendorn still there in second place now ahead of Julian Frasnelli. Endo Arata there in P4 ahead of Rødby. It's a really close race there, but you can see the intermediate classification now. Despite that drama, it is Hugendorn who leads, but only by a handful of points. Remember, Sebastian Eskandari is still in a fight here. He is out in the last race. He can still pile on the pressure to Dean Hugendorn with his 188 points to his name. But there, though, Kalesia will look for a win. Once more, only third in the points for William Kalesia. He will not be able to start on a pole position spot tomorrow, but he might be on a front row tomorrow. At the moment, though, it's Dean Hugendorn who leads the way as the fight continues in the background. It is a to the line, William Kalesia who wins, but Dean Hugendorn at the moment is leading the intermediate classifications in junior, and he now will be the potential recipient of 25 championship points. He has the potential to start on pole position for Superheat 1 tomorrow. But again, it all falls down to Sebastian Eskandari in that last junior race later on. That's the one we are going to watch. That's the fight we will want to see. But for Kalesia, that is another win on the board. That puts him to third in the points. Solid drive from the Australian. Hugendorn second. Julian Frasnelli finishes in third place and puts himself up to 7th in the intermediate classification. There's a look at your full results there. Endo Arata finishing in P4 ahead of Manny Nuvolini. Rødby from Lopez, Zajac from Domain, Granquist rounding out the top 10. Henry Domain, 20 place gain. Incredible drive once again for the young Briton for Forza Racing. 11th place, Evan Purcell for Ricky Flynn Motorsport, the other young Briton in this race. Stepping up in this order, Victor Stalmack finishing in 12th place ahead of Max Malota, Daniel Miron in 14th ahead of Tony Cachaferro, Giorgio Giardello from Olivier Dicini, Giacomo Justo from Gilles Herman, Nilas Malik from Gregor Callis, Alessandro Truchot, Yindra Svoboda, Dukowski, Zappler, Al Karashi rounds out the 26 finishers. Then it is Mateo Rivals, Santiago Diaz de la Vega and Manuel Waguez out of the race. Not sure when Mateo Rivals was out, but the pole sitter out of the last race of his day. He's still there, 4th in the points, but he's lost out on a big chunk of them there. Only can get 188 at the end of that one, but still is P4 and still technically looking at a front row start, depending on what happens in the next race later on tonight. There, though, the highlights on your screen. Hugendorn closing into the Group 3 up ahead. Rivals, who was right there, dropping to 4th place later, completely out of the race. Endo Arate would finish his race in P4. The end of this one as Hugendorn would fight through. This moment here, fighting for the lead. Hugendorn and Kalesia at 1st and 2nd. Kalesia and Hugendorn about 4 or 5 overtakes for the lead in one lap. Brought the entire pack together, and Hugendorn was really risking his potential pole position start for tomorrow. The potential of 25 championship points to his name to help increase its championship lead to teammate and championship rival Noah Baglin. There, around the outside, this is the pinnacle moment of it, and thankfully he got some assistance there from Julian Fresnelli, who sent it down the inside, brought them back into play. The later dramas there for the rest of the drivers who unfortunately fell down, Alex Belota being one of them. But out of the final corner, it would be Kalesia taking another win on track, but it would be Dean Hugendorn securing pole position for now on that front row. He has 229 ahead of Eli Christian. Let's head down to Parc Ferme to Nicole Sutherland.
Thank you very much then, Anthony. Dean, right at the sharp end of our intermediate classification points so far. So you're going to be fighting at the front. When we go into superheats tomorrow, how does that feel, you know, saying that at the last round of the Europeans?
Yeah, we definitely know the speed is there. So I've got great confidence for tomorrow. And yeah, hopefully we get a good result. And yeah, let's see what we can do.
And within that race, at one point you looked like you were in a bit of trouble through turn 7. You know, it got a bit busy and you were lucky enough to get yourself out of the fight. You know, can you tell us about what was going on in your head when you were, you know, in that position?
Yeah, I really knew the speed was there as we were on 2 new tires, like everyone was almost. So I really wanted to go in as quickly as possible and try to pull away, but as William went back in, we had a bit of a fight then with everyone, almost a collision, but it all came out perfectly fine, so I think we're ready for tomorrow.
Well, good luck for tomorrow then, Dean. And talking of William then, we'll get him to come over. William, we'll grab you for a quick interview. Good day of racing for you. You're right at the front in those intermediate classification points. We've obviously got to find out what happens later on with the other groups, but you know, tell us, are you feeling good, William?
Yeah, it was obviously a better day than yesterday. I mean, we've had 3 consecutive heat wins, which is really good, Nicole. So we'll just see how we go for tomorrow. I mean, the pace can change, obviously, weather can change as well. So we'll just see how we go in other conditions tomorrow.
And we've had 2 different conditions today, 2 very different conditions. You know, it's quite hot out there now, more rubber down, whereas this morning we had a lot of rain. It was a very wet track. Which are you looking like you're preferring, William?
I mean, either or, to be honest. We could drive on the wet. It's completely fine. We'll just let the weather do its thing. We could obviously drive in the wet, no worries in that. I mean, obviously in the dry we've got pace as well, a little bit of work to do, but overall we've got a good pace in the dry for some good results, so we'll just see what happens.
Well, we'll see what happens indeed then, William. Great to hear from you, as always. We'll throw back up into the commentary box then before we head into our next lot of heats.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland down there in Parc Ferme, enjoying the sunshine here in Denmark. Air temperature increasing now. We're into the 20 degrees. The track lovely and dry, and that threat of rain that was due around this time of the day seemingly has not appeared, and the sun still shining here in the south of Denmark. On our drivers looking for a nice dry end to the day. Seniors now, groups A and F, heading onto the circuit. They'll be next out on track, but we will take a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a few moments. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to live coverage of the MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championships here, live from the Rodby circuit in Denmark. It is near on the end of the day now, with just 3 races to go. Qualifying heat A versus F is next out onto the track. Let's take you through that full starting lineup. It's Roman Kamyab on the front row of the grid. This is an important race for him as he sits 4th in the intermediate classifications. The same can be said for Filippo Sala joining him on that front row. He sits 7th in the intermediate classifications. Lev Krutilov as well, who rounds out the top 10 in the points. He has to have an important race on this one. They'll have Gino Rocchio for company alongside. Luke Corner and Davide Batara on row number 3. They'll have Elliot Kaczynski and Toby Gale on row 4. Kenzo Craigie and Marco Gast go from row number 5. Noah Wolf and Efin Dudanov on row 6. They'll have Zach Green and Matt Sanruin on row number 7. Scott Marsh and Daniel Kelleher will go from row number 8. Row 9 sees Armin Kadia Osman and Kere Fairhand, with Sky Parker and Francois Cadell locking out row number 10 in the top 20. Aston Sharp and Sonia B on row 11, with Carl Luthardt and Louis Cochet on row 12. They'll have Georgi Zazov and Hugo Marti on row 13. Leith Manuma and Jagrat Tatroja go from row 14. They'll have Sana Z, who rounds out the 29 kart field, which thankfully all 29 are out on circuit. Beautiful shot there of the Rodby track. Of course, the club itself, the Rødby Karting Club, opening in 1972. It's a very, very early circuit in the calendar. This track, however, though, is a relatively modern circuit. And it's not been on the calendar long for the FIA Karting. Saw the first time here in FIA Karting back in 2023. That saw the likes of René Lammers and Alexander Bondarev take the honours at that round in FIA Karting. But this year, it's not just a round in the championship, it is the finale. The champions will be crowned here, and at this moment, we don't know who they will be just as of yet. But at the end of this race, we might be finding out who's starting on pole position. Could it be Kamyab? Could it be Filippo Sala? They start on the front row. Let's find out. Lights are not out. They go round again, and I can imagine there'll be a smug look on Nicole Sutherland's face, thinking that once again they did that because she's only just returned to the commentary box and didn't want to miss a lap of racing. So there we go. There is a smug face initiated on Nicole's look as she joins back in the commentary box. Lovely evening here right now. The sun shining. The wind, still pretty heavy out there at the moment, but it's turned into a lovely day of racing as Nicole joins me back in the box here. Stark difference to what we saw this morning, Nicole, with all of that rain and the threat of that rain that we thought we were going to get at the end of the day seemingly has disappeared.
Yeah, absolutely has then. It's actually quite warm out there now, so I can imagine that the grip levels will be actually increasing as we go through this final rotation of heats. Air temperature 20 degrees. It's a bit of a English summer's day, I'd actually say.
It's a balmy English summer's day. I need to be in a pub garden with a lovely drink. Right then, here we go. Once again, front row of the grid, Roman Kamyab, Filippo Sala. Take it to the lights, and let's find out who starts on pole position. Lights again. Are they out? They've not gone out on my screen here, but they have gone out outside. They are changing now, and we are racing down in towards turn number 3. It's a good start from Kamyab. Holds on to the lead of that one. Where has Sala gone? He has dropped back into the pack right now. Or I think he's about third. Yeah, he is. He's third place right now. He's lost out to Lev Krutilov. There is Kenzo Craigie once again fighting with Noah Wolf. Those two have been somewhat inseparable over the course of this weekend. Down the inside, big send there for Davide Bataro on the Glamini CRG. Powered by the TM engine as dramas in the background. One kart getting spun around, possibly Georgi Zazov in the AKM Motorsport machine.
Well, Krutilov did get past Sala at that race start, but Sala has got back into position in that P2. He will be the driver trying to chase down Roman Kamyab, who has had pretty stellar results so far this weekend. It's only been one heat that he has not won. Down the inside goes Craigie at turn number 3. He's trying to get himself back up the order and trades in that place with Kaczynski for P6. Through these drivers go once more. 4/10 split up Kamiab from Sala. More moves going on in the background though. Gino Rocchio trying to get all involved as Kenzo Craigie once more makes moves at turn number 7. This time Davide Pizarro is looking like he could be under threat. Next up on Craigie's list will be Luke Cordner. He sat in P4, but there is a gap that splits up these front 2 packs. It's down the inside. That's a big move behind Craigie. That is Rocchio trading in position for Davide Pizarro. Looked a little bit out of control, but he does catches it well and does manage to hold on to the position. Front end of the field, Sala is absolutely on the charge, has jumped up the order, has reduced that gap to 2.5 tenths of a second. Kamiab versus Sala. Currently, Krutulov, don't count him out because he is right there. He's not dropped outside of the top 10 so far this weekend. Really, really good results for Lev throughout the heats. He's good at the racing aspect of things, but we'll have to watch him as we head into finals because sometimes that is where it goes wrong for the driver in the energy course. Through they go then once more through the final sector, and Filippo Sala is just edging ever and ever closer to the back of that Ricky Flynn back bumper. He's absolutely there now, Anthony Jordan. A 1/10.5 splits up these 2 drivers, and I'd say the young Ferrari driver is going to be having a look very shortly.
Possibly so, but Kamiab in the lead, wanting that pole position. And of course wanting the 25 championship points. Now remember, Jensen Burnett is still a driver who could put in something here, but even if he takes a win, he would not be able to close up to Roman Kamiab. So Kamiab here in the lead. If he does get this, he has got the moment, and there's been drama for Noah Wolf in the background. He has tumbled out of position right to the back of the field. The young Briton has had a decent weekend, I would say, so far, but not the best end to his day.
Well, you say a decent weekend. He had a DNF yesterday, then had a disqualification earlier on. 2 mechanics working on the kart. The result was ripped away from Wolf, and now it looks like she's going to fall down the order, clearly because of some mechanical gremlins out there. Craigie then has made the move stick on Cordner, now is your newest driver within the top 4. I'd say he's got the pace to catch up to Lev Krutulov. Let's not forget, at this stage of the weekend, these drivers have been deploying those new tyres. Let's say Craigie, with the pace that he's carrying around, is one of those that's absolutely maximising the grip level provided by that Maxxis tyre, as is Filippo Sala there in P2. Krutulov edging closer as well, and I don't know if maybe Kamiab is backing up Sala ever so slightly there. Out of the final corner they'll go once more. 1/10.5 currently splits up 1 and 2, and it's reduced just by hundredths of seconds. Now these 2 trading paint as they head through that first sector. I think this is going to be on very soon as we head through this first half of the race. Further down in the order then, Scott Marsh fighting for position after difficult results yesterday, as is Toby Gale there for a first appearance in the championship. We might be at the last round, but him and Austin brothers have joined the Viral Arts team for the race here in Denmark and have had some great pace, have really made some good overtakes as well, just maybe not some luck for them in the racing part of things. Still, here we go, no major changes. Take that back. Big change between Cordner and Gino Rocchio, because Rocchio has lit things up this part of the race, and as has Lev Krutulov, who has now bit the bullet because Filippo Sala has allowed him to make that move on Kamiab. Sala makes himself your race leader, Krutulov in P2, Kamiab P3, and now Kenzo Craigie is in there on the back of this track.
Certainly is. Well, Sala now in the lead of this race. Still gains him good points, but not enough to catch up to Roman Kamiab. However, as back into Parc Fermé, that looks like who is that? Is that Francisco Cadal? Francois Cadal, I should say, sorry. Yes, he's pulled in and he's out of this race. That is a big shame for the DPK Racing driver. And yeah, eyes on this. Well, Craigie now seemingly getting back through into 3rd place, got past Krutulov. Kamiab now back in 2nd place. Kamiab now 238, This is going to be an important one for him. This is how it was done. Sala down the inside. Big move there for the race lead. That's how Krutulov got through as well. So it was a 2-for-1 special. Later on, though, it would be Kamyab getting the move back through past the likes of Krutulov, who is now lost out to Kenzo Craigie. Yes, with Kamyab and Sala just there. Kamyab now 238 points. Jensen Burnett, remember, still needs to race. He's got 182. Another 50 points on top of that would put him 232 on those points. That is obviously not enough to beat Kamyab, but if Kamyab drops down even more, it might give Burnett the chance to take that pole position away. So this is still a really important race for Kamyab. He does not want to drop down any more than he currently is.
Yeah, with the performance put in by Gino Rocchio as well in that P5, currently in these intermediate classification points, he has broken into the top 10. Like we say, we still need to wait for that last group of seniors to race, but Rocchio looking strong at this final round. Further back in the field, Scott Marsh continues to battle out with Cara Osman. Zach Green is involved as well. Green, these drivers, almost a big moment there. And this is the pack right at the front. Then Craigie now gets into P2. Filippo Sala has lost that race lead because Roman Kamyab is now your new race leader. So Kamyab from Craigie, Krutulov there in P3. Sala now under pressure from Gino Rocchio. Is Rocchio going to have a look on the exit turn number 11? Doesn't quite have the run, but is being pushed around by Luke Cordner. Will Cordner try and help him achieve something through this part of the track, through turns 1, 2. Sala looking nervous there, looks over his shoulder because he knows Rocchio is keen there to try and overtake. Kamyab, though, raced with that race lead once more, but Kenzo Craigie right on the tail as we head through this sector of the race. And there he is there, Noah Wolf, after all of that drama with a disqualification, a DNF, but good pace, pulls into the pit lane in this heat. He is done, he is out.
Yeah, indeed, and that might make him struggle getting into those super heats or maybe even the final tomorrow, but we'll keep an eye on those points. Eyes on the prize, though. Roman Kamyab holds on to the lead here. This was that moment, and yeah, big spin out there. Now, was that one of the greens there, or was that?
That is Zach Green.
Yeah, Zach Green having a bit of a moment and going sideways there. He's fighting all the way down in about P16 right now as drama there. That is Carl Luthart, MP Racing, out of this race as well. That is a big shame for him. But the racing must go on. Kamyab holding firm at the front here, looking for pole position. Everyone else, though, is going to make that very difficult as down the inside, Davide Bataro gets the move done on Luke Cordner. That's the 7th place. He will push through. There is your points. Kamyab, 244. Sala, 217. Drummond, 212. We spoke to Drummond earlier on. And he obviously has done everything he can. He's not looking at a pole position now, but he is still looking at a front row start at this moment. But of course, Jensen Burnett still could get 232 points maximum later on, which means he can still beat Sala, which means he can still start on pole position for Superheat 2 tomorrow, depending still on what happens here. Kamyab, though, seemingly not under pressure from Kenzo Craigie just behind. Kamyab controlling the pace here beautifully as he heads out at turn number 9. See the train there forming Krutulov, Sala and Kelleher. Daniel Kelleher down the inside, a bit late on the brakes, going to suffer on the exit. Sala goes back through, wheel to wheel, but the power of the Kart Republic hangs it round the outside. Beautiful kart control, beautiful racing from the two of them. But Sala holds on to 4th place in a spectacular show of sportsmanship through turn 1. Just enough racing room given to each driver. And now that's allowed Gino Rocchio to close in once again side by side, but this time Kelleher has got it done. A beautiful display of driving. But there, at the front, Roman Kamyab has done enough. By my calculations, he cannot be caught by anyone else. With this result, he looks to gain 25 championship points and pole position for Superheat 1 tomorrow. It's Roman Kamyab winning. Kenzo Craigie finishes second ahead of Lev Krutilov. Daniel Keller fourth in the ahead of Gino Rocchio. Sala drops to fifth, but still is second in the points and will still potentially be on pole position for Superheat 2 tomorrow. And it all depends on what the likes of Jensen Burnett does. It all depends on what the rest of them can do as well, because right now Jensen Burnett sits seventh in the points with one race to go. A win for him puts him on 232 points, and that would put him second overall. There's your results. Kamyab, Craigie and Krutilov, 1, 2, 3. The rest of the results: Kelleher from Rocchio, Sala from Bataro, Gale from Cornda, Marsh from Osman, Kaczynski from Cachet, Durnanov from Gast, Green from Sunazee, and Kenny Fairhand rounding out the top 18 big movers in that order. Sunazee 12 places gained, Kelleher 12 places gained, Cachet with 11 places gained. Great running for them. 19th is Hugo Marti on a 7th place gain ahead of Aston Sharp. Sky Parker 21st from Sonia B. Mats Van Rooyen in 23rd ahead of Georgi Zazov. Jagrat Kroja and Leif Mumina in 26th place. But there, Roman Kamyab, I believe, has done enough there with that victory. Will be on pole position for Superheat 1 tomorrow. Will take home the 25 championship points. And it was a tough old race at the end of that one. Great start for the field, for Kamyab, sweeping right across the front of Filippo Sala. He knew his fight was with him, despite the fact the points advantage there was not able to go through there. Mechanical gremlins for Noah Wolf. Unfortunately for him, later retiring from the race. He would join Francois Cadal and Carl Luthard as retirements in that race. Only 3 out of the 29 races in that one. Kaczynski having a good fight in that one, but dropping down to 12th place. He finished in between Armin Kali Osman and Louis Cochet, who were both up a fair few places in that race. Sala in the early stages trying to fight up at the front, got through into the lead. Krutilov through into 7. This is where Kamyab really started to think about, right, my fight is on now. I need to get back up to the front here. I could potentially lose out on pole position for Superheat 1, but he certainly did deliver, stayed focused, got back to the front for the Ricky Flynn team, and continued that fight all the way to the end, taking the win by 0.3 of a second. The fight still happening in the background. Zach Green getting involved with Marco Gar, Sunazee, Efrem Durnanov, all fighting for position. There was Wolf retiring from the race. Disaster for the Van Amersfoort racing driver from Birrell. Really struggling over the course of this one. There was the retirement for Carl Luthard, his kart unceremoniously being dragged off the circuit by Zala Planta, of all people, getting his hands dirty there on the circuit. Davide Bataro, big moves to him as well through the field. Had a relatively decent race at the end of that one. Finishing in P7, only down 1 spot at the end of his race. Then the fight between Kelleher and Filippo Sala. Watch this beautiful side-by-side action through turn 1. Incredible kart control, incredible sportsmanship to give each other just enough racing room. Great racing from these two drivers. Kelleher would take it though eventually past Filippo Sala down it towards turn 7. Got the move there, and then later it would be Gino Rocchio who would send it through as well. But Roman Kamyab secures the win, and by my calculation, secures pole position and 25 championship points. But let's hear it from him down in Parc Fermé.
Thank you very much. Then, Anthony, like you just said, Roman, pole overall, it's looking like in the intermediate classification points and heading into super heats tomorrow. How does it feel saying that?
Very good, also very confident. The kart's on point, also the power. I think the team's done a mega job this week, and I'm feeling very confident.
And when we caught up after you polled it in qualifying, you weren't happy with what went on in practice. It didn't look good for you at the start of this weekend, but you've picked it back up. What's that look like, Roman? How have you managed to achieve that?
Well, I mean, I've always been fast at this track. I mean, I just do what I've always been doing.
And then we'll just swap you out then, Roman, to speak to our driver who's second in our points so far. Filippo, if you come over, Roman, thank you very much. Filippo, good results for you. You lost out on that race win just then, but it's good nonetheless.
Yeah, the last one wasn't very good, but we have the speed. Yeah, after mid-race I wasn't very fast, but the first part was quite alright. And yeah, hope tomorrow we have the speed. And yeah, keep working.
Well, keep working then, Filippo. Great to hear from you. We'll throw back up into our commentary box because our next group of karts are on the circuit.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. Yes, indeed. The next race out on track, Junior OK. Qualifying Heat B versus C. Let's take you through that full starting lineup. Brian Bruneau and Sebastian Eskandari have got the work to do here. Both of them high up in the order, but it's Sebastian Eskandari who could potentially take away the outright pole position away from Dean Hugendorn. Leonardo Gorski, Andrew Waltz on row 2, Noah Baglin and Iskender Sulfakari on row 3. Row 4 will see the likes of Benjamin Magnac, Christian Alexander Rust and Juan Garciase. Devin Waltz, Felipe Sanchez and Andrea Mani round out the top 12 on row number 6. Row 7 sees Maxim Bobrajov and Jesse Phillips, and Egon Pedrotti and Daniel Oliver on row number 8. Luke Tal and Dan Alleman go from row number 9. They'll be joined by Asher Osteen and Roland Nagy on row 10, who round out the top 20. Magnus Morse of Denmark and Bruno Blanco of Italy go from row 11. They'll have Luca Bonholm and Emilia Vescimirska on row number 12. Wenyabu and Martin Bertolacini go from row 13. Ludovico Mazzola and Melka Milel go from row 14. Michael McGoy go from row 29. Reports from here, Egon Pedrotti not out on the circuit. Well, he is out, but I think he's had a moment out there, and unfortunately he's retired already from this race. Eyes on this one though, it's down to Sebastian Eskandari in the juniors. Can he take pole away from Dean Hugendorn? Revs rise, lights are out, we're racing down towards turn number 1. It's a good start for the field, but keep an eye on Eskandari on the outside there through turn 1 and 2. Where's he going to lie into? He's going to drop down to about 4th place now as the inside row, Primbado, Gorski and Baglin get through. They're 1, 2, 3 right now, but keep a close eye on Sebastian Eskandari because his fight is on here as he holds on there to about P5. The whole field snake through in towards turn number 5. There's a bit of a pinch point there. Concertina effect kicking in as they dive down in towards turn number 7. Kart's going the long way around the outside there. Sometimes that works, sometimes it doesn't. It's Magnus Morse of Denmark trying to get that lunge around the outside. Gorski takes the second place spot though. There is Baglin trying to get his nose down the inside. He cannot do it. He can on the exit. It's going to be NASCAR style here. He's going to get a bump draft from the Forza of Iskender Sulfakari, who pushes his way through. And it's actually Benjamin Magnac in the Forza who pushes his way through. They go second and third now as now it's Mutiny. Magnac down the inside, gets through into second place. Gorski into third. And now you're going to see Drew Waltz, the American on the KR Motorsport machine, pushing his way through now, trying to step up in this order. He has done so successfully at this point, but the question is, where is Sebastian Eskandari? There he is on your screen. He's in P7, and right now, that is not good enough. He needs these positions back. He's third in the points with 220. Behind Hugendorn's 229 and Eli Christian's 224. At the moment, it's looking like Hugendorn and Christian taking those lead points as side by side across the start-finish line. How close could you get there? And that is Gorski battling with Zulfikari over the start-finish line, but Gorski's lost out the most there, and now you are going to see the charge back from Sebastian Eskandari, who is back on the fight now through the field.
You can tell that these are the final stages of heats then, Anthony Jordan, because they are fiery. Look at this middle pack. Look at where Noah Baglin is in the fight really having to hustle hard to try and catch up as moves still go on then heavily into turn number 7. Again, drivers getting caught out. You don't get passed by 1, you get passed by 2 or 3. Out of the 3rd sector, these drivers will go. This is a battle going on, led by Iskender Zulfikari. Andrea Mani is on your screen as well, having to fend off Eskandari and Waltz. Down the start-finish straight, Noah Baglin goes and overtakes now Zulfikari. The drivers then signal to each other as they were going under the gantry, having a small conversation. Baglin has done a good job there to get back into the top 4. Benjamin Magnac, your driver that's had really good results so far this weekend within the top 5, goes fastest. Magnac currently sat in P2 with a 7/10 gap between him and Priam Bruno. Driver who was fastest in his qualifying group early on, but let's not forget, had a really unfortunate DNF earlier on today. Current intermediate classification points then as they stand. Dean Hugendorn currently leads the way with 229, ahead of Ili Christian of Tony Kart with 224. Eskandari, currently in 3rd. Is your driver that is sat 7th on the road for the time being. Still battles raging on further back in the field. Drivers really not wanting to give up pole position going down the 1st sector, because this is the point then, Anthony, in the weekend where it really is crunch time. Every single point counts.
Certainly does right now, and that's why you're seeing all these drivers really jostling for position right now. Eyes here though, Priam Bruno has been caught by Benjamin Magnac. That gap has disappeared. That's going to potentially cause a bit of a ruckus as Magnac sends it down the inside. Nothing that Priam Bruno can do. He won't fight back through 10. He won't fight back through 11. He'll stay behind over the start-finish line and will try again maybe on the next lap. Waltz still there in 3rd. Drew Waltz, that is, from Noah Baglin. Eskender Zulfikari from Andrea Mani, but Eskandari has got up into 6th place now. Eskandari is adding points to his name. He has 2 points now before he closes in on Eli Christian, who raced earlier on tonight. But Eskandari just needs a couple more places here. The problem is that with Baglin and Waltz kind of breaking away there, you can see he's got a bit of a gap now between these 3 drivers. If they start fighting, though, it'll be right into the hands of Eskandari, who has just set now, Nicole, the fastest lap of the race.
Absolutely has, and maybe we should focus our attention very briefly then onto drivers who just have not had a good time of things this weekend. Dan Alleman, a weekend out of a nightmare, I would say, so far for him, is now under investigation, has had multiple DNFs. This has not been the weekend he would have wanted to round out his European season. Changes, though, at the front of the field. Waltz getting past to get into P5. Good job by both Waltz brothers this weekend so far. Really have come into the 2025 season on a good foot. You spotted something
Yeah,
then.
well, it's Sebastian Eskandari, another fastest lap of the race. He's close right into the drivers in front of him. This is his fight now to get pole position and the 25 championship points here. Sebastian Eskandari on that 219 machine for the Ward Racing team is right there now. His chance of starting on a pole position is right in front of him now. For Baglin as well, 3rd in the points. He's currently P5 at the moment, 213. He can't do enough here to close in on Hugendorn at the front, and that's of course his championship rival. But if he can keep the damage limitations to the minimum here with the gap in that championship fight in those points, he might help him out massively. But Hugendorn still is at risk of not getting maximum championship points, as down the inside Sebastian Eskandari gets through, past Drew Waltz, and now steps up in the 5th, and that promotes Eskandari into 2nd in the intermediate classification now. 224 points to his name. It updates now on his screen, and just a couple more positions. In fact, I think just 1 or 2 would put him back on the top step in the intermediate classification.
Well, there is still more time for Sebastian then. And Andrea Mani was allowed another position because of Sebastian's overtake on Waltz. Big drama out there now, Anthony Jordan. That's the 223 for Fusion and the 276 for Paralin that are falling down the order. That is Juan Garfiate and Ascher Ostin that find themselves out of this race. Big impact, I would say, there for one of the drivers, just limping away slightly. And oh my word, that was almost a big one between Noah and Brian Bruno. Caught up considerably, just clipped each other, I would say. And the fight is on now, because who has arrived?
Sebastian Eskandari will be loving this right now. The fight going on. Baglin sends it down the inside. Remember, Baglin's thinking about his points right now. Seemingly, he's unaware of the monster he's creating in the form of Sebastian Eskandari just behind, because now he will capitalize on this one massively. Side by side in towards turn one. Baglin leads this pack. Magnac's in the lead though on this final lap of the race. Sulfakari there from Bruno. Where is Eskandari? He gets down the inside of one, he gets alongside another, but he's not going to get that move done. What's that going to do to him in the points? It gives him another battle of points, but it's not going to be enough to take away pole position just yet. He needs a couple more points with those positions that are in front of him on this final lap though, but he's going to have to defend here. Unless Sulfakari attacks Brian Bruno, this will not help Sebastian Eskandari out in the dying stages of this race. There you can see your man, Benjamin Magnac. He's going to look for a race win at the end of the day here. Brian Bruno is there. There is Sulfakari. They go wheel to wheel. Where is Sebastian Eskandari just behind? He's gone wheel to wheel with Baglin. It's a run to the line. It's Sulfakari in second ahead of Bruno. Baglin takes fourth. Eskandari takes fifth. With that result, Eskandari will secure pole position for Superheat 2, but it's confirmed. Dean Hugendorn will be on pole position tomorrow for Superheat 1. He will claim 25 championship points to his already controlling lead in the title. For Noah Baglin, he will be fifth overall. He will gain championship points there, but won't help him out too much in closing the gap. There, though, is your results. Benjamin Magnac takes the win. A switch to Forza Racing puts him on the top step. Sulfakari and Brian Bruno join him in that top three. Baglin takes fourth ahead of Sebastian Eskandari. Andrea Mani finishing in sixth place out of Devon Waltz. Leonardo Gorski from Drew Waltz. Maxim Bobrajov out of Bruno Blanco. He gained 11 places in that race to finish in P11. Luke Tao from Dan Alaman. Jesse Phillips in 14th out of Michael McGoy, who rounds out the top 15 with a 14-place gain. Ludovico Mazzola with 11 places. Gains in P16 ahead of Roland Nagy. Martin Bertolacini with an 8th-place gain, finishes in P18, ahead of Christian Alexander Rust. Lucas Bonholm, Wenyabu, Emilia Vishamirska, Daniel Oliver, Melka Milel from Felipe Sanchez, Magnus Mush, who rounds out the 26 finishes in that race. Juan Garciase, Asher Ostin and Egon Pedrotti, fortunately all retirements there. Benjamin Magnac, solid race, and that puts him at fourth overall. He will be joining Sebastian Eskandari on the front row of the grid for their Superheat 2 tomorrow, ahead of their final. There we saw the highlights there. Unfortunately, Egon Pedrotti retiring right at the start of the race. A big shame for him. Drama then ensuing at the start of this one. Brian Bruno initially breaking away at the start of that one. I thought that was going to be an easy win for him. Later would be closed in on Magnac, who gained 6 places in that race. Something tells me a potential of some new slick tyres was put on during that race, but we will find out, I'm sure, very soon. There was Sulfakari going absolutely wheel-to-wheel with Leonardo Gorski there, the MP Racing team over the start-finish line. I don't think they'd have been too happy about that defensive posture, but still, the two of them getting through into turn one unscathed. Sebastian Eskandari, what can we say about him? Really needed that good result in this race to put him on the outright pole spots. Despite his best efforts, could only scramble 224 points behind Dean Hugendorn's 229. It still puts him on a pole position spot for tomorrow. Superheat 2 and some good championship points as well in his championship fight at the end of the season. But still takes vital championship points away from Noah Baglin, who really needed those points to help close the gap up to Dean Hugendorn. But with Hugendorn taking the maximum 25 championship points, it will be helping out his fight going into tomorrow's superheats and, crucially, those all-important finals. Drama at the end of that race. Juan Garciase and Asher Oshdin out through turn number 9. And I think a bit of damage to the foot there of Juan Garciase. We saw him limping out of the kart, which is a big shame. Hopefully he's all okay, and hopefully we see him out tomorrow if he's made it into those superheats. Fighting at the front, Perrin Bruno really getting involved in this one. This was the greatest chance that Sebastian Eskandari here had to try and take the 25 championship points away. It wasn't going to be enough. As you can see on that final lap, it would be Magnac taking the win. Zulfikari taking second ahead of Perrin Bruno. Baglin as well, squeezing through into fourth, and Eskandari taking P5. Let's head down, though, to Parc Ferme and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Thank you very much then, Antti. Sebastian, a bit of a busy last couple of laps. Can you talk us about it?
As we came onto the last lap, there was a big pile up in turn 2, and I tried to avoid it, but I went on the outside and everyone just passed me. And then I got the positions back, but on the line, Noah got me in the end.
And today, with the work put in by you, and after some really good heats through our heats phases, you're at the sharp end of the field going into super heats for one of the first times this year for you. How does that feel? How does the pressure feel going into tomorrow?
I mean, there's a lot of pressure, but I try not to think about it. It's just an honor to be racing these people up the front.
And then, Sebastian, do you think that this weekend, after all of the pace that you've had and the work that the team have put in for you as well, a good result could be achievable at the end of it?
Yeah, I think a good result is easy. We just need to keep going how we have for the past few days and just keep pushing forward.
Well, Sebastian, great to hear from you then. We've got one more heat coming up next from our seniors, but quickly we'll hear a word from championship partners.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to live coverage of the MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championship. Last race of the day is engines on as the Senior OK qualifying heat B versus C makes its way out onto the circuit. And this is a very important race. So one young man, Jensen Burnett, cannot take outright pole, but he can start on pole position for Superheat 2 if he wins this race. He is joined by Christian Costoy and Vladimir Ivanikov on row number 2. Joe Turney joining him alongside. Emily Koivisto and Peter Siller on row 3 from Sebastiano Pavan and Jacob Mikolev on row 4. Marcus Juncha and Jakob Kamenek go from row number 5. Zhao Zizhen and Silianos Kolovos on row number 6. Then have Clovis Nugarade and Austin Gale on row number 7.
Row number 8 includes James Anagnostiadis and Vegard Clementson, and then from 9 we have Alexander Chartier with Vanessa Schilkenater. 10 is Radek Vavra alongside Sebastian Mins, and then from 11 we have Joseph Smith and Roland Cookling. 12 for Energy we have Paul Androtis and Matis Umer, and then from row number 13 for CRG it's Maria Neto of Portugal with Francisco Sejeliski. 5th row number 14 then for the final qualifying heat of today's racing, Jason Bralick will join Leo Nilsson.
Indeed. Well, looking forward to seeing what these 28 drivers can do. I believe all 28 out there. Helps if I've got my screen on the right page, which we don't have all 28 out there. We are missing Alexander Chartier and we are missing Joseph Smith from this race. That makes sense for Joseph Smith. We've not seen him racing all weekend. For Alexander Chartier, we've not seen him out in the last couple of races either. There's a look at your intermediate classifications. There's the top 6. Jensen Burnett is currently 7th in those points. He has 182 points to his name. 50 points added on to that, give him 232. That would put him 2nd overall. He will not be able to catch up to Roman Kamyab. So for Jensen Burnett, still some good championship points up for grabs. Still a pole position start for Superheat 2 tomorrow. Can he do it? Let's find out. Into the tram lines. Lights are out. We're racing down in towards turn number 1. It's a solid start for Burnett. Sweeps across the nose at Costoya, which swamps him down into 4th place. Ivanikov gets through into 3rd place, but it's Joe Turney with the better start. He gets up into P2 ahead of the rest. It's a very good start. There's drivers running off the track in the background. Seemingly it looked like one of the CRGs, possibly could have been Maria Neto at the back of the grid on the Ecola Mini machine, who is now fighting right at the back of the field. But crucially for Jensen Burnett there, Nicole, best start he needed. Solid go, and now he can go on to potentially finish inside that top, P1 on pole position for tomorrow's Superheat.
Absolutely can. Pavan then pushing around Emili Koivisto there, just outside of the top 5. Really trying to have a good go is Pavan after missing the gate in one of the heats earlier on. Did not get a result from that one. Down at turn number 1 then. Can he pull it off? Not quite. Clips the curb. He's going to lose some pace. He's going to lose it out. No, he doesn't. Gets it going then and goes in on Emili Koivisto at turn number 3. That's going to open things up potentially for Christian Costoya. No, it's not, because Costoya now is going to move out and lose position to Peter Stiller. Mikolev now gets in front of Costoya as well. Christian having a really difficult opening stage of this race because now Austin Gale has gone down and made the position stick. Now Kamenek there has arrived as well. Kamenek hasn't attempted just yet on the Spaniard. In the early stages of this race, Christian really has been shuffled down the order. Turney then in P2. Ivanikov was in P2 right at the early stages. Suffered a bit of speed out of turn number 2 then. That is how Joe managed to get past Sebastiano Pavan. He was quick in the early stages of his previous race. Then in that middle part of the race, dropped into the remainder of the field and didn't really finish anywhere, did not have a good result. We'll see if he can change that within this one. Maybe it was a decision with the tyre pressure that impacted that, but we'll see how Sebastiano gets on within this final qualifying heat. Turney turns up the dial and goes fastest. He's 5/10 behind Jensen Burnett, who is fighting hard for those points. Talking of points then, intermediate classification, Kamyab still leads the way with 244, Jensen Burnett on 232, and then Filippo Sala on 213. Drummond sat there in 4th, Jacopo Martinez in 5th, and then Joe Turney, your driver 2nd on the road currently, sat there in P6.
Obviously, Joe Turney taking the lead in this one will still actually, well, it'll benefit him and it won't affect Jensen Burnett. So, granted, they're not teammates in any way, shape or form. Forza Racing versus Kart Republic, two very different teams, two very different drivers fighting away. As there, Domenico Visto getting through past Sebastian Pavan. Peter Stiller squeezing his way through, and he gets through as well. Nicely done there from those two drivers. And the Italian has to settle there now, just ahead of Jacob Mikolev, who's trying to close in just behind them. Austin Gale there ahead of Christian Costoya now as well. And they're pushing their way through nicely. Yes, saying what I was saying. Joe Turney, if we can get that lead done as through goes Mikolev past Pavan, I'll get my point out at some point if everyone stops overtaking. Yeah, if Joe Turney can get through past Jensen Burnett, he would still gain points. It would help him move up past the likes of Martinez, potentially Zach Drummond, but I'm not too sure. Yeah, that would still help him out massively. For Burnett, it won't affect him at all, as down the inside, James Anagnostiadis once again looking for a good result in this race to help him squeeze up that order a little bit to try and get through to those super heats tomorrow, but he's doing what he needs to right now.
And for the first, whoa, look at that for an attempted overtake. So this weekend, we headed into the championship fight. It was Costoya versus Anagnostiadis, who gets the position back on Kamenek there. This is the first time during the racing this weekend that those two drivers who are fighting for that championship when we headed here to Rodby will be looking at each other. It's an ambitious overtake attempt from James, but these are racing drivers and they're absolutely going to give it a go if they think they can do so. Good job by James to hold onto that car to not run himself off of the road, and now he's going to try and chase down to the Spaniard once more, who, like we said previously, has been shuffled down in the order early on in this race, all over the back of Pavan now, and now down the inside at turn number 5, gets the move done and gets into P8. And Anagnostiadis, though, is going to be looking to try and do the same thing to the NEG driver very shortly. Turn number 9 is a hot spot, but he's not quite on the tail just yet. Pavan then, we said, fast at the start of races, but when we get into the flow of things, just sacrifices pace. And there we go then, Anagnostiadis down at the inside at turn number 11, makes it stick and is pulling along Kamenek with him. Still though, out in the front end of the field, Jensen Burnett, 6/10 clear from Joe Turney. No change between Ivanikov and Koi Visto just yet. Really is this mid-pack section that are battling it out. On the inside of Pavan, have an attempted overtake there by Vegard Clementson, but doesn't manage to get anything done. Makes himself vulnerable now to Sebastian Min's teammate there, sat on his tail. Min's down the inside at turn number 7. Textbook move there through turn number 7. Drivers don't really have to think about it too much. Lots of grip down there to be brave and get something pulled off. Behind Min's then we've got Clementson and Clovis Lugerade there as well. Now, Christian Costoya lighting things back up, turning up the dial on this pressure cooker as he promotes himself up another position, but this time to Birolart driver and wildcard entrant of Austin Gale. This is the front end of your order where we have had a change. Now, Jensen Burnett finds himself behind Joe Turney. Where did that come from? Because it was an 8/10 gap that Burnett had given himself. Turney just seemed to arrive from absolutely nowhere. We didn't see where that overtake happened, but Joe makes himself your new race leader, and that is going to shake up the points here in the intermediate classification. Through turn number 9 they go. Canadians still hot on the heels of the Kart Republic driver through 10 and 11 once more, well over that halfway point of this race. But Joe, the driver who's not in the championship fight anymore, out there in the front, 2.5 tenths clear of Jensen Burnett. Your final intermediate classification then. Burnett still sat there in P2, and Joe Turney now leading the race. What has he done? He's given himself a big jump in championship points because he's now inside the top 3, has demoted Filippo Sala, has demoted Zach Drummond and Jacopo Martinez as well. Looking like he could be in for a good one as we head into these super heats tomorrow during racing.
Doing some maths on this one, James Anagnostiadis there in 8th place would give him a total of 122 intermediate classification points right now at this stage. That will, of course, put him well outside of the top 10, but still in a really good position nonetheless. if you do some more talking, Nicole, I can also do the maths of Costoya, because he's also had some drama out there.
Well, I could do some talking for you then, Anthony, because I think maybe the back bumper of Pavan looks a bit loose. Looks like it's maybe dangling off on one of the sides. Won't have too much of a performance difficulty for him if that is the case. Not quite sure just yet, but it looked like to me that maybe it's a technical problem out there for the driver for Energy Course. Still, this battle is going on for P3. That involves Vladimir Ivanikov, Stiller and Koivisto. Koivisto, this is the best weekend he's had so far in the championship. Didn't have the pace at Campos, Portimao or Viterbo, but here in Rodby with these cooler temperatures, maybe, really has looked strong in that MP branded kart. Like you mentioned earlier on in the weekend, Anthony, MP are a team that are in single-seater racing there, a team that can promote you all the way to Formula 2 racing. They've got lots of drivers in their single-seater ranks. Delpino being one of those drivers that's previously competed in this championship and is now running with that MP livery in the Formula ranks. Still, these drivers are going round. Stiller not giving up the position to Koivisto and is not looking like he's being rattled there. Mikolev, though, is doing a good job to chase up to these pack of karts, who are slightly backing each other up pace-wise. Out there in the front, though, 10th and a half splits up your front two leaders of Turney and Burnett. Of course, no change in points because Burnett has not returned the favour for that race lead. He's done a good job to salvage some points here this weekend at Rodby. It won't be enough to salvage probably a good result within the European Championship. He's going to be starting at the front end of the field, I would say, as Sebastiano Pavan, like we called it, back bump, I think, is tangling off because has been given now a technical flag.
He certainly has to. Right, I've done some maths. Christian Costoya in his current position, 151 points, so that's a significant advantage over James Anagnostidis in those points, which means that he will have to work a little bit harder tomorrow to try and close the gap, but that means the championship gap will open up just that little bit more, depending if they gain points, of course, because it's only the top 15 that get it. I don't know where they sit in those points right now with those points to their name. Look at this fight here right now. Vladimir Ivanikov all over that rear bumper to Peter Stiller, but Stiller holds on to third place. Now through goes Jacob Mikolev. He's got through now. He's looking relatively comfortable here, but he's going to have to defend from the likes of Ivanikov. Koivisto is there as well, trying to get involved. Costoya and Anagnostidis are closing in. If Anagnostidis can get ahead of Costoya, this would be better for him, but that's going to be easier said than done. Joe Turney in the lead of this one is trying to break away from Jensen Burnett. Joe Turney goes up to third in the points. That's a significant advantage than what I thought he was going to get. So Joe Turney now steps up to third in the points and looking like he will start alongside Roman Kamyab for their race tomorrow in the Superheat 1. Out of the final corner, it's Joe Turney who wins, but it's Jensen Burnett who secures pole position for Superheat 2 tomorrow. Joe Turney will join Kamyab on the front row of the grid. Filippo Sala will join Jensen Burnett on the front row of the grid. And at the end of that one, Sebastiano Pavan ignored the technical flag and a black flag came out at the same time as the checkered. That won't look too good on the old resume for the Italian, who did finish that race up near the sharp end of the order. But right now, these drivers, what they need is a solid result tomorrow. There they are, the points. Kamyab takes the 25. Burnett takes the next chunk. Turney takes the third. Peter Stiller, great race there, finishing in third place. But Turney, Burnett and Stiller, the 1, 2, 3 in the race. Mikolev finishing P4 ahead of Vladimir Ivanikov. Koivisto from Kamenek, Costoya from Anagnostidis, Gale from Nilsson, Zhao Zijun from Clementson, Mins from Kolovos, Nugarade from Cook Lane, Vavra rounding out the top 18 out there. Leo Nilsson, once again, superb drive. 17 places gained for the Swede, who finishes in that P11. 19th sees Andriotis Bralek from Sigelski, Neto from Shilkaneta, Juncha from Almer, and Pavan did actually pull it in at the end of that race. before he saw that black flag. Chartier and Smith, non-starters. Pavan, the only retirement from that race. There is Joe Turney, winner of that race, now stepping up to third in the intermediate classification. Good chunk of championship points and a great starting position for tomorrow's superheats and potentially those finals later on. The highlights from that race. Initially, great start for Jensen Burnett. Him dropping down to second wasn't the end of the world. He could actually have lost out on a fair few more places there and still been second overall in the intermediate classification. Nothing that Turney could have done apart from get into the lead there to help secure him on that front row for Superheat 1 tomorrow as the race went on. Stiller having the great race there with Sebastiano Pavan, him later having trouble with that rear bumper as down the inside, Jacob Mikulev pushing his way through as well. Vladimir Ivanikov having an almighty fight with him. Anagnostiadis in that early stages was able to close in, fighting with Kostoya. They would stay 8th and 9th, so their points I was talking about earlier on will have dropped down a little bit, but they'll still be around the 120, 150 marker for the two drivers. Not sure where that puts them overall in the standings, of course. It's only the top 15 in the intermediate classification that do get those championship points, so I'll have to see the full results after this day, and we can give you that full update tomorrow once they've all been finalised. But for the rest of the race, those two fighting for the championship certainly had a tough day in the office today in the rain, the sunshine and the qualifying heat as the battles still ensued in the early stage of that race. Vengar Clementson battling away there with the rest of the victory lanes there with Sebastian Mins trying to go for the moves in the latter stages of that race. Then again, Pavan pushing through. You can start to see at this point there the bumper starting to drop on one side of the kart. That would later see him get the technical flag in that race. Checks over the shoulder for Emili Koivisto, fighting away. This was Anagnostiadis going wheel to wheel with Kostoya. They would change places. But across the line, Turney would take it ahead of Jensen Burnett. But Burnett secures pole position for Superheat 2. Joe Turney secures a front row start with Roman Kamiab. Well, let's head down to Parc Fermé for the final time today with our race winners.
Thank you very much, Anthony. Final interview of the day indeed. Jensen, almost a big moment for you out there on the track. The overtake pulled off by Joe was maybe influenced by something else. Can you tell us what happened?
Yeah, I mean, I went through the corner and all of a sudden I lost grip. Maybe it was just an honest mistake, but what I thought, I just got on the gas and kind of slid off. So fair play to Joe, but felt like maybe there was something on the track.
And it hasn't luckily thrown you off points-wise. You will be starting pole in Superheat B. It's a great result, is it not?
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy with the result. Yesterday, a couple shaky heats, P2, P4. Maybe if those had been improved, maybe I could just clinch the P1, but P2 is still not bad.
Yeah, absolutely then, Jensen. And going into tomorrow's racing, you know, it's been very busy today. There's a lot going on, influenced by how many overtaking opportunities there are out there. You know, how are you going to manage your cool as we're going into you being at the front of the Superheat?
Honestly, it's just all about keeping your head forward, not looking back, and just not focusing on the points, but focusing on the process of just hitting all your marks and getting to the end.
Well, we'll see how tomorrow goes then for you, Jensen. Well done on some good results today. We'll head back up then to our commentary box to hear about what we can expect from tomorrow's racing. We're down here in Parc Fermé with the drivers. Anthony, what can we be in for tomorrow?
Well, plenty of stuff tomorrow as, yes, Jensen, you don't worry about those points. That's our job in the commentary box. But there is the look at tomorrow's racing. One more qualifying heat to go for the Academy Senior. That will see another round of championship points being added to the tally. That is incredibly close in that fight. That will be one to watch with Japan's Yasuki Sato leading the way in the standings. The Superheats as well, OK and OKJ for Superheat A. Then we go to Superheat B for OKJ and then the Senior OK. They'll be out there for those races. Then we go into the three finals, Academy Senior, OK Junior and OK. Who will be crowned champions at the end? Could it be Yasuki Sato in the Academy Senior? Could it be the likes of Dean Hukendorn in the juniors, or could it be Christian Kostoya in the seniors? We will find out tomorrow. Make sure you don't miss it live at around 9 45. Don't miss it. From myself, Anthony Jordan, and Nicole Sutherland, we'll say goodbye for now, and we'll see you tomorrow for the MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championship finale here in Rødby, Denmark.